Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Robinson in, beaten by and gone. The finger goes up. Ben Gibbon doesn't like it. He doesn't want to go, but umpire Debenham's finger went up, and I'm actually a bit peeved about that, mate.
He comes Hayes, bowls, cutaway shot by Gareth Roderick, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played, just over pitch.
Bit wobbly.
Hayes in again, bowls. That's a full toss. That's going to be 4 more. Drilled straight down the ground. And the ball skips over the advertising hoarding.
Down the slope he bowls, and this is worked away through mid-wicket. That might well go away for 4. It has gone away for 4. Very nicely timed shot there.
Here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice. In and bowls. And Roderick turns that nicely for a second boundary of the over. Oh.
But no, I do like watching comedy, but that haven't come across many new shows. Oh, this one, it's an appeal. Has it jacked back? He's been caught. LBW. Hudson-Prentice with the breakthrough.
In the T20 format, Carvelis in and caught at first slip, and that's a good low catch by Tom Alsop, and the first wicket of the season for Ari Carvelis. I thought he might nip the ball around a little bit on this pitch, and he's done so, and he's accounted for Gareth Roderick, who's caught low down. Good catch by Alsop, and a 3rd wicket of the morning goes down.
Bree Nichols taps his bat, awaits Robinson. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. This one goes across him off the back foot. He punches this beautifully, and that runs away down towards the boundary at deep point.
Book of statistics.
Comes Clark. Bowls, and Kashif flips this one nicely down the fine legs to pick up a boundary. Just straying down the leg side there was Tom Clark, and Kashif just helped the ball away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 9, and Worcestershire to 63 for 3.
Dropped before he'd scored. Nichols waits, and this time once again eases the ball out on the leg side. The umpire flicks the veils off, and that indeed is lunch here with Worcestershire.
The Cromwell Road in and comes and bowls to Kashif Ali, who plays to backward point, fielded by Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. Where did you go to get your lunch? He's in again, bowls to Kashif, who's nicks behind, and Ollie Robinson picks up his second wicket. That's not a great shot by Kashif Ali, it has to be said, but good bowling by Ollie Robinson, right on the money.
Carvelos runs away from us, his orange soles lifting in the air as this one's
Shot.
punched through the offside off the back foot by Brooks, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary in front of the shark stand.
3 slips in place now for the right-handed Ethan Brooks. Robinson in bowls, and it's going to be a boundary for Ethan Brooks, and Ollie Robinson looks heavenward because it was an involuntary shot by Ethan Brooks. He's edged that one away through the slips past.
We're trying to make sense of it.
Square leg.
Clark right arm over to the left-hander as this one's cut away. A bit of width, the angle takes it across the left-hander.
He's picked up the wicket. That's the key wicket. That's the big one. And it's Henry Nicholls who's nicked it behind. Of the innings, 2 for Ollie Robinson, 1 for Ari Carvelos. And Sussex certainly on top here, although just steered away for a boundary, brings the 100 up for Worcestershire. So Worcestershire 101 for 5. That in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 284. Hudson Prentice bowls, and it's going to be 4 runs, just erring down the leg side, and Ethan Brooks just rather helped it on its way. Nicely played. He goes to 20, 106 for 5.
Backward point, 3 slips. Next ball, D'Oliveira cuts, and cuts nicely. That's a Brett D'Oliveira shot, if ever there was.
In comes Hudson Prentice. He's bowled well today. Comes in, bowls, and kicks behind, and another wicket goes down. Well bowled from Hudson Prentice. I said he bowled well, and all of a sudden he picks up another wicket. For the FA Trophy final. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and another wicket goes down, and Hudson Prentice gets a 4th. I think that just nipped away from Matthew Waite. Little nick through. John Simpson done the rest.
Win or lose. Next ball is in the air.
Oh, great catch.
Oh, that is a brilliant catch. Superb, taken off to his right-hand side, and that was plucked out of the air. Who is Tom Taylor? That's raced away down to the boundary for 4 somethings off the bat, says umpire Debenham.
Towards D'Oliveira, who clips this off his legs into the mid-wicket region. Mid-ons on the chase. Has the ball won this race? It has indeed. As this one's a short one, pulled away. And that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. At deep mid-wicket, no one is out there. It's a short ball.
It's all right, I thought I was going to disappear then, but I haven't. Driven down the ground, might not be 4. It's racing away. It's one of those where, it's unlucky there, and crashes into the boundary board as well. In the present day, Robinson bowls. D'Oliveira's got this one away down towards third man. I think he's going to get 4 for that. He is going to get 4 for that. It's just slowing up, but a good chase. And this time D'Oliveira is forward now. He's going to get 4 for this. I'm not sure it was off the full face of the bat, but it's raced down to third man for 4. So a couple of boundaries. Carvelos
in bowls, and he didn't intend that to go there. He was looking to pull that away on the leg side, was Tom Taylor, but he attempted to do so, got a big top edge, and the ball flew down to third man. In again, bowls, Taylor drives firmly. That's a nice looking shot, at least a couple of runs here. Might well go for 4 actually. The ball is racing across the outfield. In hot pursuit is Daniel Hughes, but despite the hot pursuit, the ball runs away for 4 runs. Haynes bowls, Taylor defends into the offside, and that is the end of the session, and well done.
They're underway straight away. They're busy. Outside the off stump, through it goes to the wicket keeper. Tom Clark is the bowler from the CN. Clark in bowls, D'Oliveira off the back foot is gone, caught, second slip, going down to his right hand side. I reckon that's Tom Haynes there who's grabbed that one. A couple of slips in there as Clark is in the bowls, and that's gone away. That really bounced. I mean, with all due respect, I think Tom Clark's
goes forward and drives this down the ground past Hudson Prentice. It should go all the way to the boundary, and it does. Oh, this one, bit of movement back of a length and guided down towards third. Well, there is no third, so it's gone down to the boundary. This one, nicked and gone. It's a 5-for for Finn Hudson Prentice here at Hove. He gets the final wicket, and Worcestershire have been bowled out for 180. Taylor will have to go.
5 for 56 in the first innings. Coming in around the wicket bowls to Tom Haynes, who's forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
bowled. Tom Haynes has been bowled.
Well, Hughes, who's he's gone. Has he been bowled as well?
Yes, he has.
I think he has. Daniel Hughes is furious. He swishes his bat. Tom Clark is in and bowls, and Clark thumps this one away through backward point. That's a nice looking shot by Tom Clark, but too much width from Allison, and Clark very quickly onto that and punishing the ball.
As Taylor is in and bowls, that's shot. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Taylor over pitching just outside off stump. Nice half volley. Crunch. Boomed away.
Around the wicket bowls to Allsop, who clips nicely through it. That's the sort of shot that will do his confidence a world of good. Clips that away nicely between mid-wicket and mid-on for a boundary. Does Tom Allsop? He goes to 6 and Sussex to 16 for 2.
Taylor is in bowls. That's a big shout. And the fingers up. And he's gone. And the 3rd wicket goes down.
Over the wicket bowls. Coles is going to get runs down to fine leg. That'll be a boundary. Just erring in length slightly was Ben Allison. Allison in bowls. And well, Coles is going to get another boundary, but it's a dodgy boundary. He's got that down to 3rd man. He goes down and prods the pitch, does James Coles.
Persons. This is short, pulled away, and that's a little break of that.
Left arm over the wicket. This is driven beautifully by Allsop off the front foot through the offside, and that's going to go all the way down towards the boundary.
Taylor in bowls, driven off slightly outside edge. That's going to go for 4. Not exactly where he was aiming there. Aiming more through. Maybe Taylor comes in and bowls, and that's nicely punched off the back. That could go away for 4. That is going away for 4. D'Oliveira's on the chase, and he will chase all the way.
Well done.
Oh yes.
As in comes Fatty Singh over the wicket, bowls. Allsop is forward, defends onto the onside, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for the day. 66 for 3, a lead of 170. Coles 27, Allsop on 24.
Area around, and specifically within the broad seating area of the stadium. Our new mobile retail unit, places a club shop is now open, selling arranging official merchandise, located on the web trades authorised shops. Is open for around tea time. Members are able to get their 2025 handles open in the shop. Sussex cricket, the game is for everyone. Thank you for joining us this race again. Sussex cricket stands against discrimination in all its forms, and we are committed to ensure cricket is a game for everyone and play within a safe environment. Please refrain from any disruptive behaviour, including foul and abusive language or excessive gestures. report any violations of this request that could discrimination in kind to your peers in Sussex Fury or Sussex Match Day style. Then you also remind our guests to consume alcohol, to do so in a responsible manner. So we're just about ready to get underway.
So, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove for day 3 of this county championship match between Sussex and Worcester. A quick shout out to make sure we're going around the ground. There we are. Tim is waving furiously from the back of the Spencama Pavilion. He'll be absolutely delighted because the Albion won yesterday. There he is, look at him, waving both of his hands over there. So the Albion's still in with a chance of Europe after yesterday. They played Liverpool next week. Then they finish up, I think, at Tottenham. So good luck to the Albion in the last 2 games of the season. We're concentrating on cricket as the players come out of the pavilion together with the umpires. Another lovely sunny day, a little bit of cloud around and a bit of talk of a bit more cloud this afternoon, but I think we're in for a dry day. I'm Adrian Harms, with me as he's been for the last couple of days. Always a great pleasure to be with my good friend Dave Bradley.
Very good morning to you and to the good people of wherever they are, really.
Yes.
I mean, and they're all good people, wherever they are in the world. And as my very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms, pictured here, has just said, this is another glorious morning. A nice steady walk at this morning.
It is.
Lovely.
Now, Nicky Chowdhury was with us for the first 2 days. Nicky not with us today, but we're delighted to welcome Liam O'Brien, who's going to join us on commentary. We're glad Liam's here because he's bought the biscuits. 2 packets of lovely. Always like seeing Liam, and he never fails to deliver. So, but it'd be great to see Liam, and we can have a catch up with him throughout the morning about what he's always been to somewhere exotic playing cricket, and he has the life of Riley.
Yeah.
You know.
I've some exotic places playing cricket. Bradford, Doncaster,
it's
Stourbridge.
Yeah. Well, hang on, we had a lady from Stourbridge on yesterday. You better be careful.
Yeah, we'll stay off that one.
Look, would you mind just turning the lights off for us? That'd be very kind. We'd get that. That's brilliant. Super. So we're about to get underway. The state of the match we should mention: Sussex 66 for 3, leading by 170. And Tom Taylor is going to open up from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex were 18 for 3 yesterday, but these two have now put on 48 for the 4th Sussex wicket and steadied the ship. Tom Taylor being probably the pick of the bowler in the match, if I'm being well, Finn Hudson-Prentice runs in close, but he's taken 7 wickets in the match, and in comes Taylor and bowls and up on his toes, and that's a good way to go off for James Coles this morning. He's going to get a boundary. A little too short and a little wide, and James Cole punching the ball away through backward point for the opening boundary of the day. He goes to 27, and the has the scoreboard gone up? Yes, there it goes, 70 for 3, and that's also the 50 partnership between these two. 50 partnership, 52 runs in 104 balls in 73 minutes between James Coles and Tom Alsop. But I think batters, they batted very well.
They batted very well yesterday when they lost those, 18 for 3 when these two came together.
Back to his mark is Taylor, and he's running in again. Bowls and Coles, that's one go through outside the off stump. I need to find a way, Bradders, and you're the sort of guy who might come up with an answer here, because Coles and bowls sort of, so when James Coles is bowling, I think comes Coles, he bowls, and it's
Coles bowls.
Yeah, so it's I need to think of better ways to describe James Coles, both bowling and when he's facing, really. But he's batting nicely here this morning. He's 31 not out, 70 for 3. Not quite as breezy today. It's still breezy, but not quite as breezy as it was yesterday, although the trees are still swaying outside of the ground as Taylor is in over the wicket bowls. Coles defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Met some sort of dignitaries around the club this morning, haven't we, Bradders?
We've been in the posh bit, haven't we?
We have been in the posh bit, yeah. Yeah, shaking hands with the movers and the shakers, which was... I don't know how we got in there, really.
No.
I think we went in the wrong room.
I think we pretended to be somebody else.
Yes, I think we did, yeah. And they sort of gave us a
Very
cup of coffee and said, who the hell are you?
Yes.
As we walked out, they probably said, who the hell were those two?
Those two.
No idea.
Who was that masked stranger?
Taylor turns. He's got 3 slips. Racing in down the hill. Bowls, and he falls over. That's not the first time he's done that as Tom Taylor. He did it yesterday. James Coles has broken his bat. Or he's got something wrong with his bat. He's pointing towards the balcony, and we brought out a selection of bats. Can you imagine if you were playing the cricket we played, Bradders, and I broke my bat off the 4th ball of the day? I'd be crying. I mean, because they're so expensive.
I think we had 3 bats between us when I started. You had a kit bag. You had a huge kit bag.
Yep.
Pads, bats. Yeah. And if the bat that you favoured, somebody else was already using it, you didn't get to play with your favoured bat.
Actually, he's carrying on with the bat he's got, so maybe he's going to change his bat at the end of the over. In comes Taylor bowls, Coles defends, and the offside, no run. In fact, every year in our club, Bradders, it'd be the club AGM, and the treasurer would come in and he'd say, "Well, we've got about 25 quid in the current account," and someone said, "Well, we need a new bat."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, we can't afford one this season."
You have to have a vote on it.
Yeah, or you have to get some tape and get it all taped up next year.
Yeah.
It's true though.
Oh yeah.
Totally, that is true.
Yeah.
In fact, we probably didn't have 25 quid, we probably had a fiver in the accounts at the end of the season, Great days. Taylor, final ball of the opening over of the morning, comes in bowls to James Coles, who lets that pass by outside the off stump. Competently taken by Gareth Roderick, who's been very impressive behind the timbers for Worcestershire. End of the over, 70 for 3. Coles 31, Allsop 24.
How many bats is he bringing out there? I think
Oh,
he's
my
got
word.
3 in each hand. It's like a sale at a bat factory.
Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think that's come out the club kit, or do you think that's just James's own bats?
There's a lovely story. Len Caldwell, who played for Worcestershire many years ago, batted left-handed, and at the start of each season, the rep from the local bat-making company or kit company used to come and give them 2 bats. Well, Len used to sell one of his to a local club because he hardly used it. So the rep come and said, "Yeah, a couple of bats." And he said, "Can I have one left-handed and one right-handed bat, please?" Here's Allison coming in and bowls, and off the back foot played into the offside. Nothing to be gained on this occasion. Just pushed gently out. Who is that?
At
Mid off.
I don't know, Bradders.
Oh, it's Tom Taylor. Sorry, I'm being thick this morning. Yeah.
I only ever owned one cricket bat, and I've still got it, Bradders, to be honest.
Yeah.
Got a lot of marks on the edges, not many in the middle.
You never know when you might use it. You might need it, might you? Yeah. Allison bowls forward very solidly. Just dabs the ball down. I was reminded this morning that Hove, of course, has great significance to long-term Worcestershire supporters like me, because in 1965 Worcestershire retained the championship here. They beat Sussex. It's off the top of my head now, but I think 7 wickets with 7 minutes of the season left.
Oh, that's exciting.
To retain the title. So, as I just mentioned, Len Caldwell would have been playing in that team. Couple of slips, crouching as Allison bowls and gets that one past the outside edge.
Would Basil D'Oliveira have been in that side?
It would have, yeah, because he didn't play in '64 when they won. Well, he did play a couple of games, but he couldn't play in the championship because he had to qualify, as were the rules in those days. But certainly he played in '65. Yeah.
Did Glenn Turner play for Worcestershire?
He did, yeah. After that,
Right.
yeah, he would have been. When would he have started? '70s.
He'd have been nice to watch.
Allison in again, and that's wide at the off stump. Lets it go through to the wicket keeper. Coles is 31, Allsop 24, Sussex are 70 for 3. There's an eagle-eyed coach at the far end of the field, looking from behind the wicket keeper, and the snips looking down the ground with a cup of coffee, because they always have one, don't they? Every coach walks around with a cup of coffee. It's like every football manager after half time comes out with a cup of tea. And stuff. I think there must be some sort of a...
There's a Sussex coach up there. I think
it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Is Allison from the sea end, and he bowls, and this is short and up onto his toes, plays the ball back down the pitch, and Allison is follow through, sticks out his right hand and does the fielding. Yeah, Glenn Turner, when he started, he couldn't get it off the square, and he was playing club cricket, Birmingham League cricket, and all of a sudden he discovered how to give it a bit of a thwack, and saw him score 300 in a day against Warwickshire, and Worcestershire declared before the close of play, and he scored 300
at New Road.
At New Road, yeah. Bob Willis bowled about 8 overs and limped off. I think he knew what was going to happen. Here's Allison in and bowls, pushed away on the offside, fielded by. I'm Cashy Valley. I can't identify fielders this morning.
I've got a feeling
the over.
Sorry, Brad. I got a feeling that he didn't he score 1,000 runs before the end of May once?
He did, yeah. He did. Graham Hick did it.
I'm very pleased that I'm...
Because there's a difference. There's some say 1,000 runs before the end of May, or 1,000 runs in May. And some have done it in May, and some done it before the end of May.
Oh, I see. That sounds
So
interesting.
If you played games at the end of April. But yes, quite. I can't remember. I've no idea who the last one was to do it. Somebody will tell us. Last one to score 1,000 runs before the end of May.
In comes Taylor, bowls to Coles, lets it go through to keeper Roderick. There is no run. I mean, what I would say, Brad, is that back in the day, uncovered pitches and all that sort of thing, 1,000 runs before the end of May. I mean, that is some achievement. I mean, I don't know whether there were more days cricket in those days than there are now, but nonetheless,
you probably got more chances to bat because they were playing 2 games a week then, weren't they? 3-day games. So you'd start on Saturday, start on Wednesday. So you would probably get more chances to bat.
I mean, this would be the sort of season when someone might do it, isn't it? Because the weather is set fair for next week as well. In comes Taylor, bowls, let go outside the off stump by James Coles through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run.
Is that somebody telling us the answer?
No, it was my daughter sending me a message. From Sydney, funnily enough.
Really?
Yeah. She's had 4 months, took a sabbatical for a job and has been travelling round. Comes back on Thursday. So that'd be nice to see her. I'll be up to the airport Thursday morning. Yeah.
Oh, I'll have the answer to my question.
Oh, lovely. Taylor. 3 slips go down. In and bowls. Coles drives. Doesn't quite time that. Plays to mid-off. There is no run.
Graham Hick in 1988.
Wow.
1,000 first-class runs. He scored 172 against the West Indies to get to his 1,000 runs. A decent West Indies attack that was as well. Walsh, Ambrose, I think Patterson played in that one. Again, off the top of my head. But I remember that Worcestershire lost a wicket in the first over. I think Gordon Lord was out, and Hickey went on and got 172 on a difficult pitch against a good attack.
Taylor in and bowls, let go by Coles outside the off stump, taken by Roderick Aaron. Interesting you talk about Graham Hick, Bradders, because at the time I always think of Graham Hick around, performance for England, and he was kind of in and out the side a little bit, wasn't he? He always seemed to be the player who, Hick hasn't made any runs, and suddenly he was dropped, and then he was back in. Well, was he a far better player than perhaps people imagined that he was, because of his the way he was selected and dropped from the England side?
Yeah, I think so. I think, funny, I was talking to somebody about this recently. In fact, it was Chris Broad, Stuart Broad's dad.
Taylor, Coles drives, and Taylor stops it with a big boot. Nothing wrong with that, prevents a single being taken.
He came to Worcestershire Cricket Society last winter, and he said if Graham Hick was playing now, he would not have been consistent. I think he got dropped 8 times from the England Test team. He would not have been consistently dropped, because, I mean, as with Zach Crawley, he would have been given far more opportunities, whereas in those days, you had a couple of bad innings.
Well, totally, you were out, yeah. And that must have, they're just inspecting the ball here, so if you can hear a bit of noise in the background, it's just the our FX microphone is dangling out of the press box window, and the lads in there are having a bit of a chat and a joke.
Well,
so
it's pre-lunch, so they're still awake.
Yes, they are.
I mean, after lunch it'll go very quiet, they'll all nod off.
But they're in there. I did right, it dropped 8 times. I mean, I'm not being funny.
I think it was 8.
But for your confidence, so next time you get picked, you probably think, oh, crumbs.
Yeah.
Taylor in again. Bowls. Coles drives nicely down the ground, but a very good tumbling save by that D'Oliveira out there. Anyway, a run is prevented, and it is the end of the over. 70 for 3. Tom Taylor's excellent spell continues. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 19. Sussex 70 for 3. Coles 31. Alsop 24. We were hearing this morning, we were talking about Tom Taylor, and we won't say who'd said it, but someone was saying that he was one of the signings that got away. I'll just leave it there, but he's a very fine cricketer, is Tom Taylor, and Worcestershire are very pleased to have him, Bradders.
Very much so, yeah. We were again talking about this the other day, and
You talked about a lot of things the other day.
Oh, mate, we'll never stop. It's finding people to listen is the problem. Or keeping them awake. Here's Allison bowling around the wicket. He's in and bowls and plays off the back foot on this occasion. Does Allsop. He's got 24, Coles 31, 70 for 3. Yeah, but that is the great thing about it. I think of all sports, maybe football has got better or worse, depending how you think of it. There's more talk about cricket compared to action. You know, there's a lot of, I mean, all around the ground today, everybody be talking about this, that, the other. Well, why is he in the England team? What's that? Why should we do this? Should we do that? So compared to the action, I think there's far more talked in cricket than probably any other sport. Maybe Premier League football now, where there seems to be a lot talked about it. But yeah, there's always something to be. I thought the umpire had given a no ball then, but he was giving him. I think he was giving the batsman his guard again. His hand suddenly came out. I thought, well, that's a late call if it is a no ball.
Actually, apart from the boundary off the first ball of the day, Bradders, we've now gone 13 balls without Sussex scoring a run.
Yeah.
So they've got a good line here this morning of Worcestershire.
Yeah, and it's entrenchment from the batsman's point of view, isn't it? Allison in bowls, hops up forward, pushes out on the offside. It's the first hour thing, isn't it? You know, if these two are still there at 12 o'clock, they'll think they've done a pretty good job for their team, aren't they?
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. We had a few emails already, Bradders. Bob Pook in Hastings. Bob's a regular contributor.
Well done, Bob.
Did you ever watch cricket in Hastings, Bradders?
Yes.
Did you?
Yeah, no longer there.
No.
I think it's a super.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, terrible.
Yeah.
You've been there?
Oh yes, many years ago. I think we were on holiday officially.
Bad luck.
Which happened to coincide with cricket at Hastings. What a coincidence! Allison in bowls, played out on the leg side. Anyway, what does he say?
Yeah, lovely Hastings. Got a beautiful pier down there. And so Bob's a regular contributor. Hello, Bob. He says, good morning, Adrian. 2 excellent days of cricket so far, and day 3 should be equally fascinating. Several comments yesterday said that 200 would be a difficult target, but I disagree. Both Nichols and D'Oliveira are perfectly capable of getting hundreds, and I consider that Sussex need at least a 300 to 350 lead to feel comfortable. Thank you and your colleagues for the commentary as ever. Well, thank you, Bob, for getting in touch. Yeah. Food for thought, and that is absolutely right.
They do tell me the pitch gets better here on the 4th day, for the 4th innings. Allison in, bowls, Allsop is going to get runs this time, eases this away through the leg side, slips some wicket keeper, get interested, because I think he plays pretty much across his front pad on this occasion. But he picks up a single, and the total goes to 71 for 3, a lead of 175, Allsop 25 and Coles on 31. The eagle-eyed Sussex coaching representative is there.
Now we're
panicked now.
No, at the end of the over, I'll make a phone call to the studio because I'm getting a couple of messages to say that we're not going out on the BBC website, which so I will make sure that gets amended in a couple of ticks.
Not been connected.
Yeah, they said they had.
Allison over the wicket to the right-hander, wide of these stumps, wide of the batsman and through to the wicket-keeper. Roderick, the umpire calls over, and that leaves Sussex at 71 for 3, Coles 31, Allsop 25.
John Malone, who's in Bexhill, lovely Bexhill, just down the coast, on its way to sort of Hastings, really, is that direction in Sussex, says, hi Adrian, Dave and Liam, name check for Liam. Beautiful day in Bexhill on Sea as well. Interesting day's cricket ahead. Anything is possible. I wonder, has the ECB directed groundsmen throughout the country to prepare wickets that provide entertainment on each day of a 4-day match? Great stream pictures. Well done to the boys next door. And to the commentary team. Well, I mean, there's been some. Well, I think if you're watching cricket at Edgbaston over the last 2 days, you probably think that that's not the case. In comes Taylor, bowls to Allsop, who plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I don't know about ECB directives on pitches. I'm not.
Well, there are directives, but you're always going to get different surfaces. I don't think it's as it used to be, where clubs did what they wanted to. You got 3 good spinners, so it was a dust bowl, or as used to happen at Trent Bridge, when Rice and Hadley opened the bowling for Nottinghamshire, you would You weren't sure where they were playing until they put the stumps in because it was so green. But I think that it's a little more evenly balanced these days.
Taylor's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Allsop. He's in a bowls. Allsop lets it go outside the off stump. Through to the gloves of Roderick, no run. Phil Tibbs has been in touch. Hello, Phil. He says, I'm getting the garden furniture out for a summer airing after not bothering last year as it was so wet. Lovely to have your comms keeping me company. Hope Sussex can put on a 250 to 300 lead and push for a result. Cheers, Phil. Garden furniture is one of those things. Where do you keep your garden furniture? I mean, do you leave it out for the winter, Brad, as it gets a bit ruined, doesn't it? Or do you...
Yeah. Well, I think there's a couple of chairs in my top shed.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. What's in the bottom shed?
That haven't been over. Oh, I've no idea what's in there. I don't go in there, mate.
He comes. Taylor bowls, also drives down the ground. Runs here for Tom Allsop. I'm not sure that's going to go for 4. Fielder is in hot pursuit. Is he going to overhaul the ball? Oh, no, it did go for 4. The umpire signalled that very quickly. It did go for 4. So good job by Allsop. He goes to 29. I think that's going to go to now, is it?
So,
scoreboard's a little slow today.
Were you up earlier getting the garden furniture set up for Mrs. Harm's, umbrella up, everything like that?
No, not exactly.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I was very energetic this morning, Brad, as I got right. I went for a swim.
Did you?
Not in the sea, but I did go.
Man,
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Goodness me.
I thought I better do something. What do they call? Lotion is motion. In comes...
Oh, okay.
Taylor bowls to... Allsop plays to backward point, no run. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, whizzing up and down like Mark Spitz or something, it's more of a paddle, really.
Yeah. But you're out there getting exercise, mate, so you're doing well.
Well,
yeah.
Trying.
Somebody said to me...
what? Not the other day.
No, the other day. You're down in Brighton, you're going swimming in the sea. I said, no. I said, last time I went on a beach, Greenpeace pushed me back into the sea. Keep your shirts on there.
Very good. In comes Taylor round the wicket, bowls, also defends into the offside. There is no run. Paul Funnell's been in touch. Hello, Paul. Thank you for getting in touch. He's got the 8 batsmen in the 1,000 club. Right.
Can I have a go at this?
Yes, of course you can.
Graham Hick, Glenn Turner, Charlie Hallows.
Yes.
Probed before a fall. I should have never said that. Well, if somebody before Graham Hick. I know those 3 because they were all connected with Worcestershire. Charlie Hallows was a coach. And somebody like the other thing.
Taylor in bowls. Allsop defends down the offside. There is no run. You were probably alive with most of these, Bradders.
Yeah, so 1917 was it?
No, actually 1885 is the first one.
Grace, I suppose.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the great WG. So he was the first. I'm not going to give you any more clues. While you're thinking, I'm going to quickly put a call into the powers that be to get our line connected.
I'll let you carry on. Right. I shouldn't have said that, should I? Well, I got 50% so far. I got 4 of the 8. I'm actually tempted to Google it so that I sound clever. Allison's bowling at... I know he's bowling at Coles, so Allison bowls, and this has gone away slightly edgish. It's racing away down towards third man. Jake Libby is in pursuit. I wouldn't say he'll cut it off, but the ball stops almost before he gets there. So 2 more to the total, and Sussex go to 77 for 3, lead by 181. No, I'm not going to get those other 4, I think.
Okay, 18...
Hobbs do it?
No. 1885, W.G. Grace. 1900, Tom Hayward.
Tom Hayward, yeah. Alice in bowls. Oh. Well, there's a sort of a half leave, and the ball goes away off the inside edge down towards fine leg, and they'll pick up a couple rather fortuitous runs, one might say. 79 for 3. Let's have a look at the... he's trying to leave that. It's the inside edge of the bat and floats away down to fine leg.
1927, Wally Hammond.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see him play, Bradders?
No. He'd retired when I started watching, but only just. Allison in and bowls, and that's wrapping the pads. Might have been a bit of bat in that as well. A very strangled appeal from the Worcestershire fielders.
1930 and 1938, the Don.
Of course, because the Australians would have come and they would have started playing early, wouldn't they?
Well, I was just exactly thinking that. I was thinking, well, did Don Bradman come over and play county cricket? And I wouldn't have thought so.
No, he would have come.
So it must have been with
the Aussies.
So that's when they came over in a ship and left in sort of March.
Yeah.
For Australia.
6 weeks to get here.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
The great Don Bradman. He did it twice, 1930 and 1938.
Here is Allison in bowls wide of the off stump and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. He had a phenomenal record at New Road, Don Bradman. He played 4 times at New Road. The first 3 occasions he got a double century. His last one in 1948, I think he was out for, he got 100, but I think he was out for 104. And the local newspaper headline is, I'm told, I wasn't there, is Bradman fails at New Road. I know there was a Somerset player whose autobiography, I should know who it is, but the memory's gone. So Allison comes in and bowls wide of the stumps and wide of the batsman who lets it go through the wicketkeeper. And the title of his autobiography was The Hand That Bowled Bradman. But I think Bradman had got something like 180 before he bowled him. Yeah. I think I know people. I do know. I know some people, you know, who actually saw Bradman play at New Road. A couple of
amazing
friends.
Yeah,
1948.
Yeah, fabulous.
Yeah, my dad saw him play.
Did he?
Yeah. Here's Allison in again from the CN, pushed away on the offside. D'Oliveira jogs into field, and there is no run. So a good start this for Sussex this morning. Just 1 or 2 just gone past the outside edge, but 25 minutes in, and the overnight batsmen are still there. 79 for 3. They lead by 183.
So also in 1938, Bill Edridge.
Yeah.
He made 1,000 runs. Then the other 2 you'd already identified. 1973, Glenn Turner, the great New Zealand opener. And in 1988, Graham Hick was the last. As I say, this summer might still be an opportunity for somebody to do it, because we've got 7 rounds of matches by the end of May.
I think somebody's got 700 runs, haven't they?
Look at a minute. In comes a good delivery by Tom Turner, beats Alsop outside the off stump. This is a little reminiscent, you know, of the opening morning of the match, Bradders, where you made a comment halfway through, Sussex were 80 without loss, and you said, on another morning, Sussex might have lost a couple of wickets here. And it just kind of feels a little bit like that this morning, that, you know, on another day, I mean, Coles might have played on there, or Alsop might have got a nick there. So at the moment, Sussex are making good progress, and these 2 are batting well, but you just feel the wicket may not be that far away. Taylor around the wicket, in and bowls. Also, there we are. There's another example. 4 runs, 4 streaky runs really through the gully area, thick outside edge. On another day that could have carried to slip. So Alsop goes to 33, and Sussex to 83 for 3. To add to that, the lead, you need to add 104. And just to reiterate, it's interesting, Bob Pook's email earlier about the ability within the Worcester side, but also the ability within the Worcester side to bat a long time. And those who didn't necessarily follow the game down at Somerset earlier this year, where Worcester batted for 2 days pretty much to hold on for a draw. My apologies to anyone who's been struggling getting the commentary on the radio. Hugh Johnson, one of those who alerted us to the problem. So Hugh, thank you so much, and apologies, but you should be with us now as in comes Taylor Bowles. That's a much better shot by Tom Alsop. Now that's a super shot. Leaning back and crunching the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. That's a sort of shot to give any player a bit of confidence. He goes to 37, Sussex to 87 for 3 as the Union Jack billows away on the flagpole on the clock tower scoreboard. Nice looking shot from Alsop. Martin in sunny High Wycombe, he says no wireless stream. So Martin, I hope, apologies to you as well. I hope you can now hear it. We had just had a little technical difficulty, but hopefully all resolved now, and we'll hopefully be all right for the rest of the day. 3 slips go down. He's got to keep the pressure on here as Dolivera. Taylor in again, bowls, and Alsop is solidly forward. Plays to mid-on, there is no run. One of the things about Tom Alsop, he's in his 4th season now at Sussex, that if he goes on a little trot where he hasn't made runs, you just feel that a score is around the corner from Tom. He's that sort of player. He's a very good hockey player back in his, played for England youth hockey.
Oh, so he's
Tom Alsop.
Josh Butler didn't he?
Did
Played
he?
a lot of hockey,
Right.
which is why he's got such good wrist movement, I think.
He's very quietly spoken, very nice man, Tom Alsop. He just waits as Taylor is in, bowls, and Alsop is solidly in behind that, pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, Liam O'Brien is going to join us in about 5 minutes' time. England and Sussex disability cricketer. We don't know whether to get him on air or not because he's always been to all these exotic places around the world, but we'll just skip over that, I think. But he has bought some biscuits, so he has endeared himself to me. At least Bradders is on a diet, so sadly...
Sharma was on a diet.
Yeah, sadly Bradders can't eat any of the biscuits.
No. That's just in case Mrs. Bradley happens to be listening.
Which he probably is. In comes Taylor, bowls, and up on his toes is also plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Unusually for Tom Taylor, he conceded 8 runs in that over, but he was a little unfortunate. Might have picked up a wicket, but he didn't. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 31 at Sussex, 87 for 3. Coles 35, Alsop 37, which means the lead, and we're indebted, is 191. In fact, the Sussex coaching staff are en masse sitting behind the bowler's arm. I can see them all there. I'm not sure that is with the sun hat on. There are 3 of them there. They've got the sun cream on there. In fact, I presume that's the Sussex. Or is it the groundsman? Can't see from the screen.
I think that's a couple of... They're all sat behind the fence.
They are. Well, perhaps there's a few cutbacks and maybe the coaching staff are sort of pulling on the... They've got to put the covers on if it rains. Now, I think there's a couple of... There's a Worcestershire coach.
Yeah.
And maybe that is the ground staff who was sitting down behind the fence.
Here's Allison in and bowls short. I haven't seen too much short pitch bowling in this game.
No.
Good bounce of that. Batsman has lots of time to go out the way. I've done a bit of research. I think for Ed Barnard, it looks to be the leading run scorer in the country, 495 at the minute, which is somewhat galling to Worcestershire supporters.
Yes, I think Tom Haynes Bradders before this match had 500 odd.
I was going to say, I think I may have missed somebody in that list.
Let me have a look. I'll see what I can
Try
find.
to do it on my phone. And
it's all right.
it's not
As soon as I've got an update, Bradders. All crumbs, hang on. I need to bone up on what's going on elsewhere in the country. All crumbs, hang on. Hope they don't come to me yet.
Ben Allison in bowls and forward solidly comes Coles, plays the ball back down the pitch, and there is no run. 87 for 3, lead of 191. Wind beginning to pick up again. There what's it called that measures flags, wind speed, anemometers. Are those flags away on the right hand side?
Well, I can report there is not a cloud in the sky. It is the most glorious day here at Hove. We're underway. Sussex 87 for 3 in their second innings. James Coles is on 36. Tom Alsop is on 37. It means the Sussex lead now is 192. Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, looks like that game is heading for a fairly dull draw, I have to say. Surrey 113 for 1 in their first innings. That in reply to the Warwickshire total yesterday of 665 for 5. And down at Canterbury, Kent 176 for 8 in their first innings. That in reply to the Glamorgan total yesterday of 549 for 9.
Just one more run to the Sussex total while Adrian was doing... Oh, that's a nice shot off the back foot. Lovely crisp, punched away by Alsop, who will go to 41, and Sussex will go to 92 for 3, and they'll be very pleased with their start this morning.
They will, Bradders.
Crunch that one away, just too short from there. So I think Worcestershire, on the other hand, will be a little bit disappointed with the way they bowled. Allison and Taylor got a couple past the outside edge, but on a couple of occasions, Tom Taylor in the last over and Ben Allison in this over have given the batsman a little bit of width, and they've taken full toll of it. Next ball is turned away to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket.
I think this was updated yesterday. Sorry, Bradders. Tom Haynes, 566 runs. This is first division. Then Adam Blythe, 509. Ed Barnard, 495. That's in the first division. I'll see if I can find second division. There may be someone there who's tearing it up. Let's see what I can see. Most wickets is Kyle Abbott, 22.
Allison in, bowls, played forward defensively. Worcestershire 12th man rushes on with the drink, or a couple of drinks for the bowlers. End of the over, I'll move out and get Liam to come and...
You're spot on, Bradders. In the second division, Marcus Harris, the Australian, Lancashire, 706 runs.
I knew somebody got
so he's got every chance, you know, because he'll have 2 more matches before the end of May.
Yeah.
So you're spot on.
Yeah. For a change.
And Max Holden of Middlesex, 561.
I'll let Liam come in and tell us about his travels all over the world and parts of East Grinstead as well.
Thank you, Bradders. Bradders back with us for his army of fans in about half an hour's time. So it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's coming into the left-arm seamer, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to James Coles, who's solidly in behind that place to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Coles on 36, also up on 41. Sussex 92 for 3. It means the lead is 196. 2 slips, deep backward point. Some of the Worcestershire lads are carrying around water because it's quite a hot day to give to the fielders. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. And it's a very good morning and great to see you, Liam. I haven't seen you for ages. Liam O'Brien, good morning to you.
Morning, Adrian. How are we?
Yeah, I'm very well. We'll hear more about what you've been up to in a couple of moments' time. In comes Gibbon, bowls to Coles, who turns that to deep backward square, picks up a single, 93 for 3. Our listeners, not just in Worcestershire, but not necessarily Sussex supporters who wonder about Liam O'Brien, just give them a quick resume of your CV, Liam.
This is like a job interview, is it?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I play for the England disability team. Been playing there 9 years now, and just come back from Sri Lanka. We had a World Cup, and unfortunately lost to India in the final, but it was an amazing experience, and we've got a series against India coming up this summer, so very exciting.
And in terms of yourself, Liam, because you were very much around the Sussex youth setup, but then you discovered you had the disability. Just for people who haven't heard your story, just tell us about that in between deliveries.
Absolutely. So I'm the same age group as Tom Haynes growing up, so managed to see him at a young age and kind of played at that standard as a kid.
In comes Gibbon, bowls to Alsop, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run.
And I think just because of pride, I hid the fact I had a disability. So I have a disability called clubfoot, and essentially I'd always wear trousers with cricket so no one would ever know, and obviously I play like a lot of pain, I struggle with my balance, but I wouldn't tell anyone. And it got to a point where there'd be no way I'd pass a medical, and I'd really struggled to stand for 4 days in the field, and ended up just trying out England disability cricket as like a backup option. And the head coach was Ian Salisbury, and I had one training session with him and he got me hooked, and yeah, I've been playing for England ever since.
In comes Gibbon, bowls to Alsop, who turns that down to fine leg. They'll pick up a single fielded literally down in front of us by who's number 1, Bradders? Fateh Singh, thank you.
Yeah, Fateh Singh. The most amazing thing I think for me as well is growing up as a kid, none of my competitors knew I had a disability, so if I did well, people would just say I played well rather than because of a disability or something like that. And when it came out that I played for the England disability team, I actually got a lot of people messaging me going, oh my god, I had no idea, you wouldn't even tell. So that was my proudest thing, is just being a competitor, and it wasn't because of the fact that I had a disability that people were impressed, it was just because I was good at the sport. So that's kind of the proudest thing for me.
Comes Gibbon around the wicket, bowls. Coles is caught behind, is he? No, he's not. Well, they're convinced he'd got him. It was a drive outside the off stump for an expansive drive by James Coles. Clearly Gibbon and keeper Roderick thought he'd nicked it, but James Coles wasn't going anywhere. And it's a dot ball. Was that And I've probably asked you this before, Liam, but just for the benefit, because we have new listeners all the time, was that difficult for you to sort of suddenly say something, actually, I think I've got a problem here?
Yeah, it was a really big ego. Like, it killed my ego a bit, because it almost saying I had a disability meant I had a flaw. And for me, you know, as a competitor, you almost try and find an edge, and it felt like I'd found a fault in myself. But it took me a while to be even to tell my friends that I had a disability, so it's a big learning curve.
In comes Gibbon bowls to Coles, who's forward placed to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 94 for 3. Coles 37. Allsop on 42. The lead now 198. So you go. Were you playing sort of club cricket or age group cricket around Sussex with the likes of Tom Haynes?
Yeah, exactly. So it was both, to be honest with you. So club cricket, he was at Horsham, I was at Preston Nomads. Obviously growing up through like the Sussex setup and everything like that as well, in the same age group. And yeah, I mean, it just got to a point where I'd struggle so much with my feet, and I'd seen doctors and stuff and say like, why is it hurting so much? How can I help? And they were just like, well, you can't really help it. It's just what you've got, so you've got to get on with it. But yeah, I mean, even like growing up, when I started playing for England, I'd lie and say it was under 23s or something just because I was embarrassed. It's only recently that I've really said it's disability, as Alison's into bowl, outside off stump, and it's left nicely by Allsop. So yeah, only kind of recently, it might be weird for listeners to hear, I've actually told people I play for the disabled team. Like if I'm out in public and my friend would say, oh, he plays for England, I'd lie and say under 23s, under 21, just because it was I didn't want people to think there was something wrong with me. And I've almost realised that there's probably so many people out there with an impairment or a disability, and they don't realise there's a team they can play for, that it's almost on me to make people aware that you can play for England, and just because you're born with a disability doesn't mean you can't represent your country. So Alison in round the wicket, full length, and that's blocked away onto the onside for a dot ball.
I think that's really inspiring.
Thank you.
Really inspiring. And every time I slightly joke when you come in, and I can always joke with Brad, but
Yeah.
I said, oh yeah, Liam's coming in tomorrow, and he'll tell us all the places he's been to. So just give us an idea of your season and how that works. You've been out in Sri Lanka for the World Cup?
Yes, so I actually went travelling with my girlfriend in the winter, and I spoke to England about it because I'd always wanted to do it, and so I just had to do loads of gym sessions in Thailand and Vietnam. Just while Alison comes in, round the wicket to bowl, and that's blocked away nicely for Allsop or a dot ball.
So they said yes, you can go travelling, but you can't sort of come back sort of 2 stone overweight.
Exactly. So I had a conversation with my head coach at the time, Chris Hyton. I said, look, this is what I want to do. The World Cup hadn't had an official date, and so I said, I'll promise I'll keep myself fit. I had a gym plan. Wherever I went in Thailand or Vietnam, the first thing we do is try and find where a gym was, and I'd make sure I was training. And then I went to see my brother in Perth just before January, just to see him for Christmas and do some training, and then we flew out from Perth to Sri Lanka. So Alison in round the wicket, and that's left outside off stump for a dot ball. So yeah, we had Christmas with my brother. Me, my girlfriend, and my family flew out to see him, and then I only found out about the exact date for the World Cup when I was in Thailand. So then I kind of got excited and started putting plans together, and I did 3 weeks training with my brother in Perth before Sri Lanka, and then we flew out and had the series. And it's a really good learning curve for me, because it showed that over the winter you don't have to just be smashing cricket balls all winter. You can just stay fit, hit the gym, and sometimes actually going into a tournament fresh can pay off as well. And so Alison up the hill here, round the wicket, into bowl, and that's blocked again very solidly from Allsop for a dot ball.
And tell us about the World Cup, how that worked out, and when it was held, etc., and where you played.
Yeah, so they called it a PD championship, essentially physical disability championship, because you're not allowed to say official World Cup for trademark reasons or something, but it was essentially all the teams that play in the world played in it, and it was us, Sri Lanka, Pakistan and India, and it was really competitive. We got to the final, unfortunately lost against India. Personally, I was really happy I came second in player of the tournament, so it was a good series for me, but unfortunately we couldn't go over the line. As Alison in, and that's just nipped back up the hill and hit Allsop, I think, in the box, and it's just a dot ball. And I think the shout was more of how much it done off the pitch, but Allsop's won that well, to be fair, and that's the end of the over. Sussex 94 for 3, Coles on 37 and Allsop on 42.
And what was the format of those games, Liam?
Yeah, so all of our games at the moment are 20-20 cricket. I think for 2 reasons. First of all, with disabilities, it's more of a showcase in 20 overs because it's just loads of big hitting and it's more entertaining. And it's also probably easier for people to quickly like dip in and watch, rather than if it's an all-day game.
Yes.
It's probably harder to attract a crowd, rather than 2020s we can play before the England women or do a lot of double headers, so works best that way.
In comes Gibbon around the wicket, bowls to James Coles. That's a trademark shot from James Coles, actually, just slightly over pitch on her up middle and leg, and it's the way he plays that shot is beautiful. It's almost effortless. He clips the ball away through square leg or almost mid-wicket for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, more mid-wicket actually, to be honest.
Yeah, it's an automatic shot for him as well. Last season I'd watched a lot of times, and even if it was on 4th stump, he'd still be pushing that through mid-wicket for 4 runs. So
makes you slightly susceptible to an LBW if you miss it, but it's a beautifully played. When it comes off, it really does look like a class shot. He goes to 41 and the lead now 202. This is Gibbon around the wicket, bowls, and Coles is going to get 4 more, but this isn't where he intended it to go. Looking to drive that through extra cover, gets a big thick edge, and it's not quite going Worcestershire's way this morning. The ball trickles over the boundary rope just down below us. No third man. James Coles goes to 45, and the Sussex 100 up, 102 for 3. And the lead is now 206.
And what you were saying about being susceptible to OEW, you hear that all the time about Joe Root and Steve Smith, but they're still the best player on their legs, and you see them get the odd time out to LBWs, and all the commentators go, "Oh, it's a reckless shot, shouldn't have got out," but it's also their strength. So it's good that Coles is managing to put it away at the moment.
And again, so back-to-back boundaries with his first 2 balls of the over. He's in around the wicket, bowls, and it's a better delivery. Coles lets it go outside the off stump, no run. So you're back, Liam, so you're now back in the English summer. So
yes.
What does this summer hold for you?
Yeah, so we have the first ever mixed disability series against India. So the disability setup before would be deaf, learning disability and physical disability teams, and there'd be 3 separate teams. And for the first time ever, they've merged it, and so all of the disability groups are playing as one, as just England disability, and we're playing against India in a 7-game series around the country. So very exciting. It's a first thing ever, so hopefully it will go well.
Given in bowls, Coles takes his hand off the bat and plays the ball through square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 46, the total 103 for 3. When does that all start, Liam?
So it starts, I think our first game's like the 21st of June, but I think what I've loved so much about it is ECB have really backed it. We've just come back from Spain on a warm weather camp. We've had training sessions every other week up in Edgbaston or Loughborough. Some of the grounds we're playing at, we're playing like an international game at Lords. We're playing at Taunton, Bristol, so like...
Fabulous.
We're playing at New Road for 2 games, so...
Oh dear, you might see Bradders.
I have been warned about him when I turned up, to be fair.
Well, I'm sure you have. In comes Gibbon bowls, also right in behind that, plays into the offside, there is no run.
Yeah, so we've got a whole series coming up against that, and I think what's so amazing is, if this goes well, this could be the formula to get teams like Australia, teams like South Africa, West Indies involved, because it requires, instead of finding 33 players for 11 for each disability, you just find 11 players of a mixed disability team, and it means it's so much easier for boards to get behind. And funding wise, instead of funding 3 teams, they're funding 1, so they can do things properly rather than kind of half do things. And
so the structure seems a lot better.
It's very, very structured. It's a bit more competitive because there's more competition for places as well.
Gibbon in bowls, that's a good delivery. That's a very good delivery. He beats Allsop outside the off stump, carry through to Gareth Roderick. There is no run. End of the over, 103 for 3. Gibbon recovers well in that over from a couple of opening boundaries. 7 overs, no maiden, 0 for 21. 103 for 3. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. My name's Adrian Harms, with me Liam O'Brien, Sussex and England disability cricketer. Really good to have Liam here today, and Dave Bradley back with us at 12 o'clock.
And just while we're speaking, you can see the S&C for Worcestershire right in front of us, and he was actually our strength and conditioning coach in Sri Lanka as well.
What's his name?
George Denman. So he was unbelievable, great bloke, and it was very hot in Sri Lanka, and he'd be the first one running around the boundary, getting us all water and protein shakes. So shout out to George. As Allison continues up the hill to Coles, big slash outside the off stump and misses the ball completely and goes through to the keeper for a dot ball.
You're a professional cricketer, Liam. I mean, watching here with my uneducated eye, I would say that was a poor shot. Or is it a ball that deserved to be hit for 4?
So the 2020 in me says if anything's short and wide, just throw your hands at it. I think if Coles didn't fully commit to the shot and prodded at it, it'd be a poor shot. But that's one of them. If he nicks it, it's still flying over the slips for 4. So probably one thing I'd like seeing is if a player's going to commit to a shot, he fully committed. So good to see as Allison's up the hill, and then that's edged on the outside edge, but it's just rolled through to second slip, and it's going to be a dot ball. I think that's a big thing for me as a cricketer is you see all the wickets, especially in this game, a lot of the wickets have been from half shots. Players haven't fully committed. Allsop in the first innings kind of prodded one outside off, rather than if he really went for it and committed, he would have been fine. So for Coles, I don't mind if he has a big slash outside off stump, because if he does get an edge, it's probably going to fly for 4 anyways. It's when they kind of half commit and prod at the ball is when they'll get in trouble. So Allison's a nice rhythm here, up the hill from the C end, into bowl, and that's blocked into the onside for a dot ball by Coles.
And I hope you don't mind me ask you, Liam, and you don't have to answer the question if you don't want to, and I fully respect that. But you play for England. How does that work financially?
So it's not paid. So I'll be honest, one of the things I'm really trying to do, and my goal getting into this was to essentially become a role model for people with disabilities. And one of my goals was to make it professional, and so that there's no but. Like, a lot of us have full-time jobs and then play for England on the side, and it's creating it to become professional is the main goal. So Allison's up the hill and it's left outside of stump for a dot ball. I think it's actually really hard, to be honest, as a player, juggling treating cricket like a professional environment but also having full-time jobs outside of it.
So you go to Sri Lanka for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Your accommodation is paid.
Everything's expensed.
So that's fine. But for example, they don't say, well, you would have been earning £2,000 a month back in the UK. We'll make that money up for you.
No, we don't get any of that.
Wow.
So
that must be quite restrictive for some people who perhaps can't afford to do that, who might have mortgages or.
Yeah. Allison's up the hill, and that's ducked underneath by Coles for a dot ball. I think that's where it's really tricky, and the way we see it is we're almost setting the path, or we're like pioneers to help it become professional. And I think all the players that buy into it know that we're doing it for a greater cause and we're trying to make it go professional. And so yes, there's a sacrifice where your time away from your family is tough on bills, but at the same point, if I was 10 and you told me I could be playing for England, Sri Lanka, we'd all snap your hand off. And I think that's why it's worth making the sacrifice. That's Allison up the hill here, and that's blocked away nicely for a dot ball. And D&D over.
Sorry, Liam, does that mean therefore that there are people who perhaps are not able to make that commitment, who would be playing in the England setup?
No, so all the players have full-time jobs, so we get enough notice that it's, I mean, the tours aren't like 2 months long,
right.
They're like 2 weeks, and they try and really condense them. So one of the reasons we struggled in our last tour in India was because they tried to make the contact or the time away from work as short as possible, but then it meant we weren't actually prepared enough when we got to India for the conditions. So it's finding a happy medium, and that's why I think creating the one squad of mixed disability really helps the budget, and probably in the future can allow them to start paying players so that it's worth playing for England.
In comes Gibbon, bowls to Allsop, who's up on his toes, plays it into the offside. I think that came off the bat. In fact, Tom Allsop was just dawdling a little there. The throw came in from covers. I think that's D'Oliveira out there, got in the throw, and Tom Allsop sort of got halfway down the pitch and suddenly thought, I need to get a bit of a move on here. He goes to 43, 104 for 3.
And I think the biggest drive for me, and there's a saying I heard, there's a comedian called Adam Hills who's got a disability, does the last leg on TV, and he said that as soon as you're in a team full of disabilities, you no longer feel disabled, and that's how we all feel in a squad. And I think that environment is so contagious, you just want to always be there, that it brings us all back together.
Gibbon the bowls, Coles plays into the offside. There is no run. Just so, sort of final question on that, how far, because we know we're hearing a lot about the sale of the 100 franchises, there's a lot more money going into cricket. We've certainly seen in terms of women's cricket, we've now got tier 1 where players are fully professional. Do you feel that the train is going in the right direction so that this will happen, or is there still a long way to go, Liam?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be the first one to push for it. If I ever get interviewed, I don't kind of mince my words with that. I think we should be professional. Playing for England means playing for England. I'm not going to be the one to say we should have a central contract like Joe Root, but I'd love to be a professional and commit.
In comes Gibbon, bowls to Coles, and he works that down to third man. He's going to pick up at least one. There should be two here for James Coles. He's coming back for the second. He's getting a bit of a move on. Throw comes in. Well, in the end, it was good running from James Coles. Good bit of fielding as well down below us by player with no... Who that was? Thank you, Bradders. Good bit of fielding. Got the throw in, but James Coles managed to get back for the second. He goes to 48, 106 for 3. Well, I think probably people listening to us and me, talking to you, Liam, at least if you were paid whilst you were away to make up maybe for earnings you're missing out on, or so you didn't have to take holiday, that would be...
Yeah, well, I just think because it's a performance environment, the teams we're playing against, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, they play day in, day out. So if they want us to start winning these tournaments, we need to be able to do the same and play all day rather than work.
In comes Gibbon, bowls to Coles, plays to backward point, there is no run.
But at the same point, I would personally prefer at this point them setting up the tournament how they have, where I get the chance to play at Lords. They're treating the accommodation like if we were playing for England men's team. So the coaches, everything they're doing, they're creating an environment that feels as professional as possible. And so the last bit is the payment things. But in terms of a setup, I'm living my dream playing for England. So I'll be the last one to moan about it. It would just be nice to them for it to become professional, so we can do it day in, day out.
Gibbon around the wicket, bowls left. Bowls to James Coles. I think he may have been struck somewhere in the unmentionables. No, not quite. It all ricochets onto the offside. There is no run. But it's really good to hear you talking about it, Liam, and talking so openly. And I'm sure our listeners are enjoying that. Also, you're back. I think the Sussex League started yesterday. So. I know what happened.
I got out for a golden duck.
Okay.
I got a rank long hop, and I went to pull it for 6. My eyes lit up. And
first ball, Liam, come on.
It rolled. It didn't bounce at all. It hit like the inside of my leg and then hit leg stump and Slip patted me on the back saying unlucky mate, but that didn't really help my emotional state at that point.
He comes Gibbon, bowls, Coles works this one on another lovely shot. That is James Coles at his best. It's kind of beautifully timed, that shot. It just erring middle and leg, and Coles just guided it. There was a fielder at deep backward square leg, the fielder at fine leg, and it's a shot that takes James Coles through to his half century. 52 off 101 balls in 126 minutes. 8 fours to James Coles, who's, when he's batting like this, he really does look a very fine player in the making. 110 for 3. Sussex the lead, now 214. And you turned your arm over as well yesterday?
Yeah, I got a wicket and I bowled at the death doing my little cheeky 2020 bowling. So bowling went well. I think it's just one of them where you when you look forward to batting all winter.
You get out first ball.
That's all I remember, essentially. I know I bowled well and I fielded well and we smashed the other team, so everything went well. But just from a personal point of view, when you get out like that, it's almost like embarrassing. And I think playing for England and stuff and then going down a level, you almost kind of expect to perform a certain way. So. And
you were playing yesterday for, in what division?
Yeah, Brighton and Hove Cricket Club. We're in Div 2 now. I joined them last year, and the chairman and the captain, Bryce, we both kind of have a conversation about how they were so keen to get back up to the Premier League, and I bought into it, and we got promoted in the first year, and hopefully again this year. So it's going to be a change of bowling over the wicket, and that's flicked through mid-on for 4 runs. Great shot by Allsop, and I think that's Matthew Waite bowling.
Yes.
And yeah, that's perfectly timed. And Sussex has been very patient here. Worcestershire have been bowling very, very well this morning, very consistently, and they've just been biding their time, and every time they've missed their spot, it's been punished for 4. And just as Adrian was saying about James Coles here, it feels like he's just so calm at the crease that every time he gets an opportunity to hit 4, he gets a 4 rather than a single, and Allsop's just punished Waite as well. So in, over the wicket, and that's left outside off stump for a dot ball.
Very briefly, I think Brad is back in 3 or 4 minutes' time. Dave and I were talking yesterday about cricket and the social side of cricket. It's a league, and it's a serious league. Do players that hang around after the game and have a beer in your standard of cricket and socialise?
Yeah, so we all stay behind at the club, and that was one of the reasons that drew me to the club, is because I spent so much time away playing for England. It was quite nice having a social set up at a club level, and like all the lads went out yesterday after the game to celebrate the win, and it's a really great culture there at the club. So Waite in over the wicket to bowl, and that is blocked away, and the shouts of all isn't really at the ball threatening the stumps. It's just keeping very low at the moment, and maybe it's the lack of pace Waite has. Don't mean to be harsh on that, but he's not quite firing it through, and so the deck's just shooting under a little bit, and the slips are just saying, oh, more the bounce and how low it kept rather than that actually threatening the stumps there. And it does show there is still a little bit in the pitch. It definitely is easier the longer you bat, but there's still a few little demons in it, I would say. So we'll wait to continue up the hill here. Full length delivery, driven through mid-on, and that hits the hand of Waite as he follows through, and that goes for a dot ball.
We're just going to read a few emails as we go through, and then I'll bring back in Bradders. Nick Davey in Haywards Heath has been in touch. Hello, Nick. He says it's been quite the unexpected last 2 days, but the coverage has been excellent, he says. That's the screen, not the commentary. Hopefully Allsop and Coles can get Sussex up to a big lead and the bowlers can see Sussex through. I'll be following the coverage until late afternoon before I head up to London to see Feeder perform in Camden. Have you heard of Feeder?
No, never heard of Feeder.
No, one's Bradders. Bradders hasn't heard of Feeder. If you go to Camden, presumably you're going to the Roundhouse, are you, Nick?
Waite into bowl,
Shot.
and that is short outside off stump, punished through the covers by Allsop, but it's not quite got a hold of it, so it's only going to be 2 runs there, and that flew past the square and then held up pretty quickly there, and I thought it was going to be 4.
So we've not heard of Feeder, Nick, but if you go to Camden, I don't know if you're going to the Roundhouse, perhaps you could let us know, but that sounds like a gig that you're going to tonight, so enjoy. Hugh Johnson's been in touch. Hello, Hugh. Lovely summer for cricket. We know your positive thoughts about Sussex this year, but wonder what Bradders' Liam thoughts are about us. Where will we finish up? Well, they can discuss that, because they're going to be on commentary in a minute.
Waite to continue up the hill into bowl, and that's driven through extra cover, and he's not quite got hold of that, and cover's going to sweep round, pick up for a dot ball. Allsop now on 49, batted very quickly this morning once he's got a couple of bad balls, and Coles on 52, Sussex 116 for 3.
I'll do this next over, then we'll bring on Bradders. So Hugh goes on to say, will Crocombe be fit for Somerset on Friday? Don't know the answer to that. I think it may come a little soon. Does Allsop need a score to keep out Cardiff in the batting lineup? Well, if he does, he's certainly doing his bit today, Tom Allsop. And as I said earlier on, Hugh, you just always feel when Tom isn't in the best of form that there's a score around the corner.
Yeah.
May I pass on my thanks to Farbrace and team. His gritty character has rescued Sussex. We need his honest approach. There's nothing he doesn't know about English cricket. Do we have the youngsters coming through, etc., etc.? But thank you, Hugh, for your email. And I think maybe Bradders and Liam will talk about Sussex. In comes Gibbon, bowls to Coles, who's short, pulled away onto the leg side. Very fine piece of fielding out on the deep backward square boundary by Jake Libby out there. Prevents a boundary. One more to Coles. He goes to 53. Sussex to 117 for 3. Chris Burns has been in touch. It's lovely to hear the commentary from Hove, having seen the flags billowing in the breeze this morning on the live stream. I was really surprised how strong the wind was at ground level yesterday. Yes, it was strong, and it's strong again today. When I was standing by the museum, it was particularly noticeable and clearly quite challenging for the players. He says, I didn't need an extra layer, but it was a close-run thing. Instead, a tactical move to the east side of the ground by the clock tower after lunch worked a treat, as it's sheltered by the flats. In comes Gibbon bowls. Allsop tries to work that one through backward point, but plays it straight to mid-off, and he's disappointed with his shot. Chris goes on to say, I like your other correspondent. Presumably he means Dave Bradley, anyway. I hope Sussex can push on and leave Worcestershire with a challenging run trace of 350 or more. It'd be great to see Tom Allsop finding form after a difficult start to the season. And he says, fabulous to hear Liam's story, truly inspiring.
No, I
there you go.
appreciate it.
I said it was, Liam.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's from Chris Burns.
Thank you, Chris.
In comes Gibbon over the wicket bowls. Allsop plays it into the offside. Well, he wanted a quick single there, but quite rightly, James Cole sent him back, and there is no run.
I think it's quite important to add, just on the point when they were talking about dropping Allsop for Carter, Allsop kind of provides that experience and leadership in the dressing room that you can't replace. And so when sometimes viewers might see someone in a bad run of form, you can't sometimes put a value on a team player and a locker room guy like that. And I know he's so popular around the group that I would say he's almost undroppable unless he gets like 10 ducks in a row or something, because he adds so much to the leadership in the locker room.
Gibbon coming over the wicket to the left-handed Allsop. Plays down the pitch, no run. Phil Tibbs has been in touch and says, can you ask Bradders if Gibbon's nickname is Funky?
No, because these players are all 12 years old and they don't know what a funky Gibbon is. I've had this argument. Liam probably doesn't know. See,
No.
Liam doesn't know.
Honestly,
The Funky Gibbon was in The Goodies, wasn't it? That was the song. the funky
No,
Gibbons?
1975. That's 24 years too early for me, that one, unfortunately. Sorry, brothers. Not to make you feel old.
I was your age in 1975.
In comes Gibbon over the wicket, bowls. Allsop defends onto the onside. There is no run. Tom Allsop remains on 49. If you want to get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien next to me. Heading over to Bradders in a minute because I've been looking at this. What do they call these ones, Liam? Chocolate rings or something?
There's the chocolate rounds there, my personal favourite, and then you've got some, I don't think I'm allowed to say they're well, but they're Viennese milk chocolates on the other side as well.
Lovely. Well, I'm going to enjoy my chocolate ring in a moment. 2 slips go down. Lovely day here at home. Literally not a... there is a little bit of a cloud away to our left-hand side, but we've been a bit picky. And a few vapour trails as well from aircrafters. In comes Gibbon, bowls, and also... There we go, that is Tom Allsop's 50. Beautifully played with a boundary. Down towards third man. And a good half-century for Tom Allsop, who struggled a little bit this season, but you just always feel there's a score around the corner. 53 off 108 balls in 159 minutes. 9 fours, and as Liam says, he's a very popular figure in the Sussex dressing room, and they'll be delighted for his colleagues. He's gone through to a half century. Sussex 121 for 3, the lead 225. We're going to do some jiggery pokery here with headphones, and the next voices you will hear will be Bradders and Liam.
Thank you, Adrian Harms, who, as we mentioned yesterday, appears today by kind permission of the National Trust. Good start this, excellent batting from this Sussex pair this morning. They've been out there for an hour. I'm not sure that Worcestershire will have bowled as well as they would have liked, well, because they haven't taken any wickets, but on the other hand, they have batted very well. 27th of June you're at Worcester, by the way. Just looked it up.
Oh, unreal.
I think it's a Friday. Here's Matthew Waite in bowls, turned away on the leg side out to deepish square leg, where Kashi Valley is the fielder. 122 for 3.
I think we've got 2 games at New Road. I think.
Is there?
I think with their. So we have Lords on the 25th of June. There may be the 27th and the 29th at New Road.
Ah, right. I only looked at the
Maybe.
one. Yeah, I'll have another look in a sec.
But yeah, I'm very excited. New Road's one of my favourite grounds. I've played there a few times now, and it's one of them. I really, really hope that they can have it as long as possible, because it's one of them timeless grounds where every time you get there, it has kind of a character that you can't replace.
Yeah, it's a very difficult problem.
Yeah.
For Worcestershire.
Absolutely. And so it's going to be Waite over the wicket into Allsop here, and he flicks it into the leg side. There's a deep square leg there, so it's just going to be a single.
In that, if it keeps flooding, which it did last year, they can't get. It's not financially viable to stay there. No. But there again, you lose that, as you were saying, that character. You and I were saying earlier, a game or a tournament that you played in when I was working down at New Road. I think it was a triangular tournament, England.
Yeah, so it was in Pakistan, Bangladesh, and England. Yeah. Tri-series. And Waite into bowl, and that's just flicked. Cole's trying to get that to third man, but it just rolls through to first slip for a dot ball.
And we were both reminiscing about the guy from Bangladesh. Who, when I got there in the morning, he was actually wandering around on a crutch, and I thought he got a really nasty injury, and he opened the bowl in Bangladesh, didn't he?
So it's just a mate. That's where it was quite interesting me learning, is because you see these disabilities, you just think people can't play cricket, but in these Asian countries, the medical care just isn't the same here, and they just learn to live with whatever they have. And this guy just jogged in on a crutch and is bowling a little wobble seam as Waite up the hill blocks that into the onside for a dot ball. And yeah, we had our bowling coach that year was James Kirtley as well, who's a big fan favourite here at Sussex, and so we've had a lot of people from Sussex and Worcester backing us as well during those kind of series. Ian Salisbury as well was our head coach at the time, so lots of key players in Sussex, and hopefully we can get a lot more interest in our series this year, and people can come along, have a watch, and enjoy the cricket. As Waite into bowl, and that's flicked down to fine leg for a single. I couldn't quite see where the ball went there. The grass is quite dark on some of the patches here at Sussex, and Yeah, I'm trying to see what the plan here is from Worcester, because at the moment it doesn't look like they're looking very positive for wickets. It looks like they're trying to contain at the moment.
Matthew Waite will bowl tight. I mean, he's actually the top wicket taker this season for Worcestershire. That's only 13, I think. But he will bowl very tight spells.
Yeah.
But probably not over-threatening, if that's the right word.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look at the field just for the listeners here. They've got 2 catching mid-wickets here, and then a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So it looks like he's trying to bowl on Allsop's pads here, try and get a catch as he's into bowl. And that's driven beautifully past the stumps at the C end for a dot ball. Mid-off managed to get around nicely there. And that's going to be the end of the over. 124 for 3, Coles 55, Allsop on 54.
Yeah, and that lead now is approaching 200, isn't it? I mean, see, and the problem is, it's great, really good what they do here at home with the screens and everything else, but they actually tell you what the lead is, so you get lazy, so you can't add 104 to whatever the total is now. So it's actually, thanks guys, 228. It makes us sound very knowledgeable, and to be honest, anything that makes me and Adrian Arms sound knowledgeable is well worth the money. Got an email this morning from Richard Caswell, which I will take you through during this over, being bowled by Ben Gibbon from the Cromwell Road end forward, defensively pushed back up the pitch. Coles 55, Allsop 54, 124 for 3. His dad, we were talking about Don Bradman earlier, his dad, Jim Caswell, told me before the war he was watching Bradman warm up against an old picket fence at New Road. It's probably still there, that fence, and he managed to miscue his practice shot and the ball hit his dad on the head. Bradman inquired as to whether he was all right. All right, mate. And that was the only ball that the Bradman mishit that day. No safety netting in those days, says Richard. Thank you very much for your email. Next ball from Gibbon, pushed back up the pitch on the side, and there is no run. Great start. I mean, you've only started league cricket, as you were saying yesterday.
Yeah.
But for club cricketers, what a start. The weather's been great, hasn't it?
I know. Well, when I went for that warm weather camp in Spain, it was hotter in England.
Yeah.
So you'd never expect that, would you? But we've been very blessed, especially for how bad summers have been recently. We've been very blessed so far.
Yeah. Here's Gibbon. Just a couple of slips, the only close grabbers at the moment, and this is... Oh, no, that does a little bit. Now, we noticed from that end yesterday, particularly, every now and then, one would really ping up... Finn Hudson-Prentice got a few to really ping from that end, and that's come up and hit him on the glove. He's going down to have a look.
Yeah, and he did that against Allsop a few overs ago, where it beat him on the outside edge, but the keeper ended up taking that over his head, so there is a bit of lift at a good length, to be fair, and it gives you encouragement as a bowler to keep running in and trying to really slam on a good length. I spoke to Kadir Ali, assistant coach at Worcestershire last night, and I said, is it good bowling, bad batting, or a bit of a dodgy pitch? As Gibbon is in again, and wide of the off stump through to the keeper. Now that one goes through. Gareth Roddick takes that about knee level. He said he thinks it's a good cricket pitch in that if you put it in the right place, it'll do a bit. And also if you get in, Coles and Allsop only the third and fourth half century in this game, and they've got in this morning, haven't they? Yeah.
I think they batted really well this morning, because first hour is difficult, but they've done a cracking job for their team, and that lead really leaping up now. Gibbon bowls again, and this time pushed away on the onside. Only be a single. Who's that tumbling all over the place? That Tom Taylor. Making a bit of a dog's breakfast of that one, actually. I'm not sure it was that difficult to stop, but he stopped it anyway. One more to the total. 125 for 3. But we were saying that I mean, my local club, for whom George Denman has played a couple of games, by the way, you mentioned him earlier, when he's not working at New Road. It was 4th game of the season yesterday, so they've started that much earlier. I think they have more teams in the leagues.
Oh, okay.
Gibbon over the wicket, left arm in, and bowls, and Allsop behind this one. He's got 54. Coles has 56. And the Sussex lead is now 229. A sun-drenched crowd you can see on air pictures. Make sure you got your hat on and a bit of slap on as well. I think that's a Brenda the ball carrier. Yeah.
Well, going back to New Road, because it's quite an interesting debate, and I guess you'd be the person to know as well. What would be the alternative? So, for me, I played at Kidderminster a few times, but that wouldn't be able to sustain having consistent professional cricket. Would they build a whole new stadium?
I think that might well be the plan. By the way, Worcestershire got a 12th man on. Yavinder Singh is on at mid-off. I think they might. I think the plan is to build another ground, but still use New Road. I mean, don't quote me on this because I'm not an expert on these things. But basically, let's say that Sussex suddenly decided to sell this ground here, which they're not going to.
Yeah.
This would be worth a lot of money, because you could build a lot of houses on it. You can't build houses on New Road because it's on the floodplain.
Oh, okay.
So it's not worth a lot of money. So they haven't got the funding to go and build another big stadium.
Interesting. So wait to continue up the hill, and that's hit the outside edge. They've just taken slip out as well, and that's gone through second slip area for 4 runs. Very soft hands there from Cole, so it wouldn't have even carried even if there was a slip. But yeah, Waif's going to feel hard done by there, but I'm trying to see what his plan is, and it looks like they brought in a couple of catches, one on mid-wicket, one at extra cover, and yeah, there's no third man. So I mean, if I'm just looking here from a batter's point of view, you're going to, anything outside off, you're going to have a field day just running down to third man.
Yeah. They've
got a deep square leg and deep mid-wicket, so it looks like he's trying to bowl really straight and maybe get Cole's driving a little bit, but you've got to have a slip in or something, I think, to try and get a wicket here. So wait to continue, and that's blocked in front of point, quick single, and that's a great bit of running there from Coles. And actually they've sneakily, I think it's Brooks, is that right? Just in next to the batter there is like a really straight catching mid-on.
Yeah.
And so clearly they're just trying to get the players driving back down the ground at the CN. But
so he's got to bowl a full length.
Yeah,
he?
But he's too far back of a length at the moment for that to cause any trouble. And at least Worcestershire have got some plan to bowl and get a wicket here. I think last few overs it feels like they've just been going through the motions a bit, almost trying to stop Sussex scoring at too quick of a rate. I'm just a massive believer in you've got to be positive and look for wickets. And
yeah.
That's how you actually tie down batters, because they don't want to take the risk.
Yeah.
When there's no risk, then it's just easy pickings, especially on a pitch like this. And like I said before, when Allsop's batting, 2 mid-wickets catching here, and Waits imagines going to bowl a straight line. So he's into bowl now, and that's on his pads, and flicks one of the short mid-wickets for a dot ball.
Yeah, and Matthew Waite's gone for 24, and he's in his 7th over, which is quite. He's normally a lot more frugal than that. He probably goes 2.5 and over, but 4 up down to third man wouldn't have helped his figures this morning. But yeah, there's a certain inevitability, it seems, about it this morning. Isn't it? After that first half hour, first 5 or 6 overs, they've settled in, these two. I still think this is the occasional one in the wicket.
Yeah,
that's going to surprise you.
I agree. And so wait to continue over the wicket, and Allsop hits that down to fine leg for a single. And he's really got to be on this line here, because anything outside off stump, there's no third man, and point's pretty square, so he can just run that down for 4 runs. So they've got to be really consistent on his line and length here. And I'm just trying to watch what they do with the field, because there's clearly a plan to get Cole's drive in. And so yeah, they have a really, really close catching mid-on, almost where like the batter would stand if he's backing up, and then they have a mid-on behind him and a catching mid-wicket. So just from a cricket point of view, I think they're going to be looking to get Cole's drive in and maybe just pop one up. And I don't know if it's something that's been done on the analysis, maybe he's plays the drive uppishly, or if they're just trying to get a different plan.
Is that also to prevent him playing that shot as well?
Yeah,
in the batsman's mind, the fielder's there.
Yeah, he's definitely in his face, but for me, I'd just be waiting for one outside off stump to run it down to third man. As Waits into bowl, back of a length, and that has been nonchalantly pulled for 4 by Coles. He's looked so impressive this morning, so calm, and every time he had an opportunity to put it to the boundary, he's done it almost pretty ruthlessly, to be honest with you guys. And yeah, that was top of off, to be fair, but the lack of pace Wait has, it just almost sits up a little bit, and Coles just tucks into that, a little bit how I thought I was yesterday in the league game before I got out first ball.
Well, we're actually trying to get in touch with your club at the moment to find out if what you're telling us is true. I think it was pitched beautifully, full length, just moved away a bit,
look,
hit the top of your off stump.
I would be the first one to tell you about how amazing the ball was, because then it would take the blame off me. But honestly, my eyes lit up. We do a little thing at the club of who hits the most sixes, and I thought I was going to be straight in the jackpot there and end up walking off. So wait to continue. And they bring in a slip and take out the mid-on, and that's blocked away nicely from Coles. And that's a bit of a better plan. I think having a slip there just stops the opportunity to run it down to third man, and that's blocked away very well from Coles. That's going to be the end of the over. 135 for 3 Sussex, Allsop 55, Coles on 65. And yeah, it's poised very nicely at the moment. I think Sussex fans, you'll be very happy listening to this, and Worcestershire fans a little bit cause for concern because they haven't looked too threatening this morning.
No. And they've not had a great start to the season either, Worcestershire, so there's probably a little bit of a lack of confidence. As we all know, you get into that mode of winning's a good habit, isn't it? So,
yeah.
And struggling, if you're struggling, you tend, things go against you. The opposition take brilliant catches, they bowl superbly. You get a couple of bad decisions, or what you think are bad decisions. Here's Ben Gibbon bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and this is turned down towards fine leg. Fateh Singh has some work to do, and a decent throw, not the longest boundary in the world, but keeper Roderick takes it over the top of the stumps. One more to the total, 136 for 3.
And it's funny you say that. I mean, I'm always a big believer in winning as a habit, and you look at like the great Jose Mourinho teams, they'd always just win. It doesn't matter, they're not the most beautiful teams. And I remember Arteta a couple of weeks ago or last week said that they felt like they deserved to win both games when they played against PSG. But it's a perfect example of professional sport where it doesn't matter how you look, you've just got to pick up wins, and it is absolutely a habit. And I think Worcestershire in a little bit of a rut with that at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. Just one slip now and a gully, and that's been, I totally lost track of that. It's gone somewhere through extra cover for a couple. I think he was trying to hit that more over mid-wicket.
I think he was trying to hit it in them flats on the Cromwell Road end, but he's just sliced it through extra cover. And it's his first loose shot today, I think, where he's just almost thought I can start going on and kicking on a bit here. And if I was a Worcestershire player, I'd be a bit more excited if shots like that are coming. But
took his bottom hand away as he played it as well.
Coles looks so good when he's waited for the bad ball. He doesn't need to force it here.
Gets a couple for it though. He's got 67, 138 for 3. Gibbon races in again and bowls, and that's a much better shot back down the ground. And he's going to get. Gibbon got his right hand to that, I think, and took the pace off it. And they're going to pick up a single, but a nice solid shot. Let's have a look. I'm sure he got his hand to it. No, he didn't. So perhaps he didn't time it as well as I thought. But one more to the total. End of Ben Gibbon's over, and at the end of it, Sussex are 139 for 3. They lead by 243. Allsop 56, and Coles on 68.
I think we still got 3 balls left in the over, not to dig you up, brothers.
Because the field changed, didn't it? For the left-hander.
Yeah.
I thought, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, that over went quick. But there we are. Ben Gibbon continuing the over. They've gone for a quick single here, and they're going to pick it up to the left of Ethan Brooks, who was at mid-wicket. So one more to the field changes for the right-hander. It's not the end of the over. It is, I'm just checking, I think it is an official cloudless sky.
Yeah,
Can't
beautiful.
see anything at all. No.
Absolutely beautiful. And so, as you were saying about New Road, because they can't sell it, they can't have the full investment to just go and build a new stadium. Do you think, is there an existing one that they could maybe invest in to improve?
Not really. No, the only other grounds that they've used in recent seasons are Kidderminster, as you say, as Gibbon is in and bowls and pushed away on the offside. No run there. Where, you're not going to get 5,000 people in for a T20 game at Kidderminster. And it's access, and it's everything that comes into it is access, parking, facilities, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I think what eventually they'll do, they'll build a ground on the outskirts of the city, maybe somewhere near the motorway. There's a parkway station as well there.
Yeah.
So you get the transport infrastructure. This is just me talking. I don't know if it's a plan. Given in bowls, driven. out on the offside. Wakefields at mid-off. There is no run. That is the end of the over officially. 144-3. But it all costs money. People are saying, oh, we're going to get the 100 money, which every county is going to get, which they've not got yet. Do you spend money on that? I think what a lot of counties will do with that is basically pay off their debts, because most counties are paying interest on loans and debts. So, yeah, it's a conundrum for the club. As I say, I would. I might, even now, all the years I've been going to New Road since I was a kid, I still get a thrill going in every morning.
Yeah.
I mean, it could actually be pouring down with rain. I still love just going through the gates and you're there at New Road. But common sense, it's the head ruling the heart, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and it's going to be wait to continue. 2 mid-wickets like the previous over, no third man, so that could be an option for Allsop. And he flicks it down to the leg side. Down to fine leg, and that's going to be a nice easy single. I think that's the beauty of cricket grounds. When you look at, especially people that are new to the sport, you see football grounds, rugby grounds, they're all quite similar, rather than cricket grounds just have such a charm about them. And like New Road, I remember when I had my first ever international series, we played in Worcester, and just going to New Road and having a game at New Road, just the cathedral in the background and the setting, it was just, I don't know, it has such a charm about it. I'd hate to see it go, to be honest with you, and that's why I'm looking forward to playing there this year, and then 2 games in the summer. So it's almost like Sussex as well. It has such a charm about it.
It does, yeah.
So weight in over the wicket, and that's blocked into the offside by Coles.
Yeah, I've said this to me. I love coming here because I always say, and I was talking to the lads on the gate, some of those. I said, like, a cricket ground where you can take your dog and your bike.
Yeah,
that's a proper cricket ground, isn't it? And people go on about Derby and Northampton and Leicester. They're dull. I like going to those places. They're nice people, and it's you can wander around, have a chat to people. That's what county cricket's all about for me.
Absolutely. So weight in over the wicket and blocked away nicely by Coles. I do think the 3 you named there could do with a little bit of, say, spruce of paint, but that could do with a little bit of
They've all
beauty.
improved over recent years. Certainly, I mean, when I started covering cricket, which is a long time ago, Derby was just a wind-swept open space.
Yeah.
They've worked really hard at that. They've done some work at Leicester. I don't mind going to those places.
Bristol's nice. I like Bristol.
Yeah, Bristol's still got a little bit of charm about it, doesn't it? Yeah, it's not a concrete bowl.
So weight over the wicket. Oh, and Coles has just had a little prod outside off stump there, and it's gone through to the keeper for a dot ball. But play a miss there from Coles, a little bit of a loose shot. Just trying to see if it's done anything off the seam, and it hasn't. It's gone straight on. I think he's just tried to hit that a little bit too fine in the offside.
We were talking the other day, you'll know more about this than myself and Adrian Arms. How much difference does the slope make here, do you think? If you're bowling up or down the slope, does it take you a couple of overs to get into your rhythm?
Yeah, definitely down the hill. I think you see a lot of the overseas players these years like coming up the hill because it's a little bit more familiar. And so weight to continue up the hill here, and that's blocked into the onside for a dot ball. But personally, for me, I do struggle the first few overs trying to find my rhythm down the hill because it's such a steep slope, and you do tend to overpitch here. And I think that's where Tamau Mills is so ruthless as well here at Sussex, is he comes down the hill bowling mid 90 miles an hour, and it's such a steep slope up the hill. It's quite a hard hit to hit past the bowler.
Yeah.
And so if you think of it, it just feels so intimidating, and it's hard to get the ball up the hill. So if bowlers get it right, it's very good, but it's definitely a bit easy going up the hill, getting a little bit more lift. So wait to continue. Pitched up, and that's driven through extra cover, but mid-off's round nicely for a dot ball. End of the over, 141 for 3. Coles on 68, also on 58. And yeah, I do think slopes are a big thing. Like, I did play at Lord's last year, and that was my first time ever playing at Lord's, and everyone talks about the slope, and I feel like I'm quite a good player at reading conditions and stuff like that. And the bowler's bowling cross seam, and for the listeners, essentially that just means they're trying to get the ball to go up and down rather than sideways.
Yeah, so hit the seam and make it bounce.
Exactly, yeah. And this bowler's bowling cross seam, and because of the slope at Lord's, it would just hit the slope and still take away, like it was jagging off the seam.
All right.
And so I had to start playing the ball as if it was gonna move anyways, and so if I was trying to hit a cover drive, I'd have to pretend the ball was going to go like even like another foot outside the off stump, because it would bounce into the middle of my bat. It's just like little adjustments like that viewers might not notice, but it does make a big difference to how you play, and even your balance at the crease, or if you've got to slow down your run up a little bit as a bowler. And I do think it makes a big difference as a batter here, because you can't nail the ball up the hill for 4. You really have to you have to nail it up the hill for 4. You can't just lean on it. Rather than you see a lot of runs down here at the C end, because batters will just use the pace of the ball, and then they'll be the ends that they target for hitting 6s.
Yeah, I mean, once it's past you going down, let's hope it's away. Spin here for Worcestershire. Fateh Singh in, bowling left arm over. Also back and across, plays the ball back up the pitch. He did bowl a couple of overs in the first innings, if my memory serves me correctly, and it rarely does. He's ready to go again, and this time, once again, off the back foot, played back up to the bowler, who immediately sends his mid-wicket out to deep mid-wicket, out on the fence. Seeing in bowls reversed and flicked away down towards third man, and that's going to race away for 4, is it? No, Jake Libb is on the way round, and he cuts it off, and they've come back for 2. How premeditated was that shot?
Completely.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I've been working a lot in the winter on a reverse sweep and switch hitting, and that is completely premeditated based on the field. And where it's such a dangerous shot is you can practice so much, and as long as you can get it into an area, it's normally always 4.
This time played defensively, up out on the offside. Henry Nichols comes in from extra cover to field. Singh in again, once again off the back foot, pushed up back to the bowler, and of course Fateh Singh coming into the attack will improve Worcestershire's over rate, which I think is -2 at the moment. And we got somebody up on the balcony, so thank you very much to our camera team as he pushes forward again, and there is no run. End of the over, tidy enough. We feature this gentleman who is just away to our right. And he's up there with a very bright yellow shirt on. That's very good. I think it looks like he's leading the Tour de France in that. And the flag is waving there as well. So it's a nice place to be, and a nice place to sit on your balcony and watch a bit of cricket. I have one of my fantasies, I have many fantasies in life, some of which I will not be sharing with you on the public broadcasting service, but having your own cricket ground and sat on your balcony watching your cricket. Here's Matthew Waite bowling from the C end, and that's gone away off an edge but along the ground, and eventually half stopped and parried at slip. Let's just have a look at this. I don't think it did too much. I did take just the top, the shoulder of the bat. Adrian Harms is back alongside
Hello,
me.
brothers.
You all right?
Yeah, lovely to have Liam here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good to hear all about the disability team and Liam's story as well. So
It's good stuff.
yeah, it is really good.
Yeah. Well, there is. We're just saying there's games at New Road, so if you're around, please do go along and watch. Yeah. It's waiting, there's an appeal here, might be a bit of bat in that, kind of playing a little bit across the line there.
He was. It does happen sometimes when you look at a play.
Shouts. Let's have a look. That is a decent shout.
That's a very good shout, actually.
That is, yeah.
I think on another day you wouldn't be surprised to see that given. They were just trying to contact me from the studio, sorry to interrupt, Bradders, and just to say,
We're here.
if you're listening in the studio, I am here. I haven't gone anywhere.
Sadly, he is here. Yeah. Did he just get outside the line, maybe in the umpire's mind? But
Good shout, that, Bradders.
Yeah. So Matthew Waite cursing his luck as he turns, and away he goes. This time, full defensive, played back down the pitch, bats himself to the fielding. So we got a slip. We got a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, short extra cover, a sweeper on the boundary, and I will say that D'Oliveira is a backward point, saving the single. As Waite is away again, off about, 12, 13 paces, I suppose, bowls, and forward defensively pushed back down the pitch, and that ball actually hits the stumps. the stumps field for Worcestershire on this occasion. Probably not as many people in as the first 2 days, but a decent smattering around the ground, enjoying the sunshine and enjoying this Sussex batting as well. 247 now the lead, 143 for 3. Coles 68, Allsop on 60. Here's Waite in bowls, back down the pitch. Waite himself does the fielding. Good tight over this from Matthew Waite. 5 dots so far. Adrian Harms is going to update people.
Yes, lovely day here at Hove, and Sussex are building a big lead here. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. They're 143 for 3. James Coles on 68, Tom Allsop on 60. These two coming together when Sussex were in real trouble yesterday on 18 for 3. But they've both batted really well this morning, and it means the Sussex lead now is 247 over Worcestershire. Although, just to speak to you, James Coles is given out. LBW. Coles goes. He's LBW to Matthew Waite. So Sussex now 143 for 4, as I say, leading by 247. Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, Surrey have also lost a wicket. They're 144 for 2. Ryan Battelle out for 42. They still trail Warwickshire by 521 runs, but that game looks very much to be heading for a draw.
Yeah, shouldered arms to that one. And the ball rattled into his pad. He'll be annoyed. He's done the hard work this morning to initially see off the opening Worcestershire attack, and then start to get a few runs off the change bowlers. So he'll be cursing himself as he heads back to the sheds. But reward for Matthew Waite, because we did think that he was a little bit unlucky with a decision earlier in that over, but that wasn't, I don't think, a difficult decision.
No, I think he was definitely a little lucky with that decision earlier in the over, Bradders.
Have a look at this one again. I'm not. Am I 100% sure that that's going to hit the stumps?
Little high, or?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have said the one earlier in the over was. You sometimes wonder, don't you? I mean, umpires can only do their best, but you do sometimes wonder. I mean, you've umpired, Brad, as I've umpired as well. That you get what you think, oh crumbs, maybe. Then the next one you think, oh blimey, how's that one? But I mean, these are professional umpires, and they're doing their best they can. But the first shout looked to me, I would that looked out, the first one.
Yeah.
But one.
We've got the benefit of replays and everything else, haven't we?
And you get the rough. I do think in a season, Bradders, you'll get away with, and some you don't. I mean, over a course of 14 games, you're going to get some which are bad and some that are good. But I think it evens out, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually took the umpire's course not last winter before. Jake Nibby was on the course. He's been doing some umpiring locally. And it was good just to refresh things, really.
Here comes Fatty Singh, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Tom Allsop, who, I say, works this one through the covers. It's better than that. There's no fielder out. Well, there is a sweep on that cover boundary, but more at backward point, and Tom Allsop picked his spot through cover and played a lovely shot for 4 runs. He goes to 64, 147 for 4. The Sussex lead goes up to 251, so the message on the scoreboard advises us. We had a couple of messages, Bradders, one for you actually.
Oh good. What, give up?
Yeah, it says, Adrian and Dave, do you remember we had Derek, who said he'd had an aborted trip because of the problem on the trains on Friday. He says, my aborted trip on Friday from Wiltshire is somewhat offset by great comms as ever when I got home. Dave seems to love most sports, so he'll be pleased to see 3 Worcestershire football clubs all promoted this season. Worcester City to Step 3, their second consecutive promotion. In comes Fatty Singh, bowls, and also back on his stumps. Clips that through mid-wicket to pick up a single. He goes to 65, Sussex to 148 for 4. Evesham United to Step 3.
Yeah, beat my local team, Malvern Town, by a goal to 0.
And Sporting Club Inkbarrow to Step 4, their 3rd successive promotion.
Now, that is a story. That's a little village on the outskirts of Worcester, well, in Worcestershire, not really on the outskirts of Worcester. They've done very well to get to that far. And also, Droitwich Spa as well.
Ah.
In their league, they got promoted. I was there for their final game of the season.
Well done, Bradders. He says they beat my lot, Highworth Town, in the playoff final in front of over 600 fans.
Yeah.
Singing bowls. Oh, Simpson could have been out first ball. Well, he played the ball uppishly to mid-on, a very un-John Simpson-like shot. I mean, it didn't go near a fielder, but it was a full shot, wasn't it? A few Worcestershire hands on heads. Singing again, bowls. And Simpson forward again. Does that come off the pad? Let's wait and see. The umpire signals that as a leg bye. Yes, indeed. 149 for 4. Let's just see the replay here. Yeah, ballooned in the air off the pad. And Derek says, keep up the good work. Thank you, Derek, for letting us all about the local footy in Worcestershire. Singing again. Bowls to Allsop. Allsop forward, plays into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I do have a wander down occasionally and watch the Malvern Town in action. Which I thoroughly enjoy, to be honest.
Singing bowls. Allsop defends down the offside. End of the over. 149 for 4 with Simpson yet to score. Allsop on 65. Just to say, Jason has been in touch to say, is it free entry after tea today? Yes, it is. My understanding is that every game here at Hove, after tea, you can come in for nout and watch the cricket.
Yeah.
So why not do it? It's a lovely day. Lots of, we'll say there's not a huge crowd, but it's not a bad crowd for a Sunday. Often Sundays aren't that well attended. People with all sorts of things to do, but it's a decent crowd, and come and have a lemonade or a pint of beer or a glass of wine, or just sit and watch the cricket, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You will be made very welcome.
Matthew waits to continue. Thank you to Paul in Worcester for his for your email. Hi, Dave. Spetchley has the answer to the new road problem. He says Spetchley is on the, for those of you who are unaware of its location, as Waite is in and bowls and played off the back foot out to the offside. And there is no run. It's on the outskirts of Worcester, not that far from the M5, but a bit of a stretch from the M5 junction. It's a big park. He says large cricket pitch and grounds, plenty of parking and lovely setting. Just a thought. I'm not sure who Spetchley Park actually belongs to these days. Does appear in the gunpowder plot, Spetchley Park. Some of the gunpowder plotters were from that area. Yeah. As Waite is in and bowls and the back foot pushed out. Now what Worcestershire need here is some really tight bowling. Waite is one of the people who can do that. Just put a bit of pressure back. There's no great pressure on Sussex. They lead by 253 with 6 wickets in hand. So there's no great pressure for them to score quick runs. But any batsman who's there and you face 4 or 5 overs and you've only scored a couple of runs, it does start to build up. Waite in with 2 shortish mid wickets, but that's away off an edge, down to third man for 4. Certainly didn't come off the meat of John Simpson's back. Did he deliberately play it down there? Well, we'll say it's half and half. Half he wanted to play it, and half it wasn't off the full face of the bat. So thanks everybody for your emails, text messages, etc. Always good to have a natter about many and various. Who else has been in touch? Nick Mullins, what's he on about? Nick Mullins, the very well known and excellent as Waite is in a bowls, and that's to one of those mid wickets. They both tumble. Ethan Brooks tumbles to his left and stops the ball. Brett Dolliver, thinking that he wasn't going to stop the ball, tumbles to his right. Is that Ethan Brooks in there? Anyway, whomsoever it was, does a good job of stopping the ball. Might be Nichols in there. Squiz has sent me details of as Waite comes in. Down the leg side, that come off the keeper's gloves, or did it come off the pad? Anyway,
I think it came off the thigh pad, Bradders, I think.
Herefordshire Cricket visits Suffolk today in the NCCA Group 2 trophy match. I'll try and get you a score from that. And Annie Chaver's been in touch. She's doing walkers and talkers at New Road tomorrow, which I think starts about 10 o'clock. So anybody can go along to that. Basically, it does what it says on the tin. You go for a walk, get a cup of tea, cup of coffee, have a wander back, and Annie will be talking cricket after that. Here's Waite going around the wicket, angling the ball in. That's way down the leg side. A good take there by Gareth Roderick, who we said in the past is a very undemonstrative wicketkeeper. Just goes across and takes it and throws the ball to a fielder, and actually took it in one glove. That is the end of the over, and the total has moved on to 153 for 4. Gentleman in the front row is shown on our pictures. I'm a massive, I presume that's water he's drinking. If he's drinking anything stronger than that, he's not going to see he's not going to hear the 3 o'clock bell, let's put it that way.
He's not.
No.
Looks like the Sussex ground staff are sitting there enjoying the sunshine.
Oh.
Good afternoon to you fellas. Good, they're up that end of the ground. Normally, if they come round this end of the ground, normally it means it's going to rain.
Right.
So they're not there, they're up at the far end. So I think we can rest assured it's not going to rain at the moment. Maybe a drop of rain tomorrow. The forecast seems to be, well, some people have said no, it's a dry day, others have said, well, there might be a bit of rain tomorrow, so we'll have to wait and see. Here comes Tom Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Tom Alsop, who's forward to a ball of good length, punches out into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, just echoing what Brad has said. Thank you everyone for getting in touch at sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet Bradders at BBC, and it'd be lovely to hear from you throughout the rest of the day.
All opinions welcome.
Yeah, definitely. As Taylor wheels round at the far end of the ground. Just the 1 wicket to go down this morning for those of you just joining us. James Coles, LBW, to Matthew Waite for 68. As in comes Taylor, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Alsop, no run. I would describe Tom Taylor as a wholehearted cricketer.
Yes, very much.
He reminds me a little bit, the way that he runs in and bowls, a little bit like Matthew Potts. He's not quite as quick as Potts, but you watch Matthew Potts, he just runs in and runs in, just, you know, never stops, never flags. It gives me the impression of that type of cricketer, Tom Taylor. The lead for Sussex is 257. Taylor wheels around at the far end of the ground. Round the wicket, bowls, and Alsop is struck, I think, probably a little high. There's a stifled appeal from behind the stumps, and there is no run. Just a quick whiz around the other games in the First Division. Funny old game at Chelmsford, you know, because Yorkshire made 216 and then bowled at Essex for 123, and you think, oh, this has got 3 days written all over it. But in their second innings, Yorkshire 225 for 1, leading by 318, so it's clearly flattened out there. Nottinghamshire are piling on the runs. They were in real trouble yesterday against Hampshire, but now 293 for 6, leading Hampshire by 430. Break off as in comes Taylor bowls. Also drive, super shot through extra cover. The ball going towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. Lovely timing by Tom Alsop, who's grown into this innings. He goes to 69 and Sussex to 157 for 4. Yeah, Notts were in all sorts of trouble yesterday. They were 84 for 6. Now 293 for 6, so a partnership of 200 behind someone who you would know very well, Brad, as Jack Haynes.
Yes.
Who's 110 not out, and Liam Patterson-White. Very good all-rounder.
Took a while to settle at Trent Bridge.
Jack Haynes, yeah. With a partnership of over 200, now 293 for 6 are Notts, and favourites to win that game. In comes Taylor bowls, punched into the offside. There's a slight misfield, in fairness, from Matthew Waite. It only costs a single, and he had to go down a long way to his left to field. 158 for 4. The other game at the Edgbaston seems to be heading for a ball rest. Surrey 151 for 2, trailing Warwickshire by 514. I don't think that sounds like the sort of pitch we're going to get people queuing around the block in Birmingham to watch county cricket, if I'm being perfectly honest.
It's not going to drag you from your
No.
garden furniture and barbecue on a Sunday afternoon, is it?
It's not. Taylor round the wicket bowls. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump, no run. Just over the border in Kent. Kent following on against Glamorgan. They're 14 without loss, still need another 323 to avoid an innings defeat at the end of the over. 158 for 4. Simpson 4, Allsop 70, the lead 262. At Wantage Road, Northampton out this morning for 273. Lancashire needing 236 to win, so that could be a good finish there as well. Ben Sanderson, he's a good cricketer, isn't he?
Yes.
Made 65, batting at number 9 for Northants, giving them a squeak in that game. And we've got a change of bowling, and Fatty Singh is... Oh no, Fatty Singh's carrying on, I do apologise. 3 overs for 8. And here is Dave Bradley.
On from the CN this time, Fateh Singh. So with the wind coming across, the pacey bowls will presumably dip the ball back into the left-hander and away from the right-hander, but played comfortably off the back foot out through mid-wicket. Taken to beat the fielder out there, I think he is. Or was it Henry Nichols? Anyway, one more. To the total goes to 159 for 4, a lead of 263. I'm just trying to find your score from those national counties games, but they're not appearing where they should do. Here's Singh in bowls, and that'll paddle sweep shuffle down towards fine leg, brings 4 runs. Nicely timed. Just easing the ball on its way, really, not too much power on the shot. Yeah, there he goes. Well, I'm going to call that a paddle sweep, and races down over the boundary rope for 4. 163 for 4, so just 1 wicket lost this morning, that of Coles. LBW to wait for 68. What did they start on this morning? 66 for 3, so nigh on 100 runs added this morning for the loss of 1 wicket, and Sussex will be very, very pleased with their efforts here. Next ball from Singh is just squeezed away to backward point, and there is no run. Singh it again. This is pushed down the ground to Tom Taylor at mid-on. So, I think umpire Debenham suggesting that the bowler may have been obstructing his view. Not much of a follow-through for Singh. Change of the field here, and there's going to be a fine leg, shortish, saving a single, as this time the ball's played back down to the bowler, although in the end the wicket-keeper comes from behind the stumps and picks it up, flicks it back. Last ball of Singh's over, and off the back foot, played down into the ground. And that is the end of it. 163 for 4. We've got 10 minutes till lunch.
Yes. Messages come in from Simon and Will in Chipping Norton. That's your neck of the woods, isn't it, brothers?
You wouldn't want to walk from our house to Chipping Norton, to be honest.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, it is. It's bordering. It's Chipping Norton's in. Hey, now I've got to get this right.
In Wiltshire?
No, it's Gloucestershire, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Tom Taylor into his 15th over, round the wicket bowls to Allsop. That kept a little low, and he squirts it to second slip. There is no run. Well, Simon and Will are in Chipping Norton, and they say, thanks for the commentary. I'm enjoying listening to the match whilst we play cricket in the garden. I'm losing to my son Will. That sounds great, doesn't it? Playing. We had a very small back garden at home, Bradders, and I had 2 brothers, and we used to play test matches in the back garden.
And play cricket in the garden.
Used to play forever, you know, knock the ball into the next door neighbours. We were in a semi-detached. The ball was always going in their garden. Go around, so hello, Mr. Fisher, can I have my ball back, please?
Yeah. Yeah. Did he ever keep the ball? Or?
No, he was all right. He was okay, Mr. Fisher. In comes Taylor bowls, Allsop defends into the offside, no run. So it wasn't a very big garden. More of a problem was if the ball got smacked into the windows, and then, you know, which did used to happen. But yeah, I hope you're having a good time, Simon, with your son. I wonder if you're sort of teams. I wonder if you're sort of, you know, England v Australia or something in the back garden.
Oh, you got to be something.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Trevor Cocter's been in touch. Hello, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you. In comes Taylor. Round the wicket bowl, Allsop defends onto the onside. Just one for Liam here, actually might be interested in this, as Allsop picks up a single. He goes to 72, 164 for 4. Liam's also bought in the lunch vouchers. Oh, we've got to go to the long room, not at Lord's, you'll be glad to know. Good afternoon, Adrian. Just a bit of local cricket info. It was good to see that Mason Crane turned out for Worthing yesterday.
All right, yeah.
No we go here, did get hit around the park though, coming back from injury I think, so there we are. Really? Who are Worthing playing? Oh, can you get a draw in that league, or is it win or lose? Is it? Blimey. Sounds like he did go around the park a bit. In comes Taylor Bowles to Allsop, lets it go outside the off stump, no run. You're dismissed, Liam, if you want to go and get your nosh. Okay.
I'm on the salad, mate. Yeah. Again.
Well, I'll wander over with you. I've got to do a report just after lunch, Liam, but it'll only take me 5 minutes.
I found a score. Herefordshire at Suffolk are 155 for 4 in the 31st over in that one. Worcestershire playing Herefordshire in the national counties against a county match warm-up for the 50 over later in the year.
And comes Taylor Bowles, and Simpson lets that go outside the off stump through to Roderick, no run.
At the lovely Eastner ground, so I hope to go over there, see my old mate Jim Sanford and a couple more. Very nice place to spend your afternoon.
You take your chair along, Bradders, and sit on the boundary edge.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, very. Last time I played there, which was 2-3 seasons ago, when they started playing these games, a really good crowd at Eastner.
Taylor in bowls against Simpson, lets it drift past the... In fact, it's drifted. It's gone away. I thought it got away for buys, but it wasn't. It was a good take by Roderick. There is no run. End of the over. 164 for 4. Allsop 72. Simpson on 8 as the crowd basks on the blue seats at the far end of the ground.
The game was tootling along. It was a very nice afternoon. It was actually Herefordshire got a few runs, and Worcestershire had to chase it down, and 2 steam traction engines went up the lane at the side of the ground. That was quintessentially English. They blew their routers as they went along.
Do you know, it's really funny you mention that, because I came down the M23 onto the A23 this morning, coming into Brighton. There was a queue of traffic, and I thought, oh no, I'm going to be late. And it was because there was a steam traction engine in the middle lane going down. How funny you should mention that, Bradders.
Maybe Singh is going to bowl up. And I'm going to sneeze, but I did.
Maybe we've got a connection, Bradders. Maybe
something up there is strange in space. Fateh Singh is in and bowling, and it's a big appeal, and it's gone. Yeah. It probably didn't get up too much. Let's have another look at that. Also not happy, but yeah, how often are you happy when you go? So that's coming back, and well, yeah, the only thing that might have saved him was height, I think. But actually did a bit that for Fateh Singh, turned a bit, but probably gone back to a ball that on reflection he might think he'd gone forward to, but he goes. So the 2 men who taken Sussex into this very good position have now departed. Let's have another look at that. So that's Fateh Singh, I think, his first wicket in county cricket. I'll have a look at that. It's certainly his first wicket for Worcestershire.
I called it as out. I mean, what do I know? Because we're not even wicket to wicket here. It just looked as if it was it was tight, didn't it? We're looking over sort of mid off for the left-hander. We've had an email in, Bradders, from Richard and Veronica Tildesley.
Oh, welcome.
And they say, hello all, we're enjoying the match listening from the Algarve. It's warmer in Hove than here, a cold north wind but beautifully sunny.
Well, I do feel really sorry for you that in the Algarve you've got a cold north wind. I
tell you, it's colder. You want to get in the sea in this time of year in the Algarve, do you? It's the Atlantic. It's probably warmer swimming here at Hove, I would think.
If you say so.
They say we're flying the Sussex flag to a great confusion of our neighbours. Our small WhatsApp group asking, what is that flag? Legless golden birds. They would be the market. Is there a comment there? Well, I don't know about legless golden birds here at home, but keep up the good work. See, Richard and Veronica. How lovely. What someone listening. What do you think they got for lunch? Probably maybe some sardines, perhaps, over in the Algarve, Braggers.
Don't they have paella, that sort of thing out there?
Possibly. I mean, more, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think you're asking the wrong person about,
Nice sardines though. They get them over in the Algarve. That'd be nice on a bit of toast with a bit of salad, Bradders. That's good for the waistline. Oh, you don't like sardines?
If you don't swim up the 7, I don't eat it. Here's the next ball, which is.
Did that turn?
I think he's actually getting a bit out of this.
Well, that might please Jack Carson. Let's have a little look.
It's angling in, and yep, that's straightened up.
It did straighten.
Yeah. The rope on the flagpole is hitting the flagpole again, making that tinkling noise in the background. You can hear, and his Singh bowl's a little bit shorter this time, and pushed away out onto the offside. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets his first run of the day. Worcestershire supporters might be interested to know in that match between Suffolk and Herefordshire. A couple of ex-Worcestershire players. Matt Pardo is skippering Herefordshire as Singh is in and bowls. Push back down the pitch. Singh himself will do the fielding. Who else is playing in that one? And doing a bit of bowling for Suffolk is George Rhodes. Didn't know he was playing for them, but he's bowled 6 overs for 24 runs. That's a nice shot off the back foot, giving a little bit of width, punches it out into the extra cover area where Fateh Singh's bowling. It's Kashi Valley out there who does the fielding. There's something else bleeping in the background, I think.
Yeah, I think someone's trying to nick your car, Bradders.
Yes, they can have that one. It's not mine. It's it down the ground, belongs to the BBC, that girl. And there's no run. End of the over. And Sussex are 166 for 5, lead by 270. Simpson has 9, Hudson-Prentice has 1 out today. Coles LBW to 8 for 68, and Allsop LBW to Sing for 72.
My experience of the Algarve, Bradders, was a few years ago. We'd gone on holiday, and my oldest daughter was very young, and I'd bought a video camcorder, to go on holiday.
Yeah.
And we'd come from the airport, and we'd got a cab, and all pleased with ourselves, got out of the accommodation, found where we were going, blah blah blah, got the accommodation, all sorted out, lovely holiday, and I'd left my brand new video camera. In comes Tom Taylor round the wicket bowls, let go outside the off stump by Simpson, no run, in the cab. And I thought, well, that's that then. And I'd saved up my money. I was upset. I thought, first holiday abroad, pictures on the beach and the pool. Anyway, I was thoroughly miserable the next day, walking around wherever he was staying. And all of a sudden, this cab pulled up. Bloke looked out and he went, oh, he didn't speak very good English, took round the window, waved out, and he had my camera.
He bought it back for you?
Yeah, he bought it back. And
Very
he said,
good.
yeah, how nice was that?
Yeah.
Lovely Portuguese taxi driver. In comes Taylor Bowl. So I had a load of... We weren't in the Euro then. I had a load of Escudos. Do you remember them in my pocket?
Yeah, when you had to get all the different stuff.
So I've no idea how much I gave him, but I just gave him a pocket full of Escudos. Probably, I was probably a bit mean. It was probably about sort of 2 and 6, I expect. he probably thought didn't cover his petrol. But anyway, however much it was, I gave it to him. And I thought, there are some nice people in the world, aren't there?
Oh!
Well, actually, most people are nice people, to be honest.
Lost my phone on the underground last year, and somebody handed it in.
Really?
To Highgate Tube Station, yeah.
In comes Taylor Bowles. Simpson lets that go outside the offside. That's a nightmare. I mean, I bet you thought that was gone then, Bradders.
Yeah, I went to the athletics with my daughter out at Stratford, the West Ham ground as it is now. And coming back, and I thought, oh, no. Got to London Bridge, I think I lost my phone, and I wanted to ring my wife who was staying in London, and I went up to the guy in the station and said, do you know where the nearest payphone is, mate? He said, oh, what's your problem? I said, I've lost my phone. So he said, give us a minute. He went and got a phone. He said, yeah, use that one. So I said, I'm ringing my brother in Baghdad, by the way, mate.
In comes Taylor Bowles. Simpson up on his toes, plays into the gully, no run.
Yeah, and got a call the next morning from Highgate Station, said, we got your phone here, and because they worked out, rang the last number and all this sort of thing. I don't know how they do it, went around to pick it up, and I said, this is pretty unusual. And he said, no. He said, we get wallets, purses,
Really?
bags, all sorts handed in. So I think people are a lot more, I know the word honest is the right word, than we think.
There was an article actually, I think it was in a newspaper that I saw recently. Anyway, it was an online article I saw, as in comes Taylor around the wicket bowls, let go by Simpson outside the off stump, playing for lunch, and there is no run. And whoever it was, the correspondent, they dropped 5 wallets around London with,
I saw that.
with a bit of money in.
Yes.
And they just wanted to see how many were handed. I think there were 5, and I think they were all handed in, Bradders.
Yeah, they did it in Belfast as well.
Did
I think,
they?
or in Dublin? Yes, I saw that.
So, but the ones in London, they were all handed in.
Yeah.
So that does restore your faith a bit in.
It does. Yeah. I just corrected myself. Fateh Singh had actually taken 3 first-class wickets before this game, so his first wicket for Worcestershire.
Well done, Fateh. Although I do remember as a paper boy back in the day, Bradders, as in comes. Take that round the wicket bowls to Simpson, who's forward, plays it to mid off. That is no run, and it is lunch. 166 for 5. Simpson on 9. Hudson Prentice on 1. Good morning, which we will round up in a minute. But just following up that story with Bradders, and I was on my paper round, went into this big house, into the drive. You had a Rolls Royce and all sorts, and I found a wallet on the floor, and I could see it was stuffed full of money. It was early in the morning, so I went and knocked on this fellow's door, and I said, "Oh, excuse me, so here's your newspaper, and I found your wallet." And he was all bleary-eyed. He went, "Oh, thanks very much." Gave it to him, and he shut the door.
Right.
So there you go.
So
I did my bit. I was honest.
So the next day, his paper was under a bush.
Yeah, so I didn't bother delivering it for him. Yeah, miserable so-and-so. Anyway, that's a long, long time ago. Interesting morning, Bradders. I think we have to say Sussex in the driving seat, 270 for 5, effectively. But I think what Worcestershire have, in the main, bowled pretty well this morning. And while Sussex have this big lead, the game is not completely out of range here of Worcester. If they could nip a couple out now, they may feel, the wicket isn't doing quite as much. I still think there's quite a bit in this game, and Fateh Singh getting a little bit of slow turn as well.
Yeah. I think Sussex are really in a good position here, and if it is starting to turn a bit, as we were just saying, I think the Sussex spinners' eyes will be lighting up, but it's all to be unravelled.
It is. Liam, Bradders and myself are going to have a spot of play. In fact, exactly 100 runs added in the morning as well.
Yes, exactly 100.
Started up with 166 for 3, now 166 for 5. So we're going to have a breather and a cup of tea, and rest assured we'll be back with you on time at about 20 to 2 for the afternoon. Thank you for listening. And the most glorious day down at Hove. Lots of blue sky and a good morning's cricket as well. Sussex have just gone to lunch on 166 for 5. John Simpson and Finn Hudson Prentice are not out batters. The partner
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Sonic the field match umpires Ben Dillon and James Middlebrooke. And our visitors from Worcestershire led out by Captain Brett Golden. Sussex Segment, on 66 for 5, John Sussex on out 9, and Philly on out 1.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to home. We're just about to start post-lunch on the third day with Sussex in a very good position, lead by 270. They're 166 for 5, adding exactly 100 runs this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. Coles LBW to wait for 68 and Allsop LBW to sing for 72. And if you're watching on the stream, if you're not, well, I'll tell you, it is yet another glorious day at Hove. I'm Dave Bradley, Tim O'Brien next to me, and Adrian Harms will be joining us just to dampen proceedings altogether a little bit later. Still a few returning from their luncheon. Fateh Singh is going to continue. He's taking his first wicket for Worcestershire earlier in the piece. He's bowling left arm around, and that is driven into the offside, and that's beaten the field. That's away for 4. Once it beats the infield, down the slope, away for 4. Bit too wide from Fateh Singh. Nice half volley. Nice way to start after lunch.
What a shot that is. Welcome back after lunch, Finn Hudson-Prentice. What a shot that is. He just leant on that, and you probably heard it in the commentary, but that was an absolute crunch on the bat as well.
Singh in again, and this time an appeal. I suspect there might have been there was an appeal, and the Gareth Roderick had nipped the bails off as well. So there was plenty of things going on, but we don't have time for replay because Singh is on his way, and forward comes Hudson-Prentice, pushes away on the offside for a single, who enjoys playing against Worcestershire. We asked him about this the other day. He sort of bowled something like 1,000 balls against Worcestershire in his career, and the next highest was 600. And he explained to us why this was. Apparently he played against Worcestershire 3 times in a season, 2 for Derbyshire, 1 for Sussex.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I remember it. And he did well against them for Derbyshire, I remember rightly.
Yeah. Singh in again, and this is flicked away. Just backward a square on the leg side, a very comfortable single. Yeah, and I think he's getting on for a quarter of his wickets in first-class cricket against Worcestershire. I did suggest to him he could be injured for the September game at New Road if he could manage that. Well, 172 for 5.
His spell in that first innings was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really good bowling.
Yeah. Singh in again, forward defensively. Pushed out on the offside. Tom Taylor, who's at mid-on, just drops back a couple of paces. Sure, I can't see that giving the batsman a single on this occasion. And next ball, once again, pushed back down the pitch. End of the over, and at the end of it, Sussex 172 for 5, lead by 276. Did you luncheon well?
I lunched very well. Probably the best lunch I've had at Sussex so far. Pork belly with cabbage.
Ooh.
Oh, and a little bit of gravy over the top of it. And if I was to ask for a nutritionist, they'd probably say it's enough protein that the pork crackling's alright. It wouldn't do too much trouble.
Yeah.
And it's one of them ones as well. You send it straight to the girlfriend, take a photo of it. This is what I've got.
Yeah.
Just to rub in a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be Allison to bowl from the top end. Is that right?
Yes.
So I thought it would be Taylor, but it looks like they're going for Allison. And
he's not bowled that much from down the slope in this game. No, it's mostly been Tom Taylor.
Yeah, it's mainly up the hill, so maybe they're just giving him a go, just seeing how he's going to get on from the top end. So he's into bowl round the wicket to Simpson here, who crunches that through to deep point, and that's just going to be a single, and he's absolutely nailed that. And instead of having point up, because it's quite a short boundary on the offside for Simpson, they've just dropped a deep point out there to save the boundary.
It's actually, if you're in the what I still call the old pavilion here,
Yeah.
It's a really good view, isn't it, Dan?
Oh, I love it. That's my spot whenever I would come down here after school, or I have so many memories of college. I'd finish at 2 o'clock and I'd come up here with my Sussex membership, and I would just sit. You see where that steward is, just by there. I'd just sit in them 3 chairs there, and me, my brother, and my friend Arves would just watch every afternoon, and best view in the house for me. And so now over the wicket into Hudson Prentice, and that's driven beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. What a shot that is, and he's looked pretty in form, isn't he, today?
Yeah, a couple of lovely shots just after lunch.
Yeah, must not have eaten much. Normally me after lunch I'd be seeing off a few overs.
Yeah. He's not playing himself in, is he?
No, that was a lovely shot though. He just leant on it and trusted his hands just to direct that for extra cover, and it was quite a wide ball, so he's done well to get that quite straight. Normally you see them shots go through point, so lovely control there from Hudson Prentice. So he's coming in over the wicket, 1 slip and a gully. He's into bowl, and that's flicked into the onside for a dot ball.
Probably looking to push on a bit here, I would think, Sussex, because we're probably, they're going to get a decent lead here, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they don't want to take too much time out of the game. They don't want to be batting. They don't want to be batting at 6 o'clock tonight, really, do they?
No, I think we'll see Sussex bowl today. And
Yes.
It's just at what point do they chance their arm, and they're quite cloudy conditions tomorrow, if I'm right, checking the weather.
And there's a few showers around.
Yeah, so I think they're better off moving on now and trying to force a result when they can. So Allison into bowl. That's just been the outside edge. Oh, and he's nicked it, and that's out. Beautiful delivery there, back of a length. Hudson Prentice just goes to poke it at a 4th stump, hits the seam and takes the outside edge, and that's a pretty perfect wicket. If you were a bowler and asking how you'd want to get a wicket, that was unbelievable.
I think we put the kiss of death on him, didn't we? Really?
Absolutely. Well, in fairness, it's one of those where you just look at your batter at the non-striker end and go, fair play, I've got a good nut there. But yeah, nothing Hudson Prentice can do there. Looks like it's hit the seam and taken off and hit the shoulder on the back through to the keeper.
So he's gone for 10. Ben Allison's 2nd wicket of the innings. Very straightforward catch for the wicket keeper. I went round there with my very good friend Mr. Adrian Harms, pictured here, and we were in the posh bit before play this morning. I don't know. We said I have no idea how we got it. We must have been mistaken for somebody else. And I was looking from that balcony. I thought that's not a bad view to sit and watch your cricket. I'm a big fan of behind the arm, but if you're not behind the arm, that's decent there, isn't it?
No, you're absolutely right. And I think it's going to be Jack Carson to come into bat. The Centurion in the first innings batted very, very well, and if Sussex get a result, they have a lot to thank for Jack Carson's innings in the first innings.
Well, yeah, apart from today, we were saying his century in the first innings was the difference between the 2 teams, and even now take 102 out of that, it's a lead of 180 odd with half your wickets down.
Exactly. So Sussex lead 281 at the moment, and looking here with the conditions, I think it's a really good time for Carson just to see a few balls, and then hopefully Simpson and Carson to kick on a little bit. You'd probably look for a lead around 350. If Worcester Chase 350 in the 4th day, then you just shake their hands and go fair play, guys. But when you've got Ollie Robinson and the bowling attack Sussex do, they'd fancy bowling Worcestershire out if they can get a strong lead.
Well, he was struggling a couple of times, Ollie Robinson. I think he's got a foot injury, somebody said. He was coming off his short run every now and then he went off the field for a bit of treatment. But he's had his feet up for a while, hasn't he? So
absolutely,
I think he would have eased off.
So Allison into bowl to the new back Carson, who leaves it outside off. And just thinking about the ball that got Hudson Prentice out, what we were saying earlier about there being a bit of life in the pitch, if you hit a good length, it does really lift, doesn't it? And that seemed to just hit the top right shoulder of the bat of Hudson Prentice. So Allison with his height is getting a good bit of bounce down the hill.
Some of the players were saying is that from the first day there was just tiny indentations in the surface of the pitch.
All right.
So if that's dried out, that would make a difference.
Absolutely. So into bowl over the wicket, and that's prodded at by Carson, who blocks that down for a dot ball.
At the end of Ben Allison's over. If you have not been with us throughout the day, where have you been? Cole's LBW to wait for 68, total was 143 then. Allsop LBW to sing for 72. Fateh Singh's first wicket in first class cricket for Worcestershire. 164 for 5, and then we've just had Finn Hudson-Prentice go caught by Roderick off the bowling of Allison for 10. I'll just see if I can find you a score from, because I know that is Fateh Singh. He's in and bowls, probably won't get time in this over. The ball played back down the pitch to Singh because he'll get through an over fairly quickly. I'm just looking at Worcestershire's. Is that a -3 or a -1 on that board over there? Your eyes are better than mine, mate. Push back down the pitch, or a little bit more mid-on-ish to Matthew Waite. Is that a -3 or a -1 in red on that board?
A -3.
Okay. I'm surprised they're -3. Things bowled a fair few overs. He's in again, and this time eased away, I'm going to say, out towards mid-wicket. That looks like Henry Nichols out there to me, and indeed it is. And the field will change for the right-hander. Not too many right-handers in the top order for Sussex these days. Loads of lefties. 178 for 6. Singh just waiting while the batsman takes guard. And Carson faces Singh, goes back. Ooh. That rather skids on, and he's on the back foot. And oohs and ahs from the Worcestershire fielders. Get a quick look at that replay. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's really shot under.
Yeah. Singh in again, and gives this one a bit more loop, it appears to me. Played back down the pitch to the bowler himself, 1 for 22, and this is the last ball of his 7th over, Fateh Singh. And this time he is forcing the batsman back, but comes forward as he plays the shot. End of the over, 178 for 6. Sussex lead by 282.
Just over there on the far side, I give a little shout out. My club is all over there.
Oh, are they?
Watching on a Sunday afternoon over in the Players Club. You see just where them Sussex badges are there.
Oh yeah.
That's all them up there drinking. So probably got to go and say hello at some point.
You ought to, mate.
Probably earlier than later is better for knowing these lot.
Make sure they're under control.
Absolutely. And so Allison to continue into Simpson around the wicket here, and that's blocked into the onside for a dot ball. He's got a nice bit of rhythm down the hill here. I think he looks a little bit more...
looks a bit sharper.
Yeah, a little bit sharper down the hill.
Yeah.
Someone I remember watching a few years ago, before he actually got selected for England, was Bryden Cast. I remember saying to Adrian that he was a pick of the bowlers just from an eye test. He just looked like the one that would cause the most trouble, and then a few months later he's picked for England. So
yeah.
Definitely if a bowler can get it going downhill here, they can cause a lot of trouble.
He was struggling here in the first innings. I think he got a bit of cramp or maybe something that was troubling him.
So into bowl now, and that's pitched up and hit into the offside by Simpson, who was looking to drive that through mid-off.
Oh dear, that's a good ball.
Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball. Oliveira did try and just casually throw that to the keeper, and completely missed the keeper, and the keeper had to dive just to stop that. Hence the ooze in the background.
We were saying the other day when Gareth Roderick took a not very good throw and just took it and threw it away. Didn't know. Club cricket, your wicket keeper would have been giving you a stare or maybe a few words.
Oh, absolutely. So now coming down from the top end here at Sussex. Into bowl. Back of a length ball, punched into the offside, and Delroy's round to stop that being a single. And Simpson doesn't look 100% comfortable today. Normally when I've watched him, he's in full flow and very majestic, and I think he's just taking a bit of time to get used to the pitch, and it is deviating quite a bit, isn't it?
There's still a bit in it. Where is he? What did he get in the first innings? Bowled by Taylor for 5.
That was a beauty as well, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah, it was during Tom Taylor's blistering spell.
So Allison into bowl, round the wicket, and that's left outside the off stump for a dot ball.
How many overs had with this ball? It's a 59th over, so it's lost a bit of its hardness and a bit of its shine.
Yeah.
I've got to say, I've just spotted there's a cloud over in the distance. A cloud.
Not a single cloud, and there's a little one in the far right as well.
Oh dear.
It's got a swing, but it's still quite breezy. Like the flags here at Sussex are really blowing, so still quite a big breeze. So Allison into bowl, round the wicket, punched away nicely from Simpson for a dot ball, and D'Oliveira makes sure he fires that to the keeper properly this time, without any mistake. And what you were saying about the overs gone, so you get a new ball after 80 overs, don't you? So Sussex will have another 20 overs to bat with this old ball. So this is the time to cash in the next 20 overs. The ball's going to be doing a little bit less, and Allison's bowling nicely here, but it's not going to do too much. If the batters can get set and really take advantage of the next 20 overs, then by the time the new ball hits, they're probably in a good position to declare. So Allison into bowl, and that's left outside the offside stump for a dot ball, and that's going to end the overs. 178 for 6, Simpson on 12, Carson on 0.
Yes, they probably wish that Coles and Allsop had made it through to lunch and come out after lunch, because they were the men in, so it takes a little while to get back into it. But Simpson normally not a batsman who hangs around for too long.
Absolutely.
I had a walk round at lunchtime, saw some of the great unwashed out there. And actually I had a quick look in the museum. I couldn't stay for too long, but what a nice little setup that is underneath the stand there. Made a really good job of that. Here's Singh in bowls, pushed away on the offside. An aeroplane drones above, because they always do drone, and there's the vapour trail of a plane high in the sky, although that's not the one that's droning down the pitch, and hits for 4. Nice shot. One bounce for 4, used the feet well, got to the pitch of it, boomed it away over mid-on, almost straight, I suppose.
That's a shot of confidence, I would say, just nonchalantly coming down the track and hit it for 1 bounce 4. I think he's currently fighting under the covers to find the ball, and
got it now.
They've managed to get it and thrown it back in. But that's a great shot from Carson, who's taken his time to see a couple and then gone, you know what, I'm going to carry on where I left off in the first innings.
Yeah. Umpire just inspects the ball, make sure there's nothing too untoward wrong with it, and Singh is in again. This is pushed all along the ground out to extra cover, where Jake Livy comes from beneath the stand to do the fielding. One more to the total, 183 for 6. I used to have the plane spotter up to find out where all those planes were going, but I don't think I've got it anymore. Next ball is on the back foot, pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run. I've got the ship one as well, so I can always tell what's going in and out of Southampton. I've no idea why, because we live about as far from the sea as you could get, but pushed down the pitch, and Singh on his follow through does the fielding, really gets to his overs quickly. Off the back foot, played into the offside, and there is no run. Brooks, the fielder. There is a story. Old people like me recount this story. A spinner called Bomber Wells played for Gloucestershire, and it is said that he bowled an over while the clock on the local church chimed 12. So it chimed 12 times. It's said that he bowled this over. The batsman must have played every ball back to him, but it is one of the great myths of cricket that Bomber Wells bowled an over while the church clock struck 12.
Just firing in balls and blocking it back.
Yeah, takes a bit to do it.
But the 2020 in me there, when I saw Jack Carson come down the pitch and hit that, I was thinking the whole time, it's there, just use your feet, and it's nice he's used some intent to take on the field. So it is going to be Allison to continue over the wicket here, and Carson drives out beautifully through backward point for 4 runs. It's just beaten Gully on the right hand side, but that was completely in control from Carson, who just guides that down towards backward point of third man for 4 runs. Good length there from Allison, but Carson just leans on it, holds the pose, and
looks like a man who scored a century in his last innings, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. No, he looks very good, very good. And I think he had a big focus on his batting as well. His bowling was very impressive last year, but if you want to get selected for England, you need to be able to do it in all 3 facets, don't you? So definitely improving. And then Carson hits that into the offside for a dot ball. And I remember last year in the 2020, Adrian will probably be would have been there, but didn't he hit a 6 as well to win it for Sussex in the 2020 last year? Yeah, against Gloucester, that was it, and cleared the pavilion, and that was a shot of someone who's been working on his batting, and he's carried on his momentum at the moment this year. And it makes a big difference as well for Sussex having someone who can bat that positively at number 7. So So Allison in over the wicket, and Carson hits that into the offside for a dot ball there.
We were saying the other day, I mean, I actually said to Tom Taylor after the first day when he took 5 wickets that he would have appreciated that innings because Taylor comes in 7 and 8, so
Yeah.
he would, because it was a gritty old knock. You had to really work hard. Not that you don't work hard to get 100, but you had to work extra hard to get that. But everybody bats these days, don't they? There's no rabbits left in county cricket.
No, absolutely. It's so important though, isn't it? You need to be good at everything.
Yeah.
So Allison to continue over the wicket, and that's blocked away nicely from Carson, who looked very in control. I always, there was a coach down here at Sussex for many years called Ron Gray.
Yeah.
A legend of a bloke, and I always remember when I was a youngster, everyone hated fielding when you were a kid, and he just said, this is the only thing that you'll do every game.
Yeah.
It's field, so you've got to love it. And then that's almost kind of started my love for fielding, because I wanted to be the best fielder in the team.
Yeah.
And then you look at it now, and then all the coaches are like, you need to be a great fielder, great bowler, great batter. So it's definitely evolving. Allison to continue over the wicket. That's blocked towards mid-on for a dot ball.
Yeah. I remember David Outley, who was captain of Zimbabwe and then coached at Worcester, and he used to go on and on about fielding.
Yeah.
And I actually stood next to him watching a second team game, and somebody ran across and stopped the ball with their foot. And he went absolutely ballistic.
Yeah.
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 Boy, what did God give your hands for?
I know, yeah. Well, fielding's changed so much as well. It's so dynamic now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I always kind of go hunting for the ball. I always love it when the ball comes towards me. So Allison to continue. That's a great length ball. Blocked away by Carson for a dot ball and the over. Sussex 187 for 6, Simpson on 12, Carson on 9, and I made that a lead of 291.
Okay, Adrian Harms is coming in now. I'll give you fair warning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is your 10-second warning. If you want to go out and make a cup of tea, or even if you don't want a cup of tea, I personally would go and make one, because he's about to enter the fray.
I was looking forward to Bradders coming here this week. In comes Singh, bowls to Simpson, who defends us into the offside. And there is no run. 187 for 6, the lead 291. I still think it's in this game, you know. If in comes Singh again, bowls. Simpson defends down the offside the track, there is no run.
I was going to say, we were talking about that horse yesterday, La Belle.
Yes.
Wager with that or something. Finished 4th.
Ah.
But there's an extra bit to the story.
It bowls, reverse sweep by Simpson, the ball bounced out on the offside, no run.
Finished 4th, beaten by a horse that was trained by Dr. Richard Newland, Claines in Worcester.
Really? And what odds was the winner? Ah, blimey. But so Bradders lost his money, Bradders lost his shirt. In comes Singh bowls, Simpson eases that down the ground to long on, picks up a single, he goes to 12 to 13, 188 for 6, the lead 292. I mean, Worcester in their opening game of the season, Liam, batted for virtually 2 days to hold on for a draw against Somerset. Now, I'm not suggesting they could do that again, but, you know, this game is not out of Worcester's reach either at the moment. In comes Singh and bowls, and cut away by Carson to backward point, no run. But, you know, Sussex very much in the box seat.
Absolutely, but the way I look at it with these games is you've still got to try and force a win and force a result, and I'd love Worcestershire to be really positive when they come out to bat to try and get a win here.
Singh in bowls, Carson defends into the offside, there is no run. They're rattling through the overs here at Worcestershire. Still a long way from you see them running between the overs as well. So -3 will be a concern because they haven't got an awful lot of time here to make time. Oh, there's some people on the balcony now. Whereabouts is that? Oh, yeah, just away to our right hand side. Gentleman in an orange shirt, a cap on, which he probably needs up there in the sun. Do you think they've got the barbecue going there?
Oh, I'm so jealous when they have the spots like this, you know.
Yeah.
Just especially for 2020 nights and stuff like that, where you can just get the floodlights on, and
it's a great view from there, isn't it? You can see the whole ground. I mean, it's a wonderful view.
Absolutely.
Talking of views, we had an email in which I shall read. Oh, actually, I'll wait for Bradders to come back. Over to you, Liam.
So that's going to be Allison to continue round the wicket.
and that was blocked away nicely into the offside by Simpson. It's been a really good spell after lunch from Allison here.
I think he's bowled well throughout the match, actually. I mean, they're good figures, aren't they? In his 17th over, 6 maidens, 2 for 44. He's barely going a little over 2 and over. In fact, Finn Hudson-Prentice was saying yesterday, there was a stage yesterday when Worcestershire were going at only 2.5 and over, and he said, this is a quick scoring ground, so it's a good effort by Worcester here after lunch.
He's been very consistent, banging a length away here. So he's round the wicket here to Simpson, into bowl, and that's a bouncer, a big appeal. And Simpson's walking.
He walked.
Yeah, Simpson walked here. Bouncer there from Allison. Simpson's gone to play a big pull, looking to hit it down to fine leg, and it looks like he's just got a little glove on it. And fair play on Simpson for walking there.
Do you know what? I don't think the umpire was going to give that. Well, I think he saw Simpson walk. What do you watch? So he's gloved it through to the keeper. Down the leg side, John Simpson starts to walk off. Oh, then the umpire. Yes, it was almost simultaneous, to be fair. But for a minute, I thought he wasn't going to give it.
He did start walking, to be fair to him, and then he thought about it and thought, actually, no.
I'm out.
Now. Yeah.
Well done, John Simpson.
Yeah.
So the skipper's gone for 13, and all of a sudden, Sussex were 100 and. They were 164 for. No, they were 143 for 3. So they've lost 4 wickets for 45, by my reckoning. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but it's been good bowling as well. I don't think Sussex have been very reckless. I think Worcestershire have been very consistent, and they've almost stopped bowling for outcome and started being really consistent, hitting their length, and the wickets have come to them. And that's the first bouncer I've actually seen in a while, so it's probably caught Simpson by a bit of a surprise there.
Now, Ollie Robinson came out at number 9 in the first innings.
Yeah,
I wonder whether he will do similarly, because Eric Carvelis batted. What did Ollie make? Ollie made 10. I think Carvelis made 19. Carvelis made 20, actually. And Ollie Robinson in the first innings made 10. Anyway, he's wandering out to bat. Nice email in from Phil Swift. Hello, Phil. He says, hello, Adrian. I was interested to hear Bradders, were you, talking about the weather difficulties at New Road and the possibility that Worcestershire may need to find a new ground. A few years ago I went to New Road to watch a supposedly 4-day championship match against Sussex. I checked into the hotel adjoining the ground, confirmed that we'd been allocated a room overlooking the ground, wheeled my suitcase down to the room. Opening the door, I went straight to the see the view that I had. What I saw is the attached photos. So I think it's a photo of the ground it will show me. Despite sometimes being more suited to scuba diving cricket, it remains one of the most beautiful grounds at which to while away the hours and days following the most lovely of games. And it should also be said that Worcestershire members are amongst the most welcoming on the county circuit. It was truly a sad day should Worcestershire leave their home at New Road. Thanks for the commentary. It enhances watching the game. So I bet a Horlicks of reading that email, Bill, but there's... Oh, that was a 4-day game. That was his picture, Bradders, of the ground.
For people that can't see
flooded.
it's just completely flooded with like benches floating around on the square.
Yeah.
So Allison into Robinson, first ball of his batting innings, and that's blocked into the onside for a dot ball.
Yeah, and that's been the problem at Kidderminster, but at Worcester. But I couldn't agree with more, Phil, and not just because Dave is here. I know we do have a laugh and a joke and take the mickey out of each other, but it's my favourite press box in the country when you go down there, and much sadder for the loss of John Curtis, who was much loved by everybody at Worcester and visiting journalists like myself, and but it remains a terrific terrific fun, great banter.
So Allison into bowl.
Oh my word!
And that's just beating the inside edge for 4 runs there. It's hit a really good length, and actually it's been an edge, so it's good length. It's just jagged back off the seam, hit the inside edge of Ollie Robinson, and then gone down past the keeper. Oh, it's actually a drop for 4 runs.
That's not. Did he put it down?
Yeah, he's dropped that. It all happened so quick. So sorry to the listeners here, but yeah, it's hit a good length.
It would have been a heck of a catch, wouldn't it? What if we see it again, fellas?
And then he's edged that, and Roderick's gone dive into his left, and it's just caught his fingers as it's gone down. Here we go. Before.
Well done, fellas. Really good catch, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's probably one he would fancy getting, but yeah, that's 4 runs. Ollie Robinson, great delivery there from Allison. Into bowl. And Ollie Robinson just bangs that over mid-on for 4 runs. I think he doesn't fancy doing the old blocking and taking his time. He's just going to have a swing here and see what happens. And he's nonchalantly hit that for 4.
And the applause is for the 300 up. Yeah, I mean, this is the way Ollie seems to play these days, that he's I don't know, I get fed up of saying it, he's a very capable batsman, Ollie Robinson, and he should have got more runs, I think, in his first class career. He wouldn't mind me saying that, but
I actually agree.
Quick 20 or 30 here would be quite useful for Sussex.
I think it's very Bazball-esque, isn't it, in a way? So Allison into bowl over the wicket, and Robinson fends outside the off stump, and that's going to be a dot ball. And the end of the over, so Sussex 196 for 7. Excellent spell here from Allison, and Robinson's on 8, Carson on 9. Just to give you some figures on Allison at the moment, because he's bowling very impressively. 17 overs, 3 wickets for 52. Conway at 3 and over, but he's bowling very, very impressively.
He is, and if you just tuned in, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. You may be watching via the excellent Sussex County Cricket Club live stream. Well done to Jack and to Isaac for all their help this week in bringing the much improved stream this season. And it is going to be Fatty Singh who's in and bowls to Jack Carson, who plays that one to backward point, and there is no run. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien and David Bradley, your commentary team here this week. Singh is in, bowls, and forward comes Carson back down the track. There is no run. I got an email yesterday saying you call him Bradders too much, so I'm calling anything but today.
I've not had David yet.
Oh well, there we go.
Is that their passport name?
Singh in, bowls, forward comes Carson, down the track, no run. Good job for his side here is Fatty Singh. He's not being expensive, is he? 9 overs, 1 for 28, and he's rattling through his overs because Worcester won't want to lose any points for slow over rate. Singh in, bowls, Carson defends down the onside, no run.
And a really nice thing to see here is there's a bunch of kids here all waving and taking photos of a Worcestershire player, and he's waving back and engaging with them, which is good to see.
Singh bowls, Carson is forward. He was looking to play that away on the onside, got rather squared up, played it into the offside down. Yeah, there's some sort of a function going on down below us. People just emerging from their lunch. Singh again, bowls, Carson defends. That over took about a minute to bowl, I reckon. So at this rate, I reckon Worcestershire might well clear these arrears of overs. Bradders was saying yesterday that the scoreboard only gets adjusted at the interval, so we're not going to see the -3. So got a picture of the people baking in the blue seats at the far end of the ground, and they do look hot up there. I wouldn't want to sit there.
They are baking, absolutely.
There's plenty of hats there, and I'm sure plenty of fluids as well. Because it is, well, we shouldn't complain. I mean, the weather's just been amazing, and it's going to be amazing next week as well. I think a bit of rain early part of the week, and then it's going to be like this again.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
I'm at Hastings away next week. There's my game on the Saturday. So
well, I think the forecast is good, Liam, so you should be all right.
Perfect. So Allison in to the Robinson here, and that's absolutely taken off on her length and beaten Ollie Robinson's outside edge. And I feel like I sound like a broken record at the moment, but every time they really hit that length hard, it seems to really explode off the pitch and cause the batter some trouble.
Can I ask you a question, Liam? Do you, when you were playing for Brighton and Hove yesterday, do you have to take your own tea? Or does tea get provided? You do? You take?
Yeah.
What? That's such a shame, isn't it? Is it the same with you, Bradders?
COVID saw it off.
Yeah. COVID stopped that tradition, unfortunately. So Robinson to face here, Allison, who blocks it away nicely. And well, it's actually worked out quite well for me, Adrian, because I always seem to find that during the summer I'd gain loads of weight because I'd just been nailing the cakes and scones.
But it was, you know. But back in the day when I used to play, that was, you know, you look forward to your cricket, but teas was a part of the day. You know, people would pick their games around the tea. Wouldn't they, Bradders?
Absolutely. But no, I made nice, healthy, nutritious chicken burritos yesterday for nice little carb hit for the energy. So I was all looked after as Allison's into bowl, and that's left outside the off stump for a dot ball.
I mean, I know one of the issues around clubs, to be honest. I mean, I think COVID is probably a good reason, but I know one of the reasons around clubs as well, it's difficult to find people to do teas. I mean, that is a fact.
Yeah.
You know, we used to have a tea rota, and so everybody during the season did a tea. Was the idea, but there was always someone in charge of it, and there was always someone who on the Thursday night would ring up and say, "Oh, sorry, can't do it now. You know, I'm not playing." So it's not easy organising the tea rota.
No, I absolutely agree. So Allison into bowl, and that's blocked away into the offside for a dot ball. I've been really impressed with Allison in this spell. It's quite hard down the hill to find the length, and he's been very, very consistent. And
he's been very good.
He's been the reason that Sussex have suddenly had a little collapse. He's really attacked attack the top of off stump, and he's got some great rewards with his wickets.
I think he's bowled extremely well. I think Tom Taylor's bowled very well as well. In figures of 3 for 52 in 18 overs, he's going on 2.5 an over, which is very good, and picking up wickets as well.
So he continues down the hill into bowl now, and that's blocked into the offside, and Gully just palms that towards point for a dot ball. And especially in this heat as well, like we were going around to the long room here at Sussex for lunch, weren't we? And you could really feel the heat just as we were walking around.
So you were saying you've been in Spain at a warm weather camp. Whereabouts in Spain were you?
So it was in Almeria,
which is
a place called Desert Springs.
Oh, so yes, I've heard of Desert Springs.
Yeah, so it's where all the professional teams go essentially in the winter to do all their warm weather training and stuff like that.
So where did you fly to?
So we flew into Alicante and then had a 2-hour transfer from there, which is a bit rough. So Allison into bowl here. And that's blocked by Ollie Robinson. It just rolls past the stumps towards the keeper for a dot ball. And into the over, 196 for 7, Sussex, Carson on 9, Robinson on 8. Yeah, so Desert Springs was really, really nice, to be fair. The facilities were unbelievable. And the grass they had there, they were telling us, is Bermuda grass. For any golf fans out there, that is the most pure fairways in the world would be Bermuda grass. And so when I was hitting some of the shots, you could see the ball start snaking in the grass because of how pure it was. And so it would just go along the ground and suddenly going left to right because the grass was so lush. It would just keep going with the movement of the grass. But yeah, it was absolutely lovely out there and baking hot as well.
Fatty Singh comes in around the wicket bowls, turns onto the onside by Carson, picks up a single. He goes to 10, 197%. You were going to say something about Bermuda grass, Bradders?
Worcestershire went out there pre-season this year, last year.
Nice.
And Jake Libby is a very good golfer. I think he plays off 2.
Ooh.
Wow.
I said, what were the conditions like? He said, which I meant the cricket. He said, the greens were a bit slippery.
Yeah, they have a European tour course there as well, and a lot of the lads snuck off for golf. I was just smashing the driving range with the AirPods in and having a little bit of a chill after training.
In come bowls. Robinson down the ground. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's a good shot by Ollie Robinson, actually. There's gun barrel straight down the ground. Lofted drive from Ollie Robinson. Picks up his third boundary. Here's to 12, 201 for 7.
That's lovely, that. Very great
He's a good player, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
He, as I say, I think he put a shot. He got more runs than he has, but that was a nice shot.
He does throw his wicket away sometimes, and you look at him and you go, you have so much potential to go big.
And now he reverse sweeps, so he's going to get 4 more.
What a shot that is.
Lovely shot by Ollie Robinson. He goes to 16, 205. I thought Bradders was going to come in there and say he had Bermuda grass in his back garden. Weed grass. Oh, hang on, careful what we say.
Bermuda weed.
Yeah.
So that's something very different.
Yes.
But see what Ollie Robinson's doing there is so in control of his shots, and he's just dictating the field. They've now got a deep mid-off as well.
Singing bowls. He's going to reverse sweep again, and he misses. The ball goes through to Roderick, who tackles a juggling take down the leg side, and there is. He's always quite entertaining when Ollie bats. He does like this shot as well over cow corner as well, so we'll keep an eye on that.
That's where I'd be eyeing up if I was a batter, sending it into the hospitality.
Singing bowls, and Robinson clips onto the onside, but he settles for a single on this occasion. Fielded there by Ethan Brooks. One more to the total, 206 for 7. Robinson very quickly on to 17 off just 14 balls. Sussex lead is 310. Still plenty of cricket to be played today. 56 overs after this as in comes Singh and bowls. Carson defends down the track. Singh fields off his own bowling. End of the over. Fatty Singh has bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Sussex 206 for 7. Robinson on 17. Carson is on 10. 56 overs left to be bowled today. It means the important statistic really is the lead, which is 310. Which at this stage, Liam, I know Worcestershire have had their difficulties around batting, but if you were chasing 310, you're not walking out thinking we've got no chance here. If someone gets in and does a Jack Carson, then Worcestershire might be able to chase these down. So this game, I still think probably all 3 results probably. I think there's going to be a result either way. You would have thought, but all 3 results are still a possibility here. I think.
No,
which
I
is
do
good.
agree. I do agree. It's been changed the bowling. I think it's going to be Gibbon to come on now. The left armour, who actually bowled very well this morning. And he's going to be coming round the wicket into Robinson here, and just to commentate, it's always exciting when you know the batsman's going to go after it. So let's see what happens here. Into bowl, comes down the pitch, smashes it at mid-on, and it's just
Well
not
stopped.
carried. It's just bounced before mid-on's hand. Thought there was going to be a chance there, but it's not quite carried.
That's a horrid one, isn't it? Because it's coming to you. Do you think I go for the catch, and then he's made up his mind he's not going to get there, but you've still got to stop the ball.
Yeah, I had that in Sri Lanka in January this year, where I nearly did a Simon Jones where I went full on for a catch and it just didn't carry and my knee got stuck in the ground. But
Ouch.
it's one of them ones where you've got to really commit if you want to try and get close to that, and you normally throw your head back just to avoid your teeth getting shattered just in case. But a positive start here from Ollie Robinson. Gibbon into ball around the wicket. And that's hit into the offside towards deep point. He's pushing hard, looking for 2, and he's going to come back for 2. Throw comes in, and that's well ran there from Ollie Robinson, scampering back for 2.
Decent throw. I think he was struggling there, you know.
Yeah, pretty poor throw from Allison. Looks a bit disappointed with that as well. I think if that was on target there, that could be a contender for a run out there. But I like the intent for Ollie Robinson, and straight away what he's done is have a deep point, deep third man, deep square leg and deep fine leg. And if they're trying to get wickets Worcestershire, all they're thinking about at the moment is protecting the runs. So I love the intent here for Robinson. He's put the pressure a bit back onto the Worcestershire fielders. So there's one slip in at a third slipish area, extra cover mid wicket, been on a mid off, into bowl, hits it into the offside for a very easy single. And that's what happens with the intent Robinson's had. They've now had to spread the field out, and now it's just easy pickings for Sussex to build a bit of momentum and build this partnership a little bit. But he's just rocked onto the back foot there and hit that for a single. Got to the other end. Little change in field for when Carson's on strike. They brought a gully in, probably for when Carson plays that back foot shot 3 point. Looking for a little edge here. But a deep point remains, deep square leg and deep fine leg. So Gimmon into bowl, back of a length, and blocked away nicely there from Carson. And I would say it's a very good turnout as well for Sussex today.
Yeah, I think it's a good crowd. I think it is a good crowd for a Sunday. Often Sundays are not great. Just look at Ollie Robinson's batting average. His first class average is 19, and he's a better player than that.
Absolutely a better player than that.
He made 110 is his highest score. That was on his debut 10 years ago up at Durham. I was at that game. Yeah, he's a better player than that.
So Gibbon into ball around the wicket, and Carson drives that beautifully past mid-off.
Sure.
Mid-off dives trying to stop that, but he's got no chance there. Excellent shot there from Carson. And that's going to be 4 runs. Slightly over pitch there, and Carson just leans into it. Gibbon throws his leg out trying to stop it, but that was always going to be 4 there. Excellent shot.
Yeah, 100, 8 50s, Ollie Robinson in his first class career, but as I say, he's a better player than an average of 19.
No, he absolutely is. I've always been impressed watching Robinson bat, and then sometimes you look at how he gets out and it almost throws it away. But going back onto Carson, he looks like a man in form at the moment. So Gibbon to continue, and he blocks that nicely towards deep point, and as he's out on the boundary, it's just going to be a nice easy single. And the end of the over. So 215 for 7. Carson on 15, Robinson on 20.
Live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, Dave Bradley on commentary duties. Elsewhere around the country, we're talking about an interesting game at Chelmsford, where Yorkshire are now 260 for 2 in their second innings, leading Essex by 353. Yorkshire have had a difficult start to the season, but they're well placed in that game. At Trent Bridge, a real turnaround. Notts, looked in a bit of trouble, are now 341 for 8 against Hampshire, leading by 478. As on comes Fatty Singh, bowls to Carlson, who plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Jack Haynes, who Dave knows well from his days at New Road, was eventually run out for 120. Liam Patterson-White is still there, 133 not out. Singh again, bowls Carlson again, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Brooks. There is no run. In the other game, the rather boring game at Edgbaston continues. Surrey 211 for 3 off 75 overs. Only 8 wickets have fallen in the whole match there at Edgbaston in best part of 3 days. Singh in again, bowls to Carson. So a good job for his side here, Fatty Singh, because I reckon that Worcestershire will be pretty much level on over 8 now, which is the coach will be pleased about. Singh in again, bowls. Carlson forces that back down the track. Singh fields off his own bowling. No run, 4 dot balls. They're just sort of whistled by these deliveries. The lead 318. Singh in again, bowls. Carlson defends down the offside of the track on this occasion. Again, there is no run. This is the 68th over with this ball, so new ball is still 12 overs away. Singh in bowls, Carlson defends, a maiden over from Fatty Singh, who's doing a very good job here. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38, 214 for 7, Robinson on 20, Carlson on 15. Sussex beginning the day on 66 for 3, going to lunch on 166 for 5. The major innings coming from James Cole, who made 72. Sorry, no, he didn't. He made 68. Tom Alsop made 72. I got a message from someone to say they thought the Cole's LBW decision was a bit harsh. And it may have been, but he had one earlier in the over where I thought he was plumb. So
yeah, it's one of them as well as an umpire. If you leave the ball and it's anywhere close, the umpire it almost goads them into giving it, to be honest with you. So I personally, if he played a shot, there's obviously no chance, but I think the shot where he leaves it hasn't helped him out there, has he? Gibbon continues down the hill here, and that's blocked into the offside by Ollie Robinson for a dot ball.
The partnership, just to finish that summing up between Alsop and Coles, was worth 125. And in the second innings, 3 wickets for Ben Allison, who Liam was saying has bowled extremely well. If you haven't heard from Liam before, England disability cricketer, fascinating insight. A couple of people you spoke to in the pavilion at lunchtime complimented you on your interview and said it was great to hear your story. So
absolutely, and talking about the long room, you were a little local celebrity, weren't you?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Gibbon into bowl and blocked away nicely from Robinson.
Following his last court case.
In fact, a lady came up to me, and I'm terribly sorry, I can't remember her name. I do talk a bit about doing Pilates, because I do a bit of Pilates, I enjoy it. She said, "Oh, I know you enjoy Pilates, Adrian." She said, "Ask Finn Hudson-Prentice," because before the game yesterday he was doing some Pilates, and said he did a very good downward dog. Yeah,
we do a lot of activation stuff and yoga like Pilates, like warm up and cool downs things now.
Yeah.
So Gibbon into bowl, and Robinson blocks that way nicely for a dot ball.
A change in the commentary box at the end of the over. Bradders will come in for Liam. Yeah, I do. It depends what work is really, but I do like a bit of Pilates. When I first went, I thought it was. I thought, what am I doing? Because I was the only man in the class, to be honest, and there were people of a certain age who were mostly older than me. But actually, you stand at the back and you do your things at your own speed. And I've got a bit of I've got a really bad knee, but it just helps.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Stretching and all that sort of stuff.
So Gibbon in round the wicket to Ollie Robinson, edges it through first slip, but there isn't a slip there. He's a little bit wider, and that's going to be 4 runs.
I thought that was going to be a great catch for a moment, didn't you?
Yeah, beautiful delivery there from Gibbon, coming round the wicket, hits the seam, and then just catches the outside.
Yeah.
And it does technically go down as a drop.
It does.
It's just caught the outside part of the glove there from Roderick, and I think the first drop from Robinson he would have been disappointed with, but that would have been an absolute screamer if he got that. And they do have a slip in at third slip.
Yeah, that was down first slip's throat, wasn't it?
Yeah, but first slip would have had a field day swallowing that. But excellent delivery there from Gibbon, great length, just hit the seam and nipped away as he's into bowl again, and Robinson just leans on this one and hits it through point for a single.
Useful runs here from Robinson, because not only are they useful runs, but they're coming at a fair lick as well, aren't they? And what Sussex don't want to do here, I mean, clearly there's a lot of time left in the game. But you don't want to get in a situation where you're wasting too much time adding 10, 15 runs. You might as well.
Well, before I came here today, I was thinking Sussex need a lead of 350 or more, and you'd say it's in their favour. So they've still got to push on a little bit more. The lead is at 323. But Robinson's knock here, especially just putting the pressure back onto Worcestershire, has been very impressive. So Gibbon into Carlson, he blocks that towards Gully for a dot ball. And I'm going to have a little change in the commentary, bringing Bradders in.
We are indeed. Thank you, Liam. Lovely to see Liam. He's going to go off and do some exercise at the back of the box. And Bradders, who hasn't done any exercises, he's going to come and join us.
I did once. I remember it fondly. I remember it well.
There's quite a few people down in this corporate area. I don't know what sort of an event it is today, but
Well,
there's
there's some of Liam's teammates are in there, apparently, around the corner.
there's a very wide selection of headgear down there. Some lovely summer hats, straw hats. Patty Singh is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. No slips. 3 men saving one on the offside, 2 back on the offside. Singer's in bowls, Carson defends, down the offside, no run. There's a mid-on, Ben Allison, literally down below us, proudly wearing his Worcestershire cap. Applauds. There's a straightish mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a deep square leg as Singer's in bowls, Robinson defends. To backward point, there is no run. Doing a good job for his county here, Fatty Singh. I think he's keeping it relatively quiet.
Well, considering he's not had much bowling.
And he's rattled through the overs as well, which is... Sing again, in and bowls. I don't think, or Robinson just tucks this one around the corner and picks up a comfortable single. Throw comes in, misses the stumps. Good job there was someone backing up, and I'm sure when that throw came in, the guy down at long off had to be... Who's that down there at long off? Is it Matthew Waite?
Matthew Waite, yeah.
Yeah, he needed to be on his toes, and he was. Prevented any overthrows. Or buzzers, people call them. I don't like that expression. Overthrows, they are.
Australian twang, I think, isn't it?
Singing bowl, short, turned away by Carson. Very good bit of fielding. Excellent piece of fielding in there at shortish mid-wicket. Flicked away by Carson, and keeper Roderick gives a round of applause to... Is that Ben Gibbon in there?
Yeah, I think it is.
Very good bit of fielding for a big man. He got down very quickly. Sing's already in, bowls to Carson, who plays to backward point. Again, there is no run. They've had 5 balls in this over. So the way we're going here, we won't have much overtime today, the way
No.
Worcestershire are going. Still got 52 overs after this one to be bowled. Yeah, still another 20 till tea, I guess. In comes Singh, bowls. Carson back down the track. End of the over. Fatty Singh says thanks very much. He's bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens. Taken 1 for 39. 220 for 7. Robinson 26. Carson on 15.
Thanks to Ian Cook on the email. Talk of flags, where you asked whether Worcestershire's flag has been fluttering at the last 4 away games. I've attended. The Worcestershire flag has been conspicuous by its absence. He's kind of saying whose responsibility is it. I don't really know, but I might try and find out. Used to be a great tradition in county cricket that each team's flags were flying somewhere around the ground. Andrew Shepherd says I should mention the winter sport that goes on in our bar, which is darts, which everybody knows about, and air rifle shooting.
Really? What, in the bar?
Yeah, in the bar.
Really?
Here is Ben Gibbon bowling around the wickets, left arm, and Robinson is hurried into playing this shot, pushes it to mid-wicket. D'Oliveira the fielder, no run, 220 for 7. Yes, they shoot with their air rifles, 77s I think they're called, at a metal target, which is very good. Great fun. Local league, and we have 2 teams that shoot from our cricket club. And,
very good.
Yeah. Most enjoyable as Gibbon is in and bowls, and Robinson flat bats this out through extra cover. Cashi Valley field should be 1, is 1 because he picks it up cleanly, and a good throw back over top of the stumps as well. Good bit of fielding. Cashi Valley 221 for 7. Yeah, my dad used to air rifle shoot. Did it for, I don't know, 50 years. He was always in the air rifle team every Thursday night, and I'd still got his gun. And I took it down and showed somebody. I got it valued for me. Made in 1921 by BSA, which people think of BSA as motorbikes.
Yes, I was just going to say.
BSA stands for Birmingham Small Arms.
Okay.
Because they made rifles, and the story of the league that they shoot in. I'll leave shooting behind and watch Ben Gibbon coming in from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and that's good on inside edge.
Well taken. Bounces
a couple of times and taken by the wicket keeper Roderick. I assume that came off a bottom edge. Yes, it did. Yeah, good take from Gareth Roderick. After the Boer War, was it Lord Kitchener? Somebody wasn't very happy about the way that the English riflemen or the British riflemen had shot in the Boer War. So they started this league where people used to shoot every week.
Well, I'm glad.
Lord Ednam started the league, and it's still going today, which I find fascinating. Given in, bowl, Simpson drives into the onside. The D'Oliveira mid-wicket goes to his right to field.
And without alerting the taxman, Bradders, was the gun worth a few quid, or?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, a couple £100, I think, but I'll probably keep it.
Yeah.
I've kept it, and I told the guys at the Air Rifle Club this story, and they were quite amused by it, because we had a couple of rodents, rather large rats, in our garden a few years ago, and I worked out their trail as Gibbon is in and played, well, initially defensively, but it squeezes past Allison at backward point, and they'll come back for 2. Kashifali comes round from extra cover to field. A couple of runs, that. 223 for 7, lead of 327. So I got my dad's air rifle, and I worked out where these rats were going along the top of my fish pond. So I'm there, you know, me, Hawkeye, just about. Along comes this right now. Missed the rat and put a hole in the lining of the fish pond.
Oh. So that wasn't very good.
No, it wasn't very.
So they had to run down and rescue the fish.
No, well, yeah, it was a slow leak. But, you know, there we are.
You won't make the Olympics, Bradders.
Lessons learned. Next ball, sure. That's a good bouncer, that is. That's a good bouncer from Ben Gibbon. The batsman doesn't have to play it, but what he does, it keeps Robinson down at this end, so that Simpson has to face the next, not Simpson, so that Carson has to face the next delivery. I think I said Simpson before, I don't know what I'm talking about. End of the over, and at the end of it, here at sunny but breezy Hove, it's 223 for 7, a lead of 327. They're looking for a declaration before tea, a declaration at tea, which of course says 2 overs in the day.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Or do you bat and make sure you can't lose?
My feeling is they're probably bat and bat here. In comes Singh, bowls to Robinson, who won't want to hang around. The ball is played to mid-wicket, and slight misfield. Maybe that's been a little harsh one to Robinson. He goes to 28, 224 for 7. I think they bat and bat, but by the same token, they won't want to be sort of just plodding along. I think they'll be batting with urgency.
Yeah.
Singh bowls, that kept a bit low. Carson works that to backward point, then he's going to move on through. Comes in, good bit of fielding, good running by Lee Robinson. Was very quickly through for the single, didn't go to backward point at all, it went to backward square leg. Carson goes to 18, 225 for 7. Another 50 overs after this in the day. Yes, I mean, Sussex will feel having had the better of the game. They won't want to leave the door even remotely ajar. In comes Singh, bowls to Robinson, plays that to Wicket. Good bit of fielding, but again a slight fumble, but it does know, well, there was a single there in the end, but it didn't cost a run. Well fielded there by Gibbon. He's a big man, but he was very quickly round, and Ben Allison said, yes, well fielded, to his colleague. Ben Allison literally just down below us. Singh in bowls. Robinson pulls onto the leg side and picks up a single. Put it out there by Kashifali, yeah, all the way out in front of the Clock Tower scoreboard. 226 for 7, Robinson to 29. Singh already back to his mark, 3 singles off the over so far. Bowls, Carson down the ground, thumps that away, that's gone for 6. Oh, that's a big blow by Jack. Straight down the ground. There's a shortish boundary down the ground here, but he's given that a bit of a clump. As Jack, he goes to 24.
Yeah, cleared the boundary quite comfortably.
Yes, and some, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, is there a bit of intent here from Sussex to
possibly.
push on? And
yeah.
I mean, they could be 400 in front by tea. They could all be bowled out by tea, of course.
Singh in again. Bowl. Carson is forward, plays down the offside of the track. No run. End of the over. 232 for 7. The most expensive over probably that Fatty Singh has bowled with that 6, so 9 off the over. Robinson 29, Carson 24, 232 for 7, lead is 336. I know that cricketers generally don't take any notice, do they, of weather forecasts?
No.
And a couple of people who were videoing at lunchtime said, oh, we might get a shower tomorrow. Others said, no, it's going to be dry. I mean, who knows, really. But Sussex will feel that this is a game well, they both want to win, so it's a fairly stupid thing to say, Adrian, but you know, they feel this is a game that they ought to win from this position, put it that way.
Yes, they'd be disappointed if they didn't.
Yes, correct. That's well put, Bradders.
Here is Ben Gibbon bowling left arm around, full length delivery, pushed up to mid-on. They're going to have to be quick here. They are quick, and not a great throw coming in from Matthew Waite at mid-on. Had to pick it up and throw it quickly, and I think the batsman would have been home fairly comfortably anyway. In the National Counties competition, Herefordshire right for 292.
Sounds good.
In that match down at Suffolk. Half centuries for Rudge and Walker in that one. And that's they're in the innings break there now. Next ball is driven. That's a nice shot from Robinson. May not go to the fence because I think Kashif Ali is going to cut it off. Indeed he is. So they'll come back for a couple. I said Robinson again, didn't I? It was Carson.
Bill Philby has been in touch.
Hello, Bill.
He says, hello Adrian and Bradders, thanks for the commentary, delighted to be following another very positive Sussex performance. The event in the hospitality is the annual Residents' Tea, when all the people living in properties neighbouring the ground are invited in.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
So they're all local residents there.
Right.
Didn't
Excellent.
Didn't know about that.
Given in, bowl short. Good bouncer again, through to the wicket-keeper.
Goes on to say, does Bill, the gentleman in the yellow shirt that we saw earlier,
Yes.
will be absent from the balcony for a while now. So Residents' Tea.
Oh, so he's at the Residents' Tea, is he?
Presumably. There's a couple of people still up on the balcony. I wonder what do you think it's sort of tea and cake? And sort of,
Oh, I don't know. Well, that's a really good idea, isn't it?
there's a couple, I can see people,
Because-
obviously the bar's open and...
Yeah. Yeah, because it helps the spirit, and then when you've got cricket and the lights are on at night, and it doesn't stop people complaining, but it builds up a nice relationship with your locals.
It does.
Gibbon in, bowls, punched away on the onside. D'Oliveira dives and stops. No run. Punched by Carson rather than Robinson. I've got these two mixed up on a few occasions.
Useful little partnership, this, Bradders. 35 plus 12, 47. These two have put on in quite quick time, actually.
63rd over the last hit, so 9 overs.
So rattling on at 5 and over at the moment.
Yeah. Pushing on. Gibbon once again bowls. This is short, very short, and Carson goes for the hook, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. That's Ben Gibbon's 2 for the over, I would have thought. 2 short ones. There's only one slip as the only close catcher. What have we got? Third man, deep cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a fine leg are the fielders.
You said how boring the game at Edgbaston is with that very flat track.
Oh, go on, as it suddenly turned on its head. Here's Gibbon's next delivery, and that's played down to Kashif Ali, who comes round from extra cover around to his left. They could be in trouble here, and they are in trouble. That's a run out. Now, who's run out here?
Robinson.
Because both batsmen have ended up at the same end. Robinson goes, he's walking off, and I think they're asking the umpires who's out. The throw came in from Kashif Ali. There was never 2, and I think umpire Debenham is saying you're out. So it is Ollie Robinson who departs. It was a complete schmozzle. Both batsmen ended up at the same end, and Ollie Robinson wanders off. Good bit of fielding.
Very good.
Kashif Ali, good throw, straight in, over top of the stumps.
Bit of a shame that, actually, because Ollie Robinson was batting as well as I've seen him back for a while, really. He did touch gloves with Jack Carson, as if to say, Ollie was looking for the second, wasn't he?
Difficult to know whose call it was there.
Yeah, I think he was on his way back, and I think Carson realised the ball was in the fielder's hand. Yeah, so he would have been turning at the far end, so...
You'd have thought, whoever was turning at the far end, it should have been their call, shouldn't it? Because they were going to be running to the danger.
And he did send... Yes, and he did send Robinson back.
Yeah.
But Robinson was halfway down the track, and had to put on the anchors.
Yeah.
Nice little partnership between the pair. We should have kept quiet, shouldn't have, about that partnership of 47.
47, yeah. 47 in 11 overs, I make it, or maybe 10, depending when the wicket fell in the 63rd.
Yes, just coming back to the Edgbaston game. Surrey now 225 for 5. I noticed Jason Roy. I thought he just played white ball cricket now, but I noticed he's now back at Surrey playing red ball. Probably wishes he wasn't, because he was out for 2. And Rob Yates, the very occasional spinner for Warwickshire, has taken 3 for 44. So Surrey's still trailing by well over 400 runs, so maybe there is a bit of life in that game. Having said it was a boring draw, which it could still be, of course.
Yeah. Well, maybe the pitch is going a little bit and there's something in it for the spinners.
You never know. Elsewhere, Notts now all out for 345. Hampshire are 0 for 0, needing 483 to win. And Yorkshire carrying on their merry way, 283 for 2 at Essex. Adam Lyth, 174 not out.
And it's Harry Carvelis is the new batsman. Fatih Singh is the bowler. Pushed away on the offside. Bowler does the fielding. Am I doing this?
Yes, I'm very sorry. I think it was you do it, Bradders.
All right, okay. Sing in and bowls, and because we get paid £1 and over. For
we do.
Yeah. Played back down the pitch to the bowler.
Not far off, actually.
No, it's not. Next ball is turned away on the leg side, especially in a 50 over game, and there is no run.
Yes.
Ben Gibbon is the fielder there.
I think people would be surprised.
Sing in bowls, and this is playing solidly down the ground, and Gibbon won't cut that one off, but a very comfortable stop for Ben Allison at long on. 236 for 8, the lead is 340.
Do you think with the neighbours' tea that they're sitting around the table saying, oh, don't look over there, the Smiths are here?
Here's the next ball, which is pushed back down the pitch. Yeah. From experience, keeping in with the neighbours of your cricket ground is well worth doing, trust me. It's well worth the money. Sing in and bowls, pushed away on the offside, no run. Which at New Road, of course, there are no neighbours. The nearest are in the flats, which are about, what are they, 100 yards away.
Yeah.
Although we did have complaints from people on the other side of the river a couple of years ago, because 2 of the speakers around the ground, the PA speakers, blown round in the wind, so they were getting chapter and verse floating across the river. End of the over, 236 for 8, lead of 340. Carvelis has won. Carson has 26.
Well, sometimes here in the summer, Bradders, they've had them for a few years now. They do a pop concert on the outfield. Sir Elton was here a few years ago.
Yes, yeah, I saw Sir Elton at New Road in Worcester. Yeah.
That was good. I like Sir Elton. Have they got any? Sussex haven't got any this year.
I think there's some tribute acts. I think coming to New Road. I should know this.
Well, some of them are good. The tribute acts, to be honest.
Very good. Yeah.
Ben Gibbon is going to come in to bowl to Harry Carvelis, who's on 1, comes in and bowls. Carvelis is beaten outside the off stump through to Roderick. There is no run.
And we were talking, weren't we, about the price of theatre tickets the other day. I'm a big fan of the Eagles, and there's an Eagles tribute band coming to our local theatre, and I saw it and I said, oh yeah, I'd quite fancy that. It's £44 a ticket. Yeah, that's I have seen the Eagles live.
Yes, that's not
which didn't cost me anything, because a very good friend of mine, another friend of mine, invited me to go.
He's a nice friend.
Given wide of the stumps and wide of the batsman and into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
There's a very good pub up in Putney called the Half Moon, which is used to be a very popular music venue. And I go there quite a bit because my daughter doesn't live far away from there, and they have all sorts of tribute bands up there, and there are some really good ones.
Yeah.
Good musicians.
They are good musicians.
You know, 15, 20 quid. Don't mind that.
No. Ben Gibbon bowling to Harry Carvelis, and this is playing a miss.
Oh, I did miss the stumps by very much.
Full length delivery, trying to push or drive on the offside. Let's have another look at this. No, it didn't miss by too much. Didn't miss the bat by too much. Didn't miss the edge by too much, and didn't miss the stumps by too. But it missed by enough, the batsman will say.
I'd love to be down there amongst the chatter with all the neighbours. When I haven't seen you for a long time. No.
No, I live next door.
Have you sold your flat? No, not yet. Oh, that's a shame.
Here's Gibbon. This time Cavalis leaves as the ball goes by outside the house. You know, we were talking about this the other day with some good friends of mine about COVID. And COVID was awful, and a lot of people passed away, and a lot of people suffered in COVID, and I know that. But we used to sit outside most mornings, you know, and watching people going by, and we got to know our neighbours a lot better. Not just our neighbours, we know our neighbours, but, you know, people who live just down the road, and they went wandering by. We didn't invite them in or shake hands or anything, but next ball is pushed away on the offside. Kashif Ali produced a fine bit of fielding, although there was a mix-up in the middle. He produced the fine bit of fielding that created that mix-up to remove Robinson, run out for 30 in the last over.
You're right though, Bradders, isn't it? You know, I remember a good few years ago, there had quite a heavy snowfall up where we live, and no one could get anywhere for a day or two. So everyone was walking to the shop, and everyone was actually stopping and saying hello. Yeah. Whereas in the past, people just rushed past and can't even be bothered to say hello. So it's strange, isn't it, how people...
Yeah.
He finds them quite nice people as well.
Yeah. Here's Gibbon in and wide of the stumps through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 236 for 8, a lead of 340. Yeah, get a dog.
Yeah,
don't
totally.
Really get a dog or walk your dog around the road, and people will stop and say,
"What's your dog called?"
Yeah. Yeah, nobody ever asks you what your name is.
No.
We go around and, oh, there's Poppy's mum.
Yes.
There's
Mr. Poppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that all the time. Always Mr. Bertie.
Yeah, that's it. Nobody knows your name.
No idea.
They know who your dog is.
Yeah.
What's your dog's name and how old is your dog? That's the first thing you're going to get. And why has he just bitten my ankle?
Now, Michael Fletcher has been in touch.
Hi, Michael.
Fatty Singh is coming over the wicket, bowls to Carson, who pulls us around the leg side. That could well go for 4, you know. That's nice. Well stopped out on the boundary edge by Cassie. We've got in that very good throw a little earlier on to run out Ollie Robinson. Carson goes to 26, 236 for 8. Now, I don't know how Michael knows this, but he says there's a thunderstorm showing on the radar heading for Hove, may shorten playing time. I've no idea whether that's correct or not. I don't know where Michael's got that from. It could be nonsense. Anyway, he's pulled away onto the offside. This should be a very good catch. All two fielders, one of you go for it. Oh, well, that was a classic case of two fielders going for the catch. Jack Carson, big outside edge, the ball looped in the air, and I thought for a minute that Jake Libby and whoever was running towards him were going to collide. It had collision written all over it. Jack Carson went through for the single, but the main thing was the fielders didn't collide and hurt themselves. There were two Worcestershire fielders converging on the ball, 239 for 8. Singing again, played to backward point by Cavalis. There is no run. So I've no idea about that. Perhaps you could let us know where you've got that from, Mike.
Yeah, I'm just looking on my weather. I can't see anything on my weather app. That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen.
Singing, down the wicket comes Cavalis, and I think he's been stumped.
Is he stumped or bowled?
Well, the off stump is pegged back, so possibly he was bowled. Let's just see. Singing, bowled. He was bowled. So there we are. So another wicket goes down. So we're going to see quite a bit of Worcestershire batting tonight, you know, Bratters.
Well, and I think this tells us what's in the mind of Sussex, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because they're just going down and he's just going down and having a whack at that, and I think they're trying to push on and maybe get Worcestershire in at least during, if not. What have we got to tea? We got 8 overs till tea. 75? No.
A few more now, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong figures.
Minimum
today's 46.
So another 14 overs
14,
till tea.
yeah.
But if Sussex were all out in this over, we'd lose 2. So it'd be 12 overs until tea, and then they'd lose 32 after tea.
Yeah.
I wonder if Sussex are also thinking in terms of, you know, they would have 2 new balls, wouldn't they, in the innings. Here comes James Hayes. Last man in, batted very well in the first innings. Phil Tibbs has been in touch actually regarding a declaration which is very opportune. In some ways, he said it would be better for Sussex to be bowled out. It is what it is, and we have a target to bowl out. Massively takes the pressure off Simo, so he can get on with skippering rather than worrying about being accused of being too defensive or too optimistic whenever he would declare. By the way, I think the previous message about the Residents' Day, Bill is the brother of John and is the partner of Libby Agar, who's heavily involved in the charity arm of the club and one of my bosses. All right. Bill is the brother of John and the partner of Libby.
Okay.
Hope you followed that.
It's a bit like the Archers, this, isn't it?
Here we are down at Ambridge. Sing! Is it? I've no idea whose over it is. Brad bowls
you
to
carry on, mate. You do
Hayes into the offside. There is no run.
job.
Lead is 344, so it's a big ask for Worcestershire, but you never know. In comes Singh, full toss. Hayes back down the ground. That was a good bit of fielding by Singh, actually, who then made as if to throw out the stumps twice and then hung on to the ball. End of the over. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 52 to Fateh Singh. 240 for 9. The camera is now honing in on the, I think that's the players' club. Or maybe it is the maybe it is the neighbours.
I think it's just the neighbours.
They're not talking to each other.
No, everybody loves good neighbours.
Yeah, don't talk to the Browns at number 13. Keep an eye on those Amazon packages delivered. Blooming nuisance.
With a little understanding.
There they are. No, they look like they do get on, don't they?
Yeah, they're all right.
Yeah, there's no one.
Neighbours should be good to one another. That's why good neighbours need good friends.
Absolutely, yeah. What a lovely idea, though. What sort of cake they've got. But they could have brought us some up, Bradders.
Only you could ask what sort of cake it is.
But they've got some nice cakes down there today.
Yeah.
I might go in at tea time, make out I'm a neighbour.
Here's Ben Gibbon. Can he finish off this Sussex innings? Not with that ball, he can't, because that's been plundered through the offside. But Kashif Ali scampering round, gets to the ball, and another good throw back in. They come through for 2. Carson goes to 32, 242 for 9. Just checking, what time is it? It is
Correct, 3 o'clock.
2:57, so we're nowhere near.
So have we missed the Archers?
Sorry?
Have we missed the Archers?
Oh, yeah, the omnibus edition. Wasn't there a lot of trouble because it moved from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning? Do. Here's the next ball, which is... Oh! It's gone off an edge. It's gone
Keeper missed it altogether.
between wicket-keeper and slip.
Yeah, he definitely nicked it.
Between wicket-keeper and first slip. Ben Gibbon, looking too happy. He could have had a couple of more wickets in this spell.
He definitely nicked
Let's
that.
have a look at that. He's nicked it, and yes.
Was absolutely bisected slip and keeper.
Yeah.
He couldn't have placed that better if he tried, Jack Carson.
Nichols is more in a first slip, would have gobbled it, but Nichols more in a second slip position, and it's flown away down to the boundary. It was almost as if neither the keeper or the slip picked that one up. But a fortuitous 4, but 4 it is.
It is.
As Gibbon is in again and pushed forward back down the pitch. Gibbon on his follow through does the fielding. Funny, you were saying earlier about local cricket clubs getting promoted. Inkborough Sporting Club Inkborough, whatever they call it. And the Archers was said to be based in Inkborough.
Oh, right.
Because the guy who wrote it, called Godfrey Paisley, lived in that area. So the bull at Ambridge was thought to be the bull at Inkborough.
Good knowledge.
No, nothing else about anything else, but very little about anything. Here is the next ball from Gibbon. He's bowled a couple of good bounces.
Yes. Mike has sent me this picture, Mike Fletcher. Hello, Mike. Of this storm which he's showing in the middle of the channel. Now, if that's... I've no reason to doubt Mike. I mean, clearly when we get emails from people, we treat it in good faith.
Right.
But that is showing a storm brewing in the channel. Now, whether that's heading to Hove, I don't know. It certainly looks like it's heading towards the Isle of Wight.
It's not in anywhere near in our vicinity.
We're about there.
Not a cloud in the sky.
No.
It?
Oh. So hopefully perhaps it'll dissipate.
Ben Gibbon, left arm around to Carson. Carson, I was going to say cuts, but rather chops that in front of square. Ethan Brooks from extra cover goes chasing it. One more to the total. Carson has 37. Hayes yet to get off the mark. 247 for 9, lead of 351.
Bill is John Philby's brother.
Oh, right, okay.
So John Philby, who we met earlier today.
Oh, we
the
did,
chairman.
yes.
Yes,
Nice
indeed.
chap.
Yeah, we
There we are.
well, Mr. Philby to you and I.
Got it all together.
You know,
See, Mr. Oh.
Mr. Philby.
Well, he introduced himself. So. He didn't say, I'm Mr. Philby. What's it Brian Clough used to say? I'm Clough or Brian, don't call me Mr. Next ball is eased down towards backward point. I lost the track of the ball then.
Yes.
And Kashif Ali, who's been very busy the last
He
few
has.
overs, comes round and gets the ball back in. Kashif Ali, we were talking earlier, I was talking to Liam about fielding. When he first started playing for Worcestershire, his fielding wasn't great, but he has improved a good deal. And scampers around there on the cover boundary. In fact, take me out and hit me on the head with a copy of the
Sporting Life.
Sporting Life. I think that's Rob Jones out there, and Kashif Ali has just come back on. It is indeed Rob Jones, the 12th man, who is a very good fielder anyway. So, doing a wonderful impression of Kashif Ali there, on about tribute bands. He's a tribute fielder.
Yes.
This is a tribute of Kashif Ali.
A drink has just been brought out for Jack Carson. I suspect maybe some instructions brought out by Daniel Ibrahim, who seems to be on 12th man duty. Here comes Fatty Singh. I will make way for Liam at the end of this over, as Singh comes into bowl his 17th over. Figures of 2 for 52 with 2 maidens. The Sussex lead now 352. 44 overs left in the day after this one. Singh in bowls. That go outside the off stump by young James Hayes, who batted very well in the first innings for his 33 not out.
Very valuable runs, they were.
Worcestershire with 6 men in on the single and a slip comes in on bowls. That's not a great delivery by Fatty Singh actually, and James Hayes says thanks very much. It was a long hop really, and Hayes pulled that one away through mid wicket for 4 runs, and there's a nice round of applause. Someone else got in touch actually about the event in the hospitality area. I think I've got rid of the email, which was a bit daft of me. Singing again bowls, and he plays this very nicely through backward point. Picks up another single. He goes 2-6. Sussex 253 for 9. The important thing is really the lead, which is 357. Daunting, but not impossible for Worcestershire. Singing again bowls, and Carson just eases that down the ground to long on, fielded only here by Ben Allison. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Carson. He goes to 38. 254 for 9. But as you were saying the last time we were here, I think Worcestershire were chasing an improbable target then, and they very nearly got there.
That was a cracking game.
Yeah, there you go.
Went down to the last ball.
Singh in bowls, aises forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run, so that's the end of the over. Brad is just going to look it up in his almanac of cricket notes next door to us with his orange folder. 254 for 9, 38 Carson, 6 to Hayes. I'm going to leave you and make way for Liam O'Brien. I'm going to make myself way down to the neighbours and make out I'm a neighbour so I can snaffle a bit of cake, I think. Don't you know, I've lived there for years. Funny we haven't seen each other.
That game, Worcestershire finished on 373. No, sorry, I'm getting this all wrong. Sussex made 373 in their first innings. Match was drawn. I remember it did go down to that last ball. Let me get me bits of paper out and we'll see. Worcestershire second innings, 251 for 8 they were. So they'll be chasing a few more today. I think this is a change of bowling. It's Ethan Brooks bowling down the slope, turned away on the leg side for a single. We're doing some chopping change. You're going in there, Liam. Good lad. Good fellow. A lead of 358.
Right, I'm all set up.
You alright?
Yes.
Good.
Good afternoon.
You been to see your chums round the corner?
Absolutely, they're in bright spirits.
Here's Brooklyn again, pushed back up the pitch. They're in bright spirits or they're drinking bright spirits?
I think it is a mixture of both, but
Okay.
I think the chatter from everyone in the corner is 350 is surely enough for Sussex, so I think all the Sussex faithful are pretty happy with the lead they've built.
Oh, I should imagine they are, yeah.
I think Worcestershire will still fancy this as well.
Brooks in, bowls, and this is flicked away down backward of square on the leg side. Matthew Waite, the fielder, one more to the total to go to 256 for 9, lead of 360. Yeah, I mean, we were just saying there's a lot of time left in the game, though, isn't there? Even if Sussex, even now, if they, because as we know, these two can bat, and the last wicket partnership in the first innings, there's still a lot of time left. Brooks in, bowls down the leg side. Roderick goes across on his knees and takes. So time shouldn't be a problem.
And we were just saying as well, when you get a day like this and you're twiddling your thumbs on a Sunday, there's nothing better than coming down and watching a cricket on a day like this.
Absolutely.
Beautiful, beautiful day, and a few clouds, but pretty much a cloudless sky as well.
Brooks bowls forward. Suspiciously comes Carson. How many did they put on in the first innings? Just have a look. 73 for the last wicket. Can't see any signs of any thunderstorms that we were told about. Next ball is passing it onto the back foot. That's a pleasant enough over from Brooks. 2 runs conceded. Fatih Singh, I've no doubt to continue. He has taken 2 for 58. I say no doubt to continue, but oh yeah, there he is.
No, he'll absolutely be bowling. It's a crucial part of any 4-day game is having a spinner that can get through overs, and it allows Worcestershire to have the spells like Allison had earlier today and lets them rattle through a few overs while switching up the seamers at the far end. So it's been actually a really important spell for Fatih Singh, and his figures are very impressive for a spinner bowling down the hill or up the hill here at Sussex with a short boundary. Going at nearly 3 and over is very impressive. So into bowl, it's just blocked away nicely into the offside for a dot ball. And so this will be the first I've actually seen Hayes bat before, but he's hit a few shots here where he's looked like he can handle a bat.
He knows exactly what he's doing, yeah.
And so Fatih Singh into bowl, blocked into the offside for a dot ball. And he's got a very old school blank bat as well. I can't see any branding on that, so that's a very old school number 11 weight batting, isn't it? That's Fatih Singh into bowl and blocked away nicely there for a dot ball.
He's got something on the back. No.
I might have a little bit of branding, but it's not very obvious. So Fatih Singh in round the wicket, and that is taken at first slip. It's just prodded out by Hayes, and yeah, that's going to be the Sussex innings. Great spell from Fatih Singh. Sussex 256 all out with a lead of 360.
Yeah, who's that limping down the ground? Is that Ethan Brooks? Did he just take that catch? And he's... Yeah, he took the catch, and I think he must have banged his knee anyway. Yeah, so a very useful lead. Fatih Singh finishes with 3 for 58 off 18 overs, so he's just saying he'll be quite pleased with that. Worcestershire need 361 to win. Sussex all out for 256. Carson 39 not out to go to his go with his first innings century. So we'll just make sure that the chocolate biscuits that Liam's brought in don't melt in the sun, and as soon as play resumes we'll be back. That's what I'm just checking the time. That won't be T-no. If it, ooh, that's close. If they'd have gone off at 10 past, I think they could have gone to tea, because it's within half an hour of the tea interval, but they haven't. So we assume that it isn't tea, and as soon as Worcestershire start their chase or Sussex start the hunt for wickets, we'll be back.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Returning to the field are match umpires James Brook and Ben. Please welcome Field Sussex, led out by Captain John Rothesay.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the 8 overs we're going to have before tea. So the equation here is that Worcestershire need 361 to win. They've got 40 overs today. They've got potentially 96 overs tomorrow. So they've got oodles and oodles of time in which to make these runs. You have to say that Sussex have got oodles of time to bowl them out. Sussex are favourites. I think Liam O'Brien's sitting next to me. But if you know, if a couple of Worcestershire batters show the application that Jack Carson showed, you never know.
Absolutely. There's a lot in this pitch, and Ollie Robinson down the hill would have seen it from the Worcestershire bowlers. Yeah. If you hit a hard length here, it really does start taking off. Get a lot of pop, and a lot of the wickets from the Worcestershire bowlers have been from smashing a hard length and the ball doing a bit. So it's going to be Robinson to start from the top end.
Comes in and bowls, and forward comes Roderick. Sorry, Liam plays into the offside, and there is no run. Now, you watch Ollie Robinson. Yesterday, he was occasionally bowling off a shorter run. He went off the field after a couple of overs yesterday. He looked to be limping and struggling with some sort of an injury, and I felt at times yesterday that Ollie wasn't bowling at full tilt. We'll have to ask later on when we do the post-match interviews, or when we speak to Paul Farbrace. But I get the feeling he might have a niggle, Ollie. You watch this as someone who's come to the game today, but he's coming down the hill. He's Ollie Robinson, bowls, and Roderick is on his way. He flicks that nicely away through mid-wicket. Jack Carsters in hot pursuit, drags the ball back inside the boundary edge, but not before they've come back for 2 runs. I mean, even a 3/4 fit Ollie Robinson is Sussex's strike bowler.
Jaden Seals is a big loss, though, isn't he?
Yeah, huge loss. So and also, Liam, Sussex have, this is a testing schedule now with so many bowlers injured. They go to Taunton next week, then they've got 3 days off. Then they go to Southampton. So it's a really busy spell for Sussex. So it could well be they just, not bowling Ollie Robinson, too much. In comes Robinson, bowls. Roderick defends down the track, no run. On the other hand, I think maybe you can only look at this game and think, we need to win this game.
Yeah, I absolutely look at it from
got to win this game, and then you think about Somerset and those 2 games.
Yeah, you think game by game, and I think what you're saying about with this included, the next 3 games in their schedule, that could decide how they do this season, because by the time you get to the second round of these county championship fixtures coming up, if you struggle in the next 2 games at Hampshire and at Somerset, then you're going to have a struggle to push to win that league.
Robinson in bowls. That did do a little bit. And Roderick plays forward. The ball ends up at backward point. There is no run. Yeah, I think the way the championship goes, things can change very quickly in the county championship. I remember here the last time Sussex went down, and I'm not saying for 1 minute they're going to go down. Don't get me wrong, but I remember they won 3 of their first 5 games and went down. They didn't win a game after that. So you can get on bad trots. I think Sussex will be, with all due respect to Worcestershire, who haven't won a game so far. I think this would have been a game that Sussex think we're at home. We're a strong. If we can win this game, then it takes some of the pressure off the next 2 games coming. In comes Robinson, bowls, let go by Roderick outside the off stump, and there is no run. But with 16 points can make a huge difference. So we'll just have to see how it pans out.
Absolutely.
But I think winning this game just takes some of the pressure off going down to Taunton, which will never be easy. And Somerset won their last game. They won't have James Rue next week because he's been called up by England, but they're still a good side and difficult to beat at Taunton.
They're very good at Taunton, aren't they? They just know it so well.
And Sussex are good here. They haven't lost here under Paul Harbrace. Robinson down the hill. Bowls. Roderick sits on the pad. That's allowed appeal. Robinson thinks he's got his man. And umpire Middlebrook, I think that is, at the far end, is unmoved. End of the over. Ollie Robinson just saying, well, what was that doing? Let's have a little look at this. That's going down the leg side, isn't it? Don't you think?
Oh, it's close. Oh, that's close. Maybe just towing down. That's done a lot off the pitch there, Adrian.
The camera is showing the scene over in front of the players' pavilion. People enjoying the sunshine. Well, unlike in the first innings when young James Hayes opened the bowl, it's going to be Ari Carvelis, who I thought was excellent in the first innings for Sussex, where he took 17 overs, 5 mains, 1 for 31, which didn't really reflect how well he bowled, Liam.
Yeah, well, I mean, 1 for 31 of 17 overs.
Good.
Is that nearly 1.5 an over or something? That's really, really good.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can bowl tight to back up Robinson here. He's going to be coming up the hill from the sea end. Into bowl. And that's hit into the leg side towards deep fine leg, and that's going to be a single. So that's Libby straight off the strike there. Off the mark.
Looks like Kent are heading for a heavy defeat against the bottom side Glamorgan in Division 2. They're 100 for 6 in their second innings. Still trailing Glamorgan by 237. Harry Finch, formerly. Did you know Harry back in the day? Opened the batting, made 28.
Nice. He was my last big scalp I've got in club cricket. Got Harry Finch out mid-wicket. Hooping it around corners. I was that day. Has Carvelis into ball. That's a full toss. About a hit high, and it's blocked back by the surprised Roderick there. And just watching that again, that's very nearly a no ball, that.
Yes, it was.
Jeez. That's a rogue delivery second half.
Yeah.
And he's laughing about it now at mid-off.
Adam Lythe is out for Yorkshire. He made 185. Yorkshire 318 for 4 at Chelmsford, leading by 412.
Wow. Very impressive. So Carvelis, can he find the deck this time? Into bowl, back of a length, and blocked away nicely. Very important Carvelis is steady here and just backing up Robinson, who's definitely going to be the strike bowler in this partnership.
What do you do here? I mean, because Ollie Robinson this season, it's been noticeable he's bowled. One of the criticisms of Ollie have been that he didn't bowl long spells and couldn't come back and bowl a second and a third. But the last couple of games at Trent Bridge and here against Surrey, he did exactly that and came back.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, it's a hot day, whether you just bowl him in bursts in this innings. Interesting to see.
So Carvelis up the hill into bowl, and it's pitched up and blocked away nicely. I think one thing I noticed when he was always around the England setup, Adrian, it felt like he was quite protected, and so maybe he wasn't allowed to go at full tilt for Sussex. I could be completely wrong there, but I seem to remember commentating a lot with yourself, and we'd always see him come on, or the conversation would be, how much is he going to bowl with the England fixtures coming up? Now he's not got that pressure. I feel like it allows him to bowl them longer spells that we're used to, and I remember growing up watching Ollie Robinson bowling like 10 or 11 overs on the trot and just holding up an end, so it'd be nice to see him get back to that. So Carvelis into bowl, up the hill, and that's flicked into the onside for a dot ball. Yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Adrian, but I do seem to remember one of Ollie Robinson's key assets being how much he can just bowl consistently and build pressure.
Yeah, totally.
And when he only does the 4 or 5 over bursts, it almost took away that way of him building up a wicket.
Well, he certainly clearly worked very hard on his fitness, Ollie, because that was certainly one of the criticisms around the England setup, that when he came back to bowl a second spell that he struggled.
Yeah.
And he's been very keen to prove that he can do that this season.
So Carvelis, final ball of the over. Back of a length, it's dropped a second slip, it's exploded off a length, hit the shoulder of the bat, and
Tom Clark, who's got the safest pair of hands in the club.
Tom Clark has palmed that for a single. Let's just watch that again. Hits the seam, does a lot off the pitch, and Tom Clark reaches for it, and he's got to be grabbing that. It's come off the palm of his hands. Watching that in a better zoomed out angle, he reaches for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that one. Excellent bit of bowling there for Carvelis. But that's going to be the end of the over. 4 without loss. And there's just a drop chance there off Carveus' final ball of the over.
And Gareth Roderick has a life. What do you say? It's doing a little bit. What was Roderick on then? Did they take a run off that delivery?
Yes, they did. Roderick's on 3.
So he was out. He was dropped on 2. Here comes Robinson. Bowls to Roderick, who's forward. Plays onto the onside. No run. So he's dropped on 2, and the score was on 3. Oh, Tom Clark. As you say, when he has got a very safe pair of hands.
He's still got his head in his hands. I think he knows he should have got that one.
The chance goes down. What will be encouraging for Sussex, though, that it did do a bit there.
Yeah, it did a lot as well. That's one you'd normally actually miss as a batter because it's done so much, but he's just prodded and followed it once it seemed.
Robinson rather in again, bowled. Roderick is stoutly forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. Crowd are getting a bit raucous, aren't they? I think perhaps...
Raucous.
Someone's just come out actually with a nice looking... I haven't got to think about cake, but there's a gentleman just walking across here with a bit of cake and a nice glass of something or another. One of the neighbours drinks down below us this afternoon. Plenty of people there. What a lovely day for it as well. 1 or 2 cotton wool clouds just drifting across the ground, up to the north of the ground, up towards the downs as Robinson is in. Bowls. Roderick turns this nicely through mid-wicket. Roderick has to run around Ollie Robinson, but there wasn't a second run there if he was thinking about it. And Roderick goes to 4. And Worcestershire to 5 without loss. I imagine Jack Carlson might have quite a big part to play here, Liam.
Yeah, a little bit later. I think whilst the ball's moving around, you've really got to utilise it. I'm excited to see Hudson Prentice again. His spell earlier on in the match was very special, to be fair. He was so consistent, got a lot off the deck, and so I imagine he'll follow Robbie Robinson down the hill.
Robinson in bowls, Libby right in behind this, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, he bowled beautifully. It was his career best figures yesterday, 5 for 40. But Jake Libby, and Bradders was giving some very interesting stats that he always seems to make runs against Sussex, and from memory I think Jake Libby averages it in his 70s against Sussex. So,
really? It is weird, like I have that a lot as well, where you just seem to get runs off a certain team and then mentally you almost like can't wait to then play that team again, even though the bowling attack can be completely different.
Well, Bradders was saying as well, Bradders did some stats, and Finn Hudson Prentice has bowled more balls against Worcestershire than any other county by a long chalk. In comes Robinson bowls, Libby lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no runner. We think it was a season when he played twice for Derbyshire against Worcestershire, then once for Sussex against Worcestershire, but he's taken more wickets and bowled more balls against Worcestershire than anybody else.
Absolutely. And just from a Sussex point of view, you're hoping that drop catch hasn't just taken the sting out of it. Sometimes when you come out, you really fancy it, getting a few early wickets, and a little bit flat after that drop catch.
Well, collector's item that, isn't it, Tom Clark, because he rarely puts chances down. Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Libby lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 5 without loss on Nottinghamshire. 4 to Roderick, 1 to Libby. I need 361 to win.
So it's going to be Carveus to continue up the hill.
There isn't a thing on there that gives you... the scoreboard tells us how much needed to win. 356. So a long, long way ahead for Worcestershire, but I've got oodles of time.
Oodles? I've not heard that in ages.
Oh, did you?
A new one I heard the other day was a dowel. Do you know what a dowel is?
A dowel? I thought a dowel was a piece of wood.
Yes. Yeah, I've not heard that. I heard it in a phrase. So Carveus up the hill, and that's flicked into the onside.
Oh, a dowel. In what context?
I can't remember, but someone said something around connecting something like a dowel or something like that. I can't remember. But that's a new one.
I used the word tongue pale the other day. Nobody knew what I was
Tongue pale?
Tongue pale. Oh, I've never heard that one,
You
Bradders.
could probably trademark that one, I think. I've not heard that before either.
No.
And so it's going to be Carveus to continue up the hill. He's into bowl, and that's a short length delivery, blocked away into the offside. I remember when I first started, Adrian, and I'd use all the terms like he's bowling great heat.
You did, yes.
Or he's bowling gas and stuff like that, and I was trying to get you to use some of them terms, and I just think I remember you laughing and saying, no, I think I'll leave you to that, Liam.
Yeah, you were good. Yeah. Oh, a pale tongue, not a tongue pale. Right. Okay.
So Carveus up the hill, and that's blocked away nicely for a dot ball. And the ooze he's just getting a bit of movement off this pitch. And Roderick's 4 off 17 now, so he's faced quite a few deliveries. It does feel like he's always on strike at the moment, but they're building a good bit of pressure against him.
Well, I think the general perception around the ground, he's had to bide his time, Ari Carvelos. He's had to be very patient this season. He certainly wasn't in the plans early on. He's come into the side because of the injuries, let's be fair, and he's making the most of it.
And he's continuing up the hill. Oh! That's another full-length delivery, and that's such a borderline no ball as well. They've actually called it.
I think they have called it. Now, does he get a warning for that? He may well get a warning, because it's the second one that he's bowled, Harry Carvelos. Now, let's see what happens. Now, how do they denote a formal warning?
Yeah.
It's a no ball. Now, do they give a warning?
Yeah, just watch. Yeah, it's the first warning.
Is that now? Yes, he's putting up his finger now. I think that means it's a warning.
Yeah, it's his first one. I actually had this last year, and we had a televised game for the Disability Premier League, and one of my bowlers bowled 2 full, like, head-high no balls and got taken off. so I know it very well. So he's had his first warning. So Carveus into bowl, and then it's back of a length delivery, just guided down 2 seconds left.
That's the sort of thing, and I think they're very good here at Sussex. But in general terms, I think for the benefit of the crowd, something up on the scoreboard that says formal warning, would that not be a good idea? Just that people think yes, or an announcement or something. Now, if you get 2, you're off, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I feel like the fans would understand the signals by now, but if he gets taken off, they'll probably explain why. But let's just hope he can land this one. So he's into bowl. That's blocked away nicely. I think a lot of people, if you're just a casual visitor, I think that sort of thing just helps to say that was a formal warning for Ari Carvelos, who, it's like a yellow card, isn't it, effectively? Yeah, that is a yellow card.
Well, that would be quite good, actually. Umpire shows a yellow card. I'm just thinking, because I think cricket are a little bit guilty of assuming that everybody in the ground knows what's going on.
Yeah. No, I do agree. So Carveus, final ball of the over, into bowl, and that's slashed outside the off stump. Very loose shot there from Roderick, where the pressure's been building for a while, but it goes through safely to the hands of John Simpson for a dot ball, and it's the end of the over. That could be a new one then, Adrian. A yellow card and a red card system. Give him a straight red if it's head high.
Well, John Simpson is now in a long debate with umpire Ben Debenham.
Yeah, because he's standing outside his crease. Simpson's argument is that it was on the way down, but it did look quite high.
And perhaps didn't help the fact that he'd already bowled a loose delivery.
The first one was borderline, wasn't it? So I don't think he's going to get away with 2.
So 4 overs to go till tea. Ollie Robinson over the wicket, in and bowls, and Libby's beaten out to the outside edge. Good delivery from Ollie Robinson into the gloves of Simpson. There is no run. It's survival mode here for Worcester at the minute. That was if they were just.
That's a beauty.
Yeah, that is a beauty. So Jake Libby, who's 1 not out. Well, the last couple of days we've been way over time, 20 to 7 last night before we eventually finished. But due to Fatty Singh whistling through his overs, we might not be as late as that. Yeah, I'd have thought so. Before the end, while the ball's a bit hard, they might give him a few. I think you're right. Hudson Prentice will bowl some down the hill as well. In comes Robinson, bowls. Libby jumps in behind that, plays that to backward point. There is no run. I mean, Worcestershire will know. I mean, clearly Finn Hudson-Prentice took 5 wickets, so you could say he's the danger man, but I think if you're identifying the danger from Robinson is the danger, isn't
Robinson he? Is, and what's been nice is I think they're saying it's like a 1-2 combo, isn't it, where the pressure from Sussex at that top end is going to be relentless. If you have Hudson-Prentice backing up Robinson, it almost makes you feel like from the bottom end you have to start targeting bowlers a little bit more. And I've been very impressed with Hudson-Prentice the last few seasons. He's been a great addition since coming back to Sussex.
Robinson in bowls. Libby's hit on the pad. No, that's too high, isn't it? Just have a look at the replay.
And
too
down.
High and going down leg side. Yeah, Ollie Robinson didn't even appeal, really, did he?
There's 2 thoughts of that one, isn't it? Some teams go up for everything, and then some people only go up when they think it's out. It's either one of the two, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. Robinson is back to his mark. Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up at backward point, but I don't think he'll get a bowl before tea. Robinson in, bowls, Libby drives to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Hudson-Prentice, who was effortlessly down to his left-hand side. We had a little quiz on Friday night, Liam, in the next door, and Finn Hudson-Prentice's football knowledge was excellent.
Really?
Yeah, he got them all right. He knew what was going on.
He knows his ball, as the youngsters say.
He does. Oh, is that what they say?
That he knows ball, is
Oh,
what
right.
they say. So it'd be like Finn knows ball.
Right.
And that's their way of saying he knows football.
Right, okay. Robinson. Back to his mark. In and bowls, and Libby plays on, certainly outside his off stump. The ball scoots along the ground into the slip cord, and it's fielded there by Tom Alsop.
It's a genuine nick, but he's played soft hands there, so it's not quite carried to first slip. But he's bowling very well here, Robinson. It almost reminds you of how Allison was bowling, just so patient outside off stump, and the odd ones jagging back or doing something, and that's where they get the chances.
A couple more emails which I shall read in a moment. Robinson in bowls, Libby lets that go outside the off stump, no run. Richard Robinson has been in touch, no relation to Ollie, I'm sure. He says, good morning Adrian and team, afternoon Adrian and team, hoping Sussex can gain the win here. 350 is a good score to bowl at. Did you see the UAE women's T20 qualifier against Qatar? UAE hit 192 without loss after 16 overs, but you can't declare in T20, and there was thunder and rain in the air, so the UAE opening batters retired hurt, and the next 8 batters came in and did the same thing. It's in the rules apparently. And then they'll bowl Qatar out for 29 overs and headed their qualifier group. In the spirit of the game, question mark. Loving this weather, come on Sussex. Yeah, not really in the spirit of the game, is it, to be honest?
But it's quite clever though, and not to be devil's advocate, but yeah. So Carveus to continue up the hill, back of a length, and that's blocked towards mid-on for a dot ball.
Greetings from a rainy Cornwall. I'm a refugee from Hayward Heath living on the North Cornwall coast. Thanks for your fabulous commentary. It's lovely to see the sunny weather at home and the live stream. Can't wait for next Friday when we're coming up to Taunton to watch the first day's play. It'll be a real treat to see the boys play live again. Well, the weather is good for next week, Mike, so maybe bump into you at the ground. But interesting to know it's raining in the West Country.
Yeah, sorry to rub it in, guys. It's lovely here. That's Carveus up the hill, and that's down the leg side, missed by Roderick, who's probably missed out on that one. It's gone through to Simpson for a dot ball.
So north coast of Cornwall, where are you thinking? Somewhere like Padstow? Be nice.
I don't know that area well enough, unfortunately.
Padstow, Bude, Newquay, all sort of surfing area.
Are you a big surfer, Adrian?
Tedgel. Am I a big surfer?
Yeah.
No, I could not. Brandon's in his time was pretty good.
Surfing the web. So Carveus to continue up the hill. And he's bowled him through the gate. Big celebration for Carveus. And that's the first wicket for Sussex. I think it's the in-swinger that's done him. And as you can hear, a big round of applause there from the Sussex fans. And big wicket. Roderick was put under a lot of pressure there. 4 off 24 balls. Very full-length delivery. Watch it again here. And it's just swung back in very late. Yorker length delivery, and Roderick's just pushed for that one. Looked like a shot of someone who's out of form, and it's bowled him.
Well, Tom Clark will be relieved, won't he, because he'd put down Gareth Roderick. But Harry Carveus has got a warning for bowling a couple of beamers. Comes up with a lovely delivery. And we said he bowled well in the first innings, and he's just the sort of pitch that suits Carveus, I think, just sort of doing a little bit.
Yeah, just watching that back, it looks like Roderick was just a little bit early on that one. It was a full-length delivery. He kind of just pushed out it, and it's a Yorker length, and yeah, he's going to be really frustrated with that. So the next batter in, Henry Nichols.
Well, good player, and I would say that this will be a... I would have thought, if you're looking at the Worcestershire card for somebody who can make a big score, I would have thought Henry Nichols is...
He reminds me of a Marcus Harris. Do you know the left-hander? Is he at Lancs at the moment?
Yes, he's the leading scorer in the county championship. Marcus Harris.
He's a similar player to him, I think. Where very patient, knows his shots, and will grind out a big score.
Well, he made 32 in the first innings. And it was a very confident 32. You know, he never really looked as if he was in trouble. Eventually, he was caught by Johnson. He became a Victor Orford Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, I remember watching it this morning just as a little reminder, and Hudson Prentice got with a beauty. But he's a very compact cricketer, knows his technique, knows the shots he'll play, and excellent signing for Worcestershire, I think. I remember a few years back when Worcestershire had Martin Guptill. What a player he was. Nailed it. So Carveus round the wicket to the left-handed Nichols into bowl, and that's a full toss.
Another one.
Just kind of hit away. He struggled a little bit with this. I mean, the ball before that he got the wicket with was almost full toss-like, but just dipped at the end.
Yeah. I mean, it's 3 full tosses he's bowled, isn't it?
Yeah.
Needs to be a little careful.
This is a massive wicket here for Sussex. They'd love to get Nichols early. So Carveus round the wicket. 2 balls left in the over. Into bowl, back of a length, and that's just easily nudge. Oh, they're going for a quick single, and Haynes fumbles it. That would have been a close run out. He's hit it straight at Haynes at mid-wicket and then just ran. If Haynes didn't fumble that could have been a really quick run out there. We'll watch that back again.
Well, it's Nichols' call, isn't it? I mean, Libby hesitated.
Yeah, Libby was in trouble there if Haynes picked that up cleanly.
Well, it's in front of square, is it? So you could say it's... I mean, is it a poor call?
I think it's the hesitation that's done Libby. I don't think Libby was expecting it. Final ball in the over, Libby to face. Carveus into bowl, full length delivery, blocked away. Very nice length there from Carveus. Good over. Sussex have got Worcestershire 8 for 1. And how many overs till tea is that? 2 overs left till tea?
Yes, 2 overs left until tea. Fans of Bradders will know that he'll be back after tea. They're just showing on the big screen pictures of the I-360, which is the tall building in Brighton, which did have some financial difficulties. I think it's okay now, but it's the sort of the circular thing. You sort of go. You could abseil off there. Have you done that, Liam?
No, I haven't. I'm
Would you fancy doing
heights.
it? No.
It was kind of a bit contradicting because I skydived in Australia in the winter, but
yeah. So you did a tandem. My daughter did one as well.
Yeah.
So you are completely trusting your life on that person that you're doing the tandem with.
I had a South African guy called Pierce.
Okay.
And I said to him, how many jumps have you done? He was like, I think I'm on to like 6 or 7. I was like, are you quite new? And he went, oh no, 1,000. And I was like, okay, that made me feel a lot better. I was like, if I'm 6,001, then it's just not meant to be.
Did you get someone to film it and everything?
Yeah, they filmed it and everything like that.
Yep. Ollie Robinson coming around the hill, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Henry Nichols. Let's go outside the off stump. I don't think that missed the off stump by a huge amount.
Whereabouts did your daughter do it?
Airlie Beach.
Nice. I think that's where I did mine.
Up on the east coast.
Yeah, I think I did mine on Airlie Beach as well. It's the closest point to the Great Barrier Reef or something. Yeah, I think I would have done the same one.
Oh,
yeah.
How funny.
How weird is that? Small world.
Yeah. Harry Carveus just signing some autographs there for some youngsters. They've got their bats and autograph books. Always great to get an autograph when you're a young lad or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to sign my own bats. Manifested it.
Robinson round the wicket bowls, and Nichols plays to mid wicket, no run. I've done 3 parachute jumps.
Have you?
Yeah, but not very. It was off what they call a static line. So when you jump out the plane, you're attached to the plane by a long rope virtually.
Yeah.
But when you jump out, it opens for you, or it pulls it open for you. But you've still got to jump out, but you're on your own, 2,500 feet. So if it fails, you did have a reserve that you could pull.
That's amazing.
I did that up at a place called Sibton Airfield near Peterborough. In comes Carveus, bowls. Nichols is 4, plays into the offside. The reason I did it, we were all down the pub one night, early 20s, and one of the lads said, "Oh, I'm going to go." 1920. We're going to go and do a parachute jump. We all had a few beers. Yeah, we'll all go. Then he came around to collect the money the week later. Not so sure now. So I pulled out. A few of the lads went and did it, came back and just didn't stop talking about doing a parachute jump.
Yeah.
And so me and my mate said, "Oh, we can't have this. This is so boring."
Yeah.
So we went and did it.
Oh, that's amazing. It's tough having to jump yourself as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. In comes Robinson and bowls. Nichols plays a into the offside, picks up a single, does Henry Nichols. He goes to 2, the total to 9 for 1 at the end. No, it's not the end of the over. No, the fielders are just changing over for the right-hander. True story, actually, because we were in a plane called an Islander that only took about 7 people, so we all sat in the plane, and we were at the back too. And there was a lady at the front, and you would know this, you sort of sit in the door,
Yeah.
and then they say feet out, and go, and when they say go, you push yourself out the aeroplane.
Amazing.
And so this lady was in the, and he went feet out, put her feet out, go, and she didn't, and just went go, and so the jump master, as he's called, he gave her a little push.
Jeez.
Yeah, and we all went, comes Robinson, bowls, and he's hit round about the thigh pad, the ball bounces out into the offside, there is no run. And when we all finished, he was saying that, well, obviously it worked, you know, the parachute opened and she was okay, but he was saying if you have someone on the aircraft who is throwing a bit of a wobbly, that's not good.
Yeah.
You
It's dangerous, isn't it?
yeah. So anyway, so I have done it, but not a tandem. Just putting your life in the hands of that person.
Yeah.
Oh, well done, Liam.
Oh, thank you.
So when you'd done it, did you get a big adrenaline rush?
Yeah. I went back to my camper van with my girlfriend, and we were like, we had all this energy, like we wanted to just speed down the motorway or something.
In comes Robinson bowls. No, you don't want to know about you and your girlfriend and your energy.
Oh.
Well done, though. Did you both do it?
Yeah, she.
Well done.
She was a lot more composed than I was, to be honest with you. And then afterwards, it was funny seeing the videos and everything like that. And we went for a cloud, and had all these rain particles in the cloud, and it felt like we were going through needles because of just the amount of rain. And it's just funny seeing us like kind of enjoying it, and then suddenly go through a cloud, and you're suddenly covering your face with all these needles hitting you. And then once you get through the cloud, you're just the Great Barrier Reefs underneath. So it's really cool.
How lovely.
Really, really cool.
9 for 1, 1 over to go. Henry Nichols on 2, Jake Libby on 1. The man out, Gareth Roderick, out for 7, bowled by Eric Cavalos, who's going to bowl the last over before tea. Figures of 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 5.
So Carveus round the wicket to Nichols here, bouncer, and it's played nicely down to fine leg for a single.
Oh, that sounded like a milk bottle going west, or a beer bottle or something,
That's
didn't it?
Definitely going to be a beer bottle, that one.
Well, I don't know, with the neighbours' drinks, it may be more sort of like a china plate or something.
Very true.
Neighbours' tea.
And so it's going to be Libby to face here. Just to paint the pitch here, 3 slips, backward point, standard cover, mid off, mid on, and a catch in mid wicket with a deep fine leg as well. Carveus coming from the sea end here at Sussex, right arm over, into bowl, and that's another full toss. I think it's his 4th for the day now.
Which is?
Where he just, I think it's when he's trying to really push it and get a little bit extra yard and just getting a little bit greedy. But you've got to make the most of this first. Got to make the most of this first spell here with the new ball. It's doing a lot off the pitch. You want to get the batter playing as much as you can, testing him. So Carveus to continue. Into bowl. Back of a length, and it's pushed outside the off stump straight to Haynes for a dot ball.
There was a little more cloud around now. I mean, it's all pretty high and non-threatening, isn't it? But there's some big cotton wool clouds over the downs, but I don't think we're going to get any. Well, Mike did send us a note saying there were some thunderstorms are brewing, but I'm not sure what the score is behind. Now the other lads are just showing the scene here. What it was like behind the pavilion, perhaps behind the stand where we're sitting towards the sea.
And so Carveus into bowl here. And that's another full toss, and they're really not punishing this bad bowling here. He's got to be a bit more on it here, Carveus. And I've just had a little text on my phone, Adrian, and it's from the girlfriend saying, why are you talking about all the energy you had in the camper van afterwards? So you've stitched me up there.
Anyway, we've got the view of the behind the where we're sitting. So there is some higher cloud, isn't there? But it doesn't look threatening.
Yeah, Sussex bowlers are like that. No, that's all right.
Well, you
didn't realise I dropped myself in it, to be honest with you.
But you did say driving down the motorway.
Yeah, exactly. I kept it PG.
You did.
And so Carveus into bowl up the hill here, and that's a bouncer, and it's played very uncomfortably from Libby. Definitely wasn't expecting that, and it's just ballooned up towards fine leg.
It got up, didn't it, from nowhere, really?
Well, that's definitely the opposite of a full toss.
See this again.
Definitely wasn't expecting this. Straight at his head, and he's just got his bat in front of it, and it's just ballooned towards fine leg for a single. And so it's going to be 1 ball left before tea. Carveus into bowl, Nichols on strike. You've got 3 slips, a deep fine leg, a deep square leg. So he's setting up for a short ball. maybe it's a little double bluff and he's going to do a full delivery. So he's into bowl, and it's a short ball, flick towards fine leg. They were thinking about a single, but they turned it back, and that's going to be the end of the over, and that will be tea. So Worcestershire 11 for 1, Nichols on 3, Libby on 2, and I think Sussex will be the happier of the two teams here. Still got 350 to win, and it's poised very nicely for the last session.
It certainly is. Liam O'Brien, thank you very much. Liam O'Brien with us today with Dave Bradley and myself. Bradders will be back with us after tea. So 32 overs to be bowled in the day. Sussex in a good position. Worcestershire 11 for 1. Gareth Roderick the man out for 4. The wicket taken by Eric Avela. So we're going to see if we can have a cup of tea from somewhere. Maybe see if we can get a bit of cake from the neighbours' afternoon, which is down below us. And we'll speak to you after tea. Thank you for listening. We'll speak to you in about 15 minutes' time.
Spectators will be allowed onto the field once the players and the umpires have left the field. If you do come on to the field, please do not bring any food or drink. Keep off the ring square as the ground staff are preparing the pitch for the final session of today. And if you're playing a game of cricket, please use no hard balls or soft balls on any game of cricket. Now the players and umpires have left the field. You're welcome to join us on the field. Remember, please keep off the square at all times.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimize.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Please be off the square as well as the officials. The test of the field for our final session today, umpires James Newell, Ben Never, and Sussex umpires John Sussex. To resume the session, Worcestershire Chase welcome back on the field, Henry Nichols, Jake Livy.
Well, very good afternoon. Welcome back to the final session of the day as the Sussex players wander out, followed by the two Worcestershire players, Henry Nichols and Jake Libby. Worcestershire 11 for 1, still needing another 350 to win. And Liam was talking before tea about looking forward to seeing Finn Hudson-Prentice bowl down the hill. And that is what is going to happen. Ollie Robinson out of the attack. He bowled 4 overs, Ollie Robinson, before tea. But Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl the first over after tea. I'm Adrian Harms. Dave Bradley sitting next to me. Listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Hereford and Worcester. And Bradders is going to take you through the opening over after the resumption.
I am. And Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl it, rather than he commentate and I bowl it, which would be something totally different. Right arm over, and he comes and bowls, and this is Libby going back and then coming forward as he plays a shot, just pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. An update on Suffolk against Herefordshire in the national counties. Herefordshire made 292, Suffolk 115 for 3 in the 23rd. So they're going to have to get a bit of a push on if they're going to get that. Not sure where that game is being played. There's some lovely cricket grounds out in the Suffolk area. Sudbury. Nice. Next ball is pushed away down to backward of square on the offside. And there is no run. Who's that?
Where are you looking, brothers?
Who's that? Backward point.
Backward point is Mr. Carson.
Oh, of course it is. Sorry, Mr. Carson. I've got him mixed up with Robinson and all sorts of people. Sorry. I will write a letter of apology, a personal letter of apology to the gentleman. I know that this is Finn Hudson-Prentice bowling, and Jake Livy is batting. He's flicked that one down towards fine leg. Pick up a single. One more to the total. James Hayes is the fielder emerging from the shadow of the floodlights, the bank of floodlights, as we've said every day. They begin to encroach at this time of day, and before we finish, the stumps at the top end will be in shade. I can safely predict. One or two clouds in the sky. Simpsons clouds, I call those. If you've never seen The Simpsons, you wouldn't really know what I was on about.
They're building up though, aren't they, a bit?
They are, yeah. That storm, I've had a look on the radar. There is a thunderstorm. I think it just misses Hove. This time around the wicket to the left-handed Nichols. That goes through pretty low. The salutes and R's. I'm not sure from air angle how close that was. Let's have a look. No. It did jag back, but it jagged back after it had passed the stumps. But everybody, not everybody, but all the players got a little bit excited by it, all the fielding side.
It did keep low though, Bradders, didn't it?
It kept a bit low and it came back, but it moved after it had passed the batsman, Nichols. Just waits. I was looking, he is still batting. I'll go back to that. That's a nice shot. That's 4. Bit of width there. Cracks that one away. Down, backward of square on the offside. Lovely shot. Batting outside his off stump, as is the want of some players these days. I would think he's taken middle and off guard. He's certainly taken middle. Let's have a look now where he goes. Worcestershire are 16 for 1, 361. Mere 361 to go. Yeah, he's just about on off stump there, and this time played away square. On the leg side, there is no run. That's the end of the over, and Worcestershire are 16 for 1. If you've not been with us throughout the day, then 3 down overnight. Good work from Coles and Allsop this morning. Coles made 68, Allsop made 72, and put Sussex in a good position. They lost a few wickets, chasing some runs really down the order. All out for 256, which say left Worcestershire 361 to win. Roderick bowled Cavalos with a beautiful in-swinger for 4 when the total was on 7. The before-mentioned Cavalos about to bowl. He has been warned. He had an official warning for bowling dangerous deliveries, or whatever the official phrase is. The Sussex against Worcestershire women's match last week at New Road. One of the bowlers got taken off for bowling waist-high full tosses.
In comes Cavalos in on bowls to Libby, who pulls the ball away through mid-wicket. I'm not sure he's going to get 4 because Hudson Prentice is rapidly around the boundary edge and prevents a couple. He fields the ball in front of the clock tower scoreboard. Libby goes to 5, the total to 18 for 1. Just looking at the weather forecast for tomorrow. A bit of rain overnight, according to the BBC weather forecast. Cloudy in the morning. We're saying here chance of rain 24% up to 1 o'clock, and then sunny in the afternoon. So have to see how that all pans out. Cavalos in short, pulled away again by Libby, and he's going to get more runs here, or more running for Hudson Prentice. He won't thank his bowler for that. He's bowling from the other end, but he's a fit man. Is Finn gets in a good throw as well. 2 more to Libby, who goes to 7. He joins Henry Nichols on 7. 20 for 1. I'll tell you what, the neighbours' drink, or neighbours' tea, was absolutely packed in there, Bradders.
Good.
Barely a seat to be had, which is great.
Look after the locals.
So well done the club for that. I didn't realise that was something that happened annually. Cavalos in bowls, and Libby strokes this elegantly into the covers, and there is no run. Yeah, so that's all Pete Fitzboyd, and the chief exec was in there giving a talk. So good to see.
Yeah.
And just look at the weather forecast for the rest of next week. Well, look, sun all the way.
It's been not bizarre, but a very unusual spring and early summer.
Certainly has. Cavalos make his way in. Bowls short, pulled away, and this time it will be 4 runs, and that's not a very good ball by Eric Cavalos. In all honesty, it was a long hop, and Jake Libby said, "Thanks very much. I'll just pull that away through the covers for 4 runs." He could have been slightly unsettled, Eric Cavalos, by the fact that he has got this. He took a wicket since he had the warning, but I wonder if it must be at the back of your mind a little bit, mustn't it? Nonetheless, Jake Libby, perfectly good shot, goes to 11, 24 for 1.
Yeah, he's struggled to find a length here, isn't he?
He is.
Cavalos. I mean, the ball that he bowled Roderick with was a beauty, swinging in and hitting his off stump. But certainly since they've come back on, he's not put it in the right place.
Surprising, really. Sussex have already done away with the 3rd slip. As Cavalos is in bowls, and Libby this time short outside the off stump, and he cuts that one away for 4 on the other side. Simpson had moved James Coles out of 3rd slip to mid wicket, which, well, got plenty of runs to play with Sussex. But back-to-back boundaries, expensive over this. 10 have come off this over.
Yeah, got a sweeper out deep square on the leg side.
28 for 1.
Got a sweeper out extra cover now.
Yeah. Carvelis. And bowls, and going to be right in behind that, punches that up to mid-off where Daniel Hughes fields. Daniel Hughes is expecting his first child in a couple of weeks' time, so good luck to Daniel. That could be any time, couldn't he? He must be slightly on tenterhooks thinking, oh, don't want to venture too far from home, but Sussex got a trip down to Taunton next week, and then Southampton. The fault of Southampton's not quite so bad. You can get, well, if you've got to negotiate the A27, which is a dreadful road. Certainly from sort of Chichester.
Yeah, I know.
A bit awful. You'd know that road, Brad.
I come that way.
Well, it's awful, yeah.
It's either that or the M25.
Well, that's just as bad. And round where I am at Wisley, it's horrendous.
Yeah.
30 miles an hour limit on there at the moment. Anyway.
Here at the cricket, Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and forward comes Nichols, plays the ball out to mid-on. Robertson, the fielder. There is no run. Yeah, you're right. It's a good road till you get this side of Portsmouth. That road.
Yes, totally.
And then you come through Arundel,
That's awful.
Chichester, around there. Yeah, I timed it. Took me 2 hours to get here from Portsmouth the other day. So. But there we are.
2 hours from Portsmouth.
From Portsmouth, yeah.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, for years they've been talking about a bypass around Arundel, and I think it's. I don't even know where it's got to now.
Nichols waits, Finn Prentice bowls, played down into the ground by Nichols. The ball just dribbles away on the offside, so 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
It's like the tunnel under Stonehenge, isn't it, on the A303? That's a bottleneck. I mean, I don't know, that was approved. Has it been scrapped again? I don't know. That's an awful bit of road there.
Yeah, and for anybody coming south, as Finn Hudson Prentice bowls, pushed up to mid-on, where Robinson again is the fielder. There's what they call the air balloon roundabout, just south of Cheltenham.
Oh yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah. And they're doing that, and that is because it goes down to one lane fairly early by the old Highwayman pub. That is a real bottleneck, and you can avoid it by going straight up the M4 to Bristol and then up the M5, but that puts another half an hour on your day as well. So it's yeah, it is literally swings and roundabouts. Nichols forward plays the ball to Robinson. Again, only 3 people playing in this. Hudson Price, Nichols and Robinson.
Well, the roadworks on the A3 M25 is a busy junction. Something like 250,000 cars a day go through that junction. That's why they were improving it. But it's a year behind now. They announced, because of the bad weather in the winter. Well, fair dues. It does rain in the winter over here.
Yeah.
And we have had brilliant weather since February.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I thought they'd have caught up.
It's your mine's money, Bradders.
Here's the next delivery, which is wide of the stumps and goes through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, I go that way very often to get into the Crystal Palace area of London, relatives there, and that is you look for all sorts of ways.
Yeah.
I've even sort of driven what they call the Hogs back into Guildford and go up that way. But wherever you go, you're going to get stuck. The one that really, really annoys me.
Go on, brothers. Go on.
We had this last year as Hudson Prentice is in bowls. That's gone down to a short third man gully type backward point, if you like, position. Well, it's in the end it's pretty well stopped.
Yes, it was.
Down there
was well stopped
by Hayes, but they still go through for a single, one more to the total. 29 for 1. Came out of Trent Bridge last year. T20 game. Nice evening. Good game. Come out, road closed. Okay, so you've got to go around this way. So you go around that way. Go a bit further down, get towards Coventry, road closed. Here you go. So we're going to go there. On the M5, road closed. 3 road closures between Nottingham and Worcester. And I quite see why they do it, and they're doing it at night. It's safer and it's easier because there's not much traffic about it, but it is very frustrating. There are worse things on the planet, but it is a bit annoying.
It is very annoying. Harry Carvelis coming into bowl to Nichols short. Nichols pulls away, and that's going to be a brilliant piece of fielding, actually. Oh, very nearly a brilliant piece of fielding. It was too short, and Henry Nichols pulled the ball down through square leg. It was a good effort down there by Is that Jack Carson down there? No, it's not. Is that all the way down? It might be young James Hayes. He got round the boundary very quickly. It wasn't a great ball from Carvelos, and he's gone for another boundary. 33 for 1.
He's not keeping the pressure on here, is he?
No.
Harry Carvelos. He's got too many loose deliveries.
Now Ollie Robinson's coming over to chat with him. So's Daniel Hughes. It's a bit expensive after tea. Comes in again from the C end of the ground, in and bowls. And Nichols tucks this one away confidently enough down to deep mid wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 13, the total to 34 for 1. Looks like Nottinghamshire, who were top of the county championship before this round of matches, are going to extend their lead with a thumping win against Hampshire, because Hampshire are in all sorts of trouble. 46 for 5, needing a very unlikely further 437 to win at Trent Bridge. Who's in the wickets there? Brett Hutton, 3 for 26. Carvelos in bowls, and Libby back and plays forcefully into the offside. There is no run, so it looks like Notts will be going clear at the top of the table. Game between Essex and Yorkshire. Crumbs. Yorkshire 411 for 5 in their second innings, leading by 504. You'd have thought they might be looking to declare, and
They were complaining about the pitch there on the first day.
well, Essex were 216 Yorkshire made, Essex 123. That looks like it's going to go the distance. Generally turns a bit at Chelmsford, doesn't it? But Carvelos in bowls, it's better, and Libby works that one down to deep backward point, picks up another single, fielded out there by Hayes. One more to the total.
Yeah, if you look at
35 for 1.
Simon Harmer's bowling statistics, you'd think it might turn a bit at Chelmsford.
Yeah. The game at Edgbaston does seem to be drifting towards a fairly meaningless draw. Surrey 300 for 5 in their first innings. Ben Folkes 50 not out. Cameron Steele 40 not out. Surrey were just a glimmer of trouble there at 217 for 5, but they're back on course now as Carvelos in bowls to Nichols, who just... He's getting milked a bit here, isn't he, Harry Carvelos?
I think the
Tucked
skipper will
away.
say,
Thank you very much.
have a blow.
He's gone for 7 in this over. 36 for 1. Libby on 16, Nichols on 14. So Surrey have picked up a second batting bonus point. They didn't get any bowling points. I think they got 1. Surrey, there wasn't a complaint, but there was a suggestion that sides are preparing flat tracks when they play Surrey. In comes Carvelos, bowls short, pulled away by Libby, and he'll be annoyed he didn't hit that for 4, because that was short. And he's pulled it straight to mid-wicket for no run. Libby over, 36 for 1, Nichols on 14. Libby on 16 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley on commentary duties.
I think we're going to see Jack Carson into the piece fairly early here. I would be surprised if they don't give him a bowl. Again, it's maybe a bit of zip and also a nice hard new ball as well. Get it to bounce. Hudson Prentice to continue. Maybe Robinson a burst. Does he bowl up the hill much here? Robinson?
He does bowl both. I mean, funnily enough, when we haven't seen a lot of Joffre here in chat, I always thought Joffre would bowl either end. I don't think Ollie I mean, I think they would all rather bowl down the hill, but he does bowl up the hill, Ollie Robinson. But I think he may have a slight injury. We'll have to see.
Hudson Prentice bowls driven into the ground and then up over the bowler and to mid-off, where there is no cloud. There's a crowd building up. There's a cloud building up away in the distance as well. I'd be interested to find out, and there's probably not any figures, how many people do come in after tea.
Yes.
If it's free.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly during the week, maybe not on a Sunday or a Saturday, because people are not at work, but, you know, if you work somewhere locally, you might have a wander in.
Yes.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls Nichols forward defensively, pushes out to mid-off. There is no run. Square leg goes out to deep square leg, sent there by his skipper.
I mean, Worcestershire have got a mountain to climb here. There's no question about that. But you know, the likes of Nichols and Libby and Dollavera, you know, the back of their minds they will be thinking, well, you know, the Sussex bowling attack has had to be supplemented by young, you know, James Hayes, who's come in as an emergency loan. So Sussex not at full strength with the bowling. So, you know, they need to be positive, I guess, don't they, that they can chase this down.
Hudson Prentice, good bouncer. Nichols has to duck underneath it.
I often think with these big run chases, last year against Leicestershire was set 400 odd to win and they were 130 odd for 6, and that's when Louis Kimber came in and went mad and scored 200 in no time. And looked like they were going to win the game, but the nearer they got to the target, then the nerves began, and he started to play a little differently, and you think, oh, do I carry on playing the way that I was? When you, it's difficult, isn't it, when you're chasing a big total, but I mean, that's a long way off yet.
Hudson Prentice in, Nichols.
Ooh.
Well, he comes up, then the ball trickles maybe towards the stumps, but he makes sure that it doesn't go anywhere near it by sticking out his left boot inside edge and onto the pad, methinks. Clark at second slip is doing some stretching. What I thought be a while before he got into the attack. Robinson back on and have a burst, but maybe he's just stiffening up. I can't see anybody else loosening up, so maybe Cavalis is going to carry on. Hudson Prentice bowls. Nichols going to get a single here, nudging it backward of square on the legs, or forward of square on the leg side, where it's fielded by Danny Hughes, and the field changes for the right-hander. I nearly called the over again, which I did earlier today after 3 balls when the field changed. 37 for 1, Worcestershire. They need 361 to win.
We've had an email in from Tim Worley. Hello, Tim. With news on the A27, Bradders. You never know who's listening, you know. You never know.
Is Hudson Prentice, last ball of the over. Libby plays defensively, back up the pitch. Bowler does his own fielding. End of the over, and Worcestershire indeed 37 for 1. What doth he say? He
says, hello, Adrian, as well as being an avid Sussex fan and listener. Thank you very much for that tip. I'm also chairman of the Warning Camp, in brackets, near Arundel Parish Meeting. I have to tell you that one of the first acts of the new Labour government was to can, in inverted commas, the Arundel A27 bypass. Cost was given as the reason. Huge disappointment for the many drivers who have such a miserable time with the congestion. Very best, and thanks for the commentary. Thank you, Tim.
I think they should fill several coaches with politicians from the government and leave them sat in that traffic jam. Now, the one thing I would say, I noticed this the other day, stuck in that traffic jam in Arundel, crawling along at Tom Clark is going to bowl at a very slow pace. All along the grass verge, they put pictures of people who fought in the Second World War.
Oh, nice.
It was very good. I thought, well done.
That was around Arundel?
Yeah, just little pictures on the side of the road.
In comes Tom Clark, bowls to Henry Nichols, who punches to mid-off, fielded by Ollie Robinson. There is no run. I mean, 'cause it is a beautiful town.
Oh, it is.
Arundel. A little wander up the high street, all the little shops and...
Yeah. We were there in February last year, was it?
Right.
Down at Littlehampton.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And so I said, I'm going to go to Arundel, so I went to Arundel, but I had to go to the cricket ground.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
No.
Because it was February. But you've got to do it, haven't you?
In comes Clark and bowls down the leg side. Well, that's going to run away for 4 leg byes, I think. Yes, 4 leg byes. Not quite what Tom Clark was as a pick, whether he thought it was an LBW decision. Anyway, 4 go on to the total. What total advances to 41 for 1. I did a swim down the River Arun, Bradders.
Oh, yeah.
From Ford on the Arun down into Littlehampton Harbour.
Right.
You swim with the tide.
Yeah. Was that a charity thing or just for fun?
No, I just did it for fun, actually. A friend sort of said he'd done it, and I thought, I quite fancy doing that.
How far would that be?
It's quite a long way, but when you're swimming with the tide, it does help, Bradders.
Yeah.
In comes Clark, bowls, and that's a good shot by Henry Nichols. He's going to get 4 runs, runs it down to third man. Jack Carlson gives up the chase, so back-to-back boundaries, and Worcestershire rattling on a little bit here. 45 for 1. Nice shot from Nichols. I think from memory, Bradders, it was about 5 kilometres.
All right. Well done.
But a little while ago now.
Yeah. I did 100 lengths the other day. Then I turned the hot tap on. Getting a bit chilly.
Comes Clark bowls, and because it's hit on the pad, it's a no ball. Now, whether that would have been close, I don't. Tom Clark's got his head in his hands, but it's a no ball. He goes, let's have a look at this.
Pitching outside, I think.
Yes, yeah.
Not by much.
No, it was a good shout. Tom Clark just inquiring of the umpire, I think, exactly where he put his foot. But thank you, Tim, for getting in touch. Lovely part of the world down at Arundel. And Sussex play a 50-over game there this...
oh, do they? Good.
First time back at Arundel since COVID.
Oh, right.
Clark again bowls, and Nichols works this one down to fine leg. They're running hard between the wickets, these two. They're thinking about the second, but it really isn't there. The throw comes in over the head of John Simpson, but he gets a glove to it, almost as if he's palming the ball over the bar. And so therefore no overthrows result. Total goes up to 48 for 1. Since tea, Worcestershire have scored 37 in 6 overs.
Yeah.
Well, that's particularly relevant, but it just, you know...
it's eased the pressure of
well,
it.
yeah, the to-win figure is now down towards not towards, it is 313 as in comes Clark again. Bowls and clipped onto the onside by Libby, and there is no run. Yeah, it is. I think I was saying yesterday, Brad, as up at the A3 at Wisley, have these signs up that say, just because you can't see us, it doesn't mean we're not working.
Yeah.
You know, well, there didn't seem to be a lot of work going on there sometimes when you drive through. Well, you would know it's very frustrating. Clark, in again, he struck on the pad and has allowed a period. The way that Libby was moving, looks to me like that was going down the leg side. We'll have another look at the replay. Let's see again. Oh yeah, that's down leg side, isn't it? All the slips are up. You know, there's some they're showing some pictures of the Dean Wilson corporate entertainment area. I don't know if they're zooming in on a couple of guys in the door there. Is that someone famous, or a pair of blue shorts on and a stripy top?
The umpires are in conversation here. I'm not sure what it's about. Trust me, it's not the light. Rattling on about something. Has somebody been off the field? And umpire Debenham was just looking at his watch, as if to say.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know what was going on there.
Or something been said, or?
Well, he wasn't talking to the captain.
No, he wasn't. You're quite right.
The captain I'm saying there was a... I don't know whether I mentioned this on it the other day. There was a club match last weekend. As Hudson Prentice is in a bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside. I think it was a third team playing somebody's second team, and the batsman was given out by his own umpire because the players were umpiring, and he refused to walk. And he just refused to go off. So in the end, the fielding team withdrew the appeal so that they could carry on the game. So just point blank refused to go off.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
It's not. Lots of noise coming from the middle, from the players. That's very short. He bowled a bouncer early that was a good bouncer because it made Nichols duck, but that was way too short and boomed over the batsman's head.
I remember one occasion, Brad, as it was on a turn to make tea, so we'd made the teas and everything. It was a lovely sunny day. We got all the teas down to the clubhouse, and for some reason I think I was batting number 5, but I felt I'd done a bit for the club. Went out to bat. I think I got about half a dozen. And there was one of the young lads who was umpiring. The ball hit the pads, and he was of our own team, and I think he was intimidated to put his finger up. You think, oh, come on, you know.
Hudson Prentice, right arm round to the left-handed. Nichols plays the ball back up the pitch. Robinson fields no run.
It is frustrating.
Yeah.
But you've got to go. You can't. You know, that's not quite in the spirit of the game.
No. There's a lot of chirping going on there now.
Yes.
As you would expect. They've had a good game here, Sussex boys, and now want to press home their advantage here. Hudson Prentice bowls, and Nichols just initially comes across and plays the ball once again to Robinson at a wide-ish mid-on, I would say. So that's a lady in a bright red dress just the other side of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Because we don't wear bright clothes very often in this country, do we? Says he, wearing a black shirt, black trousers and a black hoodie all day. But nice to see some bright clothing out there. Hudson Prentice in again, and this is wide of the off stump, and lots of time for Nichols
Yeah.
to let the ball go through.
Funny you should say that, actually, because there was an article in the paper about that the other day about, you know, people ought to wear more bright clothing,
Yeah,
coloured
don't agree.
clothing.
No.
Sort of cheers
I
everybody
think,
up.
Yes, but I think it's, yeah, I think we're a bit conscious, aren't we? I mean, men of a certain size like myself, we don't really wear much bright clothing. We like to blend into the background. Here's Hudson Prentice again, once again pushed out on the offside, made an over there. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire, having been set 361 to win a 48 for 1, Roderick bowled Cavalis for 4, as it says on your screens if you're watching the live stream. Is the wicket 2-4.
Elsewhere, T at Chelmsford, Yorkshire 411 for 5, as I say, leading Essex by 504. Hampshire sliding to a very heavy defeat at Trent Bridge, 67 for 7 in their second innings. Still needing a very, you would think almost nothing's impossible, but 416 to beat Notts. So Notts will consolidate their place at the top of the table as in comes Tom Clark. Bowls to Libby, who's up on his toes and punches into the covers. And there is no run. Surrey 309 for 5 against Warwickshire. As we said before, that game heading for a draw. Not a draw down at Canterbury, where Glamorgan have got a day off. They'll go back down to Wales tonight, probably with a crate of beer on the bus maybe, because they beat Kent by an innings and 161 runs.
Like crate of brains, wouldn't they, if they're a Welsh
Oh,
team?
you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? In comes Clark, bowls, and forward comes Libby, plays to mid on. There is no run. Glamorgan, who were bottom of the county championship, I suspect they won't be after that good finish at Northampton, where Northamptonshire have reduced Lancashire to 133 for 6. Lancashire still needing another 103 to win. A lot of people thought Lancashire would come straight back up, you know, but they've not had the best of starts.
They've not at all, no. It's a bit gritty, the old second division.
It is. Clark in bowls. Libby clips that one away down to fine leg, and that's going to race away for 4 runs, erring down the leg side. And Jake Libby said thank you very much and clips the ball away, and that brings up the half century for Worcestershire, 52 for 1. These two coming together when Gareth Roderick was out for 7, so a nice partnership of 45 between these two. This is where Lancashire are in Division 2. I'm not sure they've won a game this season, actually. County Championship Division 2, let's have a little look. Played 4, won none. Drawn 4. They were second bottom before this game. In comes Clark bowls. Libby defends and manages to nudge the ball backward through backward point. They've taken one, they'll come back for a second. Does Jake Libby. He goes to 22. In fact, if Lancashire were to lose that game, I think they could well go bottom of the county championship.
Lancashire.
Lancashire, who did I say?
Hampshire.
Oh, sorry. Lancashire. Yeah, they were 7th at the start of this round of matches. Glamorgan are off the bottom with that win against Kent. So, yeah, not great. Leicestershire, the early leaders.
Yeah, they're doing well.
In Division 2, good to see. In comes Clark, bowls to Libby, who punches into the covers. There is no run, fielded here by young James Hayes, making his debut for Sussex in this match. Hasn't bowled yet in this innings.
Lancashire, another county that are building a second ground, aren't they?
Are they?
They are, yeah.
Where? They already play at Blackpool and Southport. I mean, they're quite good, Lancashire, aren't they? They do play.
They're building a permanent second ground, I think, because of all the things that go on.
Clark in on bowls to Libby, who works this one down to fine leg, picks up another single. Jake Libby, he goes to 23, the total to 55 for 1. We'll make one more over. I want to bring Liam back in for
Yeah.
a little stint. I'll make way. But, you know, a club the size of Lancashire, I'd imagine... Farrington.
Which used to be, wasn't it Manchester United's training ground?
Oh, Carrington.
This is at Farrington.
Oh.
Oh, that was at Carrington. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But I would have thought the powers that be at Lancashire would be desperately happy about being bottom of the second division of the bottom of the championship. Let's be honest.
But yeah, because they have so many events, pop concerts and pop concerts, the 100 franchise,
Yeah.
T20 and everything else. So they're developing a second ground for, I presume, county championship 50 over games and stuff like that. No surprise that Ollie Robertson
The cost of that, though, Bradders.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, but only the bigger counties could afford to do that, really.
Yeah. From the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Jake Libby, who just dots the ball down in front of him. Now we've got 3 slips. I think we've got 3 slips and a 4th slip. I'm going to get Liam's opinion on this, because I've been on about this. But you standard slip, if I standard slip, very rarely, I'm kind of watching the ball coming down and watching the batsman and watching the bat. But Tom Clark, the way he stands, he's not looking, unless it's an optical illusion, he's not looking, you watch him here, he's not looking at the angle that I would stand. I'm probably wrong. Let's be honest, he's a professional cricketer fielding a slip, what do I know? But he just looks at his, every now and then he looks at his a strange angle. There we are. That ball, by the way, goes past the batsman and past the non-playing batsman, shall we say. Jake Libby gets his everything out the way of that. He's got 23, Nichols 20, 55 for 1 Worcestershire. So a 50 partnership, we missed that. Or did I miss it? Everybody else
I missed it as well, Brothers, yeah.
So 3 slips and I think a 4th slip. Maybe we could call him a gully there, couldn't we? Next ball is played back up the pitch, and there is no run. So Tom Haynes, I think, I'm going to call him. Maybe gully would be a bit wider. The slip area of any cricket field is where there's more nonsense talked than anything else, I think. Anywhere else on the field, slips. Well, certainly any of the cricket I ever played, we talk some complete codswallop. Robinson in bowls. This is off an edge from Libby. Oh, that hurt. That did hurt. That's
James Coles.
Yeah, struck the wrist of Coles. At 3rd slip, bounced just in front of him. That'll be sore in the morning.
It will. He's in quite a bit of discomfort, you know, James. He's come out the slip cordon because of that.
Yeah.
Ouch.
He's gone for a wander off to backward point. And Carson has come into that cordon to replace him. Here's Libby. It's nice. That's a quick delivery. Libby really has to jab down on that. Robinson is immediately quicker. Looks quicker than anybody else.
He was just saying about the wrist. That's not the funny bone, is it? I mean, it really isn't funny. I don't know why it's called the.
So it's on the wrist bone, isn't it?
Yeah. He's in quite a bit of discomfort there. He hasn't signalled to come off, so I think he's going to be all right.
Robinson to Libby. That's an inside edge onto the pad.
That would have been close otherwise, I think.
A battle within a battle for those two. End of a very good over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire 55 for 1. 361 is the target. Mr. Adrian Harms is moving out the way. Liam's going to move smoothly into his seat, and not only that, he is our pitch inspector, because you went and had a look at the pitch.
Yeah.
Well, me and Armsy were drinking tea, but you went out and had a look. What do you think?
Little natter. It looks like a belter, to be honest with you. And I'm not surprised Worcestershire are batting so well after tea, because it does look like a very good deck. So Clark over the wicket, bowls it down the leg side of Nichols, and that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, it looks like a belter, to be honest with you. And I was just saying to a few of the crowd down at the pitch, I wouldn't be surprised if Worcestershire have a good last session here, because it looks pretty flat, and Sussex's depth isn't great with their seam bowling, and so I don't know if they're going to utilise a new bowler as well after Ollie Robinson stops. So it'll be an interesting little battle after tea here as Clark continues, and it's left outside the off stump.
And Cavella says, "I've not bowled well for me."
He looked really out of rhythm.
Didn't get any rhythm, did he?
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's holding him back from being a regular in this squad, isn't it? He has good spells, but it's the consistency, and if he's not moving it around or hitting that length, without coming across really, it does look average at times. And I mean, a batter of Nichols' ability and of Libby, they're just going to cash in, aren't they? If if you start spraying it around. So Clark to continue, and that's a great Yorker blocked away by Nichols. And it's probably the best I've seen Clark bowl, to be honest with you. I've seen him bowl a few times, but he looks pretty sharp here.
He bowled very well in the Worcestershire first innings, picked up a couple of wickets. Who did he get out? Singh for a duck. And he got out Brett D'Oliveira for 30. He bowled a good spell then.
Yeah. He's definitely improved in his bowling, because they didn't go to him as much last year as they are at the moment. So he's going to continue up the hill. Into bowl, and that's flicked into the onside, going for a quick single, thrown at the stumps, and they managed to make it and scamper for a single. And it's interesting you're talking about a slip position, because I noticed that earlier as well. I think every different fielder has a different preference. He definitely faces more towards the leg side than I would, and he almost looks out of rhythm a little bit with it. But
I'm pleased you've said that, because I thought it was myself.
No, but everyone has different preferences, and for me, for example, I'll always watch the bowler run in, and then I don't actually watch the ball. I look at the batter as if it's like a fielding drill, as if they're just going to throw it. So Clark to continue up the hill, and that's flicked beautifully by Libby into the leg side. That's going to race away really quickly, trying to get there from fine leg, and he just manages to flick it back. They're going to get back for 3. I thought that was going to go for 4, but it just slowed up towards the far end of the ground, and it flipped back nicely there from Carson, so it's only going to be 3. So yeah, for me, for example...
But if you're a first slip, you're following the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Second slip?
So for me, I always just follow from the bat, so I only look at the bat. So there's lots of fielding drills where there's like ramps where you can throw the ball at it and it deflects.
Yeah.
And when them drills, you're only looking at the ramp, so I almost like try and replicate that a little bit. Clark to continue, and that's blocked away into the onside.
Oh, right.
And so instead of following the ball, because then you can almost get a little bit distracted and not in line, I just look at the bat as if it's like a fielding drill, and then it deflects, and I just react like that.
So, gully, say?
Yeah, I mean...
Because they used to say, first and second slip, you watch the ball.
Yeah.
Third slip, gully, watch the bat.
Yeah, well, I've got myself in a bit of trouble before. When I've tried to follow the ball at first or second slip, and someone goes to play it down the leg side, you almost start going across as if it's going towards the leg side, and you almost like shut off a bit because you don't think it's coming to you, and then suddenly it's a fine nick and you're not ready for it. So personally, I just watch the bat and then just react and try not to see what the bowler's doing.
Oh, right.
But different people have different preferences. Some people watch it the whole way and try and get the timing of it.
Interesting. Robinson's the bowler, Libby's the batsman, and that's gone past the outside edge of Jake Libby's bat. Definitely had a little thrust at that one. Through the wicketkeeper. Cloud away in the distance, it's not threatening, but it is beginning to build up a little bit, but I don't think it's any danger to any threat of stopping play. But Worcestershire, this could be their best stand of the match, I think. I'll check up in a minute. I don't remember too many 50 partnerships before this one.
And this is a really important one, isn't it? These are probably their 2 best batters here at the crease.
Libby waits, and this has gone off something, off of the bat, I think. Let's just wait. Yep.
You can always tell by the swagger the batter has afterwards.
Yeah.
And he had a nice little strut about him there.
Yeah. If it's off the pad, he goes, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have the runs, but yeah, it ain't going to me, do they? Yeah. So 4 more to the total, 63 for 1. The target now below 300, but only just 298 needed for a somewhat unlikely Worcestershire victory, but as they always say, daft things have happened at sea. I must warn you about playing cricket at sea, because you'll fall over and damage your hip. On personal experience. I think I've told everybody that story. I'll show everybody.
You've shown everyone the photo as well.
Photos of the bruise. You've got to see the bruise. Robinson in bowls. Jake Libby comes forward, plays the ball up on the onside, and there is no run. Talking to Jake, and he was, I think he's umpired 4 or 5 local games this season. He was saying he took the umpire's exam last year, and are doing some local games. I said to him, when you turn up to umpire, do they realise that that you're a professional cricketer? Does anybody try it on? But yeah.
Mitch Claydon does that in Australia now. Do you
does he?
Was he Kent? Was he?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I came across him a couple of times. Robinson in bowls. Libby just tucks away on the onside. There won't be a run. Square leg's gone to deep square. Quite a character, Mitch Claydon. I'd imagine he'd be a good umpire. You wouldn't mess with him, would you?
No.
No.
No,
Right.
he's out in Australia now umpiring. I'd noticed he's going through the ranks there.
Yeah. Well, I think in this day and age, it used to be almost an invitation to be a first-class umpire, didn't it? But this day, you've got to go through the process.
Yeah.
And you've got to be pretty decent at what you do.
Yeah, they definitely get judged very harshly, or a lot more critical, isn't it?
Robinson in, Libby forward, pushes to mid-on. Good little battle this, a battle within a battle. Libby facing Robinson for about the last two and a half overs, I think.
It's so important Robinson gets a wicket in this spell, though, because apart from Hudson Prentice, who might follow, and Carson from the bottom of the hill, they don't look threatening, do they, Sussex? So Robinson really needs to open up an end here and try and get some momentum on Sussex's side, because Worcestershire could just cruise to the end of the day here if they don't get a wicket here, and it's all to play for tomorrow.
Robinson in again, and this time Libby he will take a run this time. It's just slightly squarer than the last two that he played through there. So they go through for the single, and he's away from the bowling of Robinson, but he's on strike again. So Nichols on 21, Libby on 31, Worcestershire 64 for 121 overs remaining in the day, and I think we're going to have a bit of spin.
Yes, it will be Jack Carson coming from the C end, his favourite end. And a big round of applause there from the crowd for crowd favourite.
Yeah, well, he did quite well in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah. And so let's have a little look at the field just to paint a picture. It looks like Allsop's putting some fielding pads on, so they might have a little short leg here, just in case one does pop up, because the ball is a bit harder, only 19 overs old. And then just having a look, so there's a deep square leg, there's a first slip. It's a pretty standard field. I'm just going to see what's happening with Allsop, who's putting the fielding pads on at the moment. There's a deep cover, so a fairly defensive field.
Silly mid-off, short leg.
Yeah, he's going to go short leg, so it looks like Carson's going to try and bowl a very straight line here and get a little bit of bounce, and maybe one will pop up to Allsop in at short leg. And so the first ball of the over, Carson up the hill at the C end, into bowl, and that's a lovely start. Straight on the money there, blocked away by Libby.
Nice loop.
Yeah. Just needs to stay patient, I think, Carson here. You can go chasing wickets, and that's when you go for runs, so just needs to stay patient. Carson, into bowl, loops it up, and that's flicked straight towards Allsop, and it lands just before him and hits him into the legs.
Go on the full.
I think it bounced. I'm pretty sure it bounced.
Well, yeah, there was no reaction from the fielders, so
yeah,
must have done.
But that's the plan. Carson's trying to bowl very straight towards the batter's pads, and he's back in, and it's flicked into the leg side, and 45 comes round to pick that up, and it's still a dot ball. And this is where you start building the wickets and building the pressure, as these dot balls gradually building, and they're just replaying the one at short leg, and yeah, it's hit it, and it's just bounced before Allsop. But yeah, this is how you get your wickets. You build the pressure, and then a batter starts chasing the runs, and that's when it comes. So Carson into bowl, loops it up, down the leg side. Nice take there from Simpson. Carson's bowling at a nice pace, very patient at the moment. And Sussex could do with just rattling through a few overs, building a bit of pressure, and seeing if Nichols or Libby will take the bait. There is a deep square leg in case Libby tries the big shot. So Carson into bowl over the wicket. Oh, and he's gone for a big swipe down the leg side and missed the ball, and I say he missed out on that one. A little bit of a loose delivery there from Carson, but it's a dot ball in the scorebook. So final ball of the over. Carson into his stride now. Ball's in the air, and it's blocked away nicely there from Libby for a dot ball. That's a maiden over for Carson's first over. Worcestershire 64 for 1. Target is 361, so they have 297 remaining.
And plenty of time left in the game. 96 overs tomorrow, of course. 20 overs tonight, so 116 overs to get these. So no, the run rate is not a problem. As long as Worcestershire bat time, they all pick up runs.
Absolutely. It's going to be Robinson to continue. And it's a really interesting battle at the moment. I think Robertson's trying to come round the wicket here to Nichols and just try and take it away from the outside edge of Nichols. A little bit how Taylor did to all the left-handers in Sussex's first innings. Just angle it back in round the wicket and then hope it hits the seam and goes towards the 2 slips and gully.
Square leg, or just backward of square, fairly deepish, as this is past the outside edge of the bat, just nips away.
That'd have been a beaut on commentary, and if he nicked off there. It's just hit the seam and he's just fended at that outside off, and Robertson a pretty hard done by there. That's a beauty.
Dropped his wrist, but I think the ball was well past him by the time he'd done that.
Yeah.
There's actually some clouds blocking the sun here now. It's worthy of note. Robinson in again, short, which is why there's a deep square leg out, just in case he fancies having a bit of a dip at it, but I'm not sure it's in Henry Nichols' mind at this stage of the game to be hooking or pulling a ball.
I don't think that's his game either, is it? Like taking on the 6. He's a very patient player, isn't he?
Yeah. Very organised. I like organised cricket. Most of them are, I'm not saying there's disorganised cricketers, but looks very...
He's very compact, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Next ball, he's forward. Not quite the full face of the bat on this one, some oohs and ahs from the slips, but enough to squeeze the ball out on the side. And there is no run.
But it's very good pressure from Robinson, and Sussex could do just keep sustaining it and not worrying about the wickets. They'll come, but it's the dot balls and the pressure that's really starting to build on Worcestershire, and that's why Nichols are starting to fend at them a little bit more.
Yeah, it's almost a battle of patience here, isn't it? The bowler being patient to get the wickets and the batsman showing patience just to stay there. Robinson bowls, Nichols lets this one go by, plays that on length, very short. No trouble to lift the bat.
That's a very good bit of carry as well. So when they do bend their back here at Sussex, it does get really good carry and lift, and those have been the ones earlier on today that have caused the batter some issues.
Especially from the Cromwell Road end, because your keeper's just that little bit lower, and we talk about the hill and the slope. I mean, we're not on the north face of the Eiger, but it does come into the game.
Massively. I struggle saying that, Cromwell Road end, so I just say top end now.
Well, we had this discussion the other day as Robinson is in and Nichols forward defensively, plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. I always remember that's a Cromwell Road end, because the Battle of Worcester in 1651, and I wasn't there before you ask, Oliver Cromwell, Cromwell's army, were the parliamentary troops fought Charles II, last battle of the English Civil War, so which I'm keen not to talk about, but it's something that interests me, mainly thanks to my daughter. I'll try and explain a bit more.
It's a cliffhanger, that one.
As Robinson comes in and bowls, and that's gone past Hayes at backward point, down to the boundary for 4. Ollie Robinson's had a few words there. He had a bit of a chat there with Henry Nichols after that went down to the boundary. My daughter did I don't know, was it a GCSE? Let's have a look at this. Yeah, there's a few words there. Yeah, a GCSE project, I think it was GCSE or something like that, on the Battle of Worcester. So I learned about the Battle of Worcester. It's fascinating. There are certain places around the city edge of the city where you can still see the bullet marks.
Really?
From the battle in 1651. So I go on about it a bit too much. Listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester will be going, on about the Battle of Worcester again.
So Carson to continue after his first maiden over, into bowl, and that's hit nicely into the offside towards deep cover for a single. And I think Carson would actually want the left-hander of Nichols on strike, turning it away from the outside edge. Really suits Carson with the amount of turn he gets. I played against Carson a few years back, and he gets a lot of turn of the ball, puts a lot of revs on it, and you hear about all the great bowlers, they all just try and spin it and talk about ragging it and really getting revs on it, and Carson puts a lot into trying to spin it.
And there'll be a bit of dust outside the left-handers off stump.
Absolutely. It's quite a dry track. It's not particularly like moist or not got any greenery really on it. It's very dry and a bit of bounce, so it could very much suit Carson coming around the wicket here to Nichols. So he's into bowl, and that's actually a great paddle sweep there from Nichols, going down towards fine leg. That's chased by deep square leg, and they're looking for 3, and he gets passed back. Great bit of fielding there to only make that 2. That's a very positive shot there from Libby against the spin, sending that up the hill towards the pavilion. And I think that's far brace just on his knee, just in the far corner, watching from the ground. So either he's trying to see what's happening at ground level, or he's trying to get a message out to the team. So there's a short leg, 1 slip. Carson round the wicket into bowl, and that's another paddle sweep there. Clearly a strength of Nichols. And Hayes comes round, and they come round for 2 here as Hayes throws it back in towards Simpson, the keeper.
I always remember Colin Munro played at Worcester, and there was a T20 match, and he reverse swept 8 balls on the trot.
Really?
A complete over, 2 balls on the next over.
I did an over of ramps in Sri Lanka. We had this Pakistani bowler who was bowling quite quick, and I just thought, well, it's going to be hard hitting him up the hill here. I'll just ramp him. Carson round the wicket into bowl, and a big appeal there. That looks very close, and it's turned down by the umpire. I'd love to see that one again. That's a big appeal.
Did he get a bit of bat on it? Let's have a look.
So might have done too much turn.
Yeah.
Might have turned too much. It landed on like a middle and leg line, and then it's just turned a little bit too much. It was going to miss the off stump. But they've moved short leg into kind of a leg slip, by the way, just to try and nullify that paddle sweep. And so Nichols back, drives it towards mid on, and that's a dot ball.
Umpire might have thought that brush of the glove as well on the way down.
Yeah.
Which might have come into his thinking.
Absolutely, but it shows how much turn Carson's getting if he can land it on middle and leg stump, and it's missing off stump. So Carson to continue. Last ball of the over. Bowled very well so far. Into bowl, flighted, and that hits the outside edge, but rolls towards third man for a dot ball. That's going to be the over, 73 for 1. We're just going to watch that LBW back one more time. Oh, actually, it was just that last ball.
Yeah. Where did you play in Sri Lanka?
We were in Colombo.
Oh, all
in
the
Colombo,
time.
yeah. So I think because it was quite an intense series, like we had a game every other day, it was easy just having all the teams in one place.
Yeah, because it's a fair old trek up to Kandy, because I went out there with the police team, and it's a long old drive up to Kandy, which is a lovely place. But
we stayed in Colombo. A lot of the other teams stayed near the stadium, like very close to the stadium, rather than we almost just wanted to be out of it. So on your rest day, you don't have to worry about training or being near a ground. You can just switch off. But yeah, India were just too good for us in the final, unfortunately. Right. And conditions-wise, on grounds like that, you need to be able to bat first, and we lost the toss, and the pitch fell apart by the second innings.
Is Ollie Robinson into Jake Libby, who gets a short ball, which he pulls down to Hayes, who's back with a square on the leg side, and picks up a single. He's out on the boundary there, Hayes. One more to the Worcestershire total, goes to 74 for 1. Do you enjoy Sri Lanka?
Loved it.
Lovely people. Isn't it?
Yeah, I think what I love so much about stuff like that is the cultures are so different that you're almost uncomfortable at the start, and then by the end of it you don't want to leave.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of it, where you almost they're so polite, but it's just such a different world that you are uncomfortable when you first get there, because it's so different. And then by the end of it, once you start embracing the culture and the food, and you start trusting the food, and that, it's just amazing. Sri Lankan food's incredible.
Here's Robinson in bowls. Nichols plays back up the pitch. Robinson on his follow through does the fielding. Yeah, and the difference between the rich and the poor, and well, in most South Asian countries, but I thought in Sri Lanka it was, when we first got there, well, the war was still on against the Tamils, so there were soldiers every 10 yards along the beach, and gun emplacements and everything. But then you saw the people who were basically living in ditches, and then you go into the Spice Hotel, and that is just fantastic. Yeah. Anyway, back here at Hove, Robinson is bowling.
From Colombo to Hove.
Meanwhile, back at Wayne Manor, pushed out on the offside by Nichols, and there is no run. We have a picture on our screen of those clouds building up at the far end of the ground over the Cromwell Road flats. As I say, probably not threatening, but we after almost 3 cloudless days, almost worthy of comment. The flags have stopped billowing out as well on the clock tower above the scoreboard. Robinson in bowls. Nichols turns on the leg side. Won't get a run on this occasion.
Robinson's getting a bit chippy. He's just getting a little bit aggravated, which I think is when Robinson's at his best, is when he's got a little bit of a
cob on.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. He had a bit of a chew at the end of the over, didn't he, when Nichols hit him for 4, so yeah, our pictures are closing in on him. He looks a bit feisty.
That's when he's at his best. I've seen so many spells where he's got fired up and he'll suddenly take a 3 for a 4 for and win Sussex a game.
Bowling again to Nichols, short ball, probably a bit too short. Batsman had a long time to see that. Well, he didn't have a long time to see it. He had a split second to see it, but comfortably underneath it.
And just got Carson down here at fine leg. I'm actually surprised he didn't get a sniff at the England squad. Obviously, Bashir's not been in the greatest of form. I had a kind of an insight that Carson might have got a little shout or call up, but
well, it's bizarre, isn't it? Because Bashir had a spell at Worcester last season. Worcestershire, yeah. He's had a spell at Glamorgan this season. As is Robinson. Good delivery. Nichols comes forward, plays it to mid on. End of the over at the end of it. Robinson 1 for 14 off 8, 74 for 1. And overs left in the day. I can't see it up there now. I've lost it in all the facts and figures and conundrums. Oh, you can see those flags if you're watching the live stream now. That is as limp as they've been.
Yeah, they were really blowing earlier. It's weird. As soon as the clouds come, it's just completely killed the wind.
Yeah. It's going to be Carson to continue.
And it'll be from the C end, short leg and a slip in place. Carson into bowl. That's nicely flighted and blocked away by Libby. And so just having a look, they don't have a mid off, so they have like an extra cover. I think they're trying to entice Libby into hitting a drive, but like I say, the 2020 in me says go down the track and try and hit him over his head. So let's see what Libby does here. Carson into bowl, and that's hit into the leg side for a dot ball. Definitely getting a lot of turn here, Carson, and bowling at a very slow, patient pace. Carson at the end of his mark. Olive Robinson just a little bit deeper at mid-on. Short leg, slip in place. Carson into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely into the onside. And Sussex are building a good bit of pressure here. I know sometimes the viewers or the listeners will see no wickets in this session as a bad thing, but they're building a lot of pressure, and Worcestershire will start feeling it soon, and that's when you start getting the get out of jail shots and the loose shots. So Carson into bowl, flicked away again into the onside for a dot ball. He's been very patient here, and Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, is directly behind the keeper, so he's watching very intently at the moment.
Yeah, there you can see him on the screen there.
So Carson into bowl. Very nice delivery there again, top of off and blocked away by Libby. He doesn't seem to want to have any of it, doesn't he? He wants to wait for the bad ball.
He's shouting something down the pitch.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to get a message out to the pitch, I think. So final ball of the over here. Carson into bowl, flighted and big appeal, but he's got well outside the line of that, and that's been another top over from Carson there. Maiden over, and that is Worcestershire 74 for 1, needing 287 to win this match.
Yeah, good pressure cricket. It's good county cricket, this. Batsmen struggling to get a foot away, put on 70, so they're not struggling to get a foothold, but they will be well aware. They'll be well aware that they want to be there in the morning, won't they? Libby and Nichols.
I agree.
I've lost the overs altogether left in the day.
16.
16.
16 overs remaining. It's interesting having Coles and Carson down here as well on the leg side, just talking about the bowling and the spin and what's happening in the pitch. And they're both signalling it's getting a lot of bounce.
Robinson and Nichols resume their battle. Nichols pushes into the offside, picks up a single, and gets away from the strike. 75 for 1. Field changes for the right-handed Libby. Good crowd today for a Sunday.
Absolutely.
And there's definitely a movement in this ground because there's more people sat in those blue seats at the far end than there were before tea. So I think a bit of shade comes round there. So
yeah, the sun drops that side and then
wander over into the sunny bit. 3 slips. Robinson bowls. Libby defends, pushes back up the pitch. Bowler on his follow through. Does the fielding. 3 slips. Backward point, I'm going to call him. Extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and there should somewhere be, and there he is. Fine leg on the boundary.
And Libby's been very patient, to be fair to her. Was it 66 balls, so 50 strike rate here. He's not really fended anything, has he, this afternoon?
Well, I think since, I mean, it took toll on Cavalis because he was bowling too short, but since then, he's forward to that one. Plays it down into the ground. Carson at that backward point position does the fielding. There was some suggestions on the first day that this match wouldn't go till lunch on the third day. Well,
I think Simpson is trying to wave at Hayes down at fine leg, and he's just completely zoned out and couldn't get his attention.
In his own little world down there. Robinson. Libby pushes rather than drives into the offside. The behatted, I'm going to call him.
So by hand signals, I reckon that'll be Hayes coming in after this will be Robinson's last over, and then Hayes will be coming on from the top end, is my gut feel, if I'm any good at captain hand signals.
Okay.
A little wave and a point towards the Conroe Road end.
Here's Robinson to Libby. That's good stuff, this is. Good stuff.
It's elite bowling. It's really, really good.
Good bowling, stubborn batting, proper cricket.
And this is the kind of stuff that if you were a neutral, didn't know too much of cricket, you'd be like, why is this so interesting?
Yeah. If you'd only watched the 100 or even T20, you'd think, what's going on here? Yeah, it's the old story, isn't it? You try to explain to an American. There's a great story of Michael Parkinson used to tell as Robinson comes in and bowls outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper, and he gets in a taxi with an American woman. He's going to Lord's, and this woman gets in the taxi. So, you going to Lord's? Yes, I'm going to. So, could you explain cricket? So all the way to Lord's, he says, you know, you do this team bats, this team bowls. They try to get him out, and he said, and after 5 days you can have a draw. And she said, gee, they do that on horseback? Yeah, well, I don't mind. Yeah, do you want to? Yeah, go on. I'll go and have a wander around. I'll spread Christianity to the locals. Okay, switch that one off then.
There we go. So we've got 15 overs to go. How about if Liam and I do till, say, 8 overs to go, then you come back, Bradders, and we see out the day. Does that seem a good idea?
Perfect.
Good.
So I have a little energy burst as Carson. There's a little loose delivery outside the off stump, and Nichols hands that towards Ollie Robinson for a dot ball. So this is what you want. I'll have half an hour more high energy, and then I'll leave it to Bradders to see it out.
I'm just sort of thinking here, you know, I think you guys are right. If these two see Worcestershire through to the close, it could be a pretty interesting day tomorrow.
So Carson into bowl, flights it, and that's blocked away nicely from Nichols.
there's a bit of debate in the press room about the weather tomorrow. It seems like it may be a little cloudier. That could favour Sussex in the morning if it is a bit overcast. And
Absolutely.
Worcestershire are not without a sniff in this game.
So Carson to continue. There's a short leg and a slip in place. Into bowl, and Nichols pushes that towards Ollie Robinson, who's quite deep at mid-off. And he's going to pinch a quick single.
It's good cricket, isn't it? It's good, what's the word I'm looking for? There is a word, I'm going to think of it. Attritional cricket. Paul Farbrace is now walking around the boundary edge, getting his steps in for the day.
I reckon he's trying to get a message out.
Yes,
to the
I
players.
think he's going to probably give a message there to James Coles at a moment.
So Carson to continue. Over the wicket. And they're looking for a quick single as it's flicked towards mid-on, but they turn it away.
He's a good fielder in that position, Ollie Robinson. He's, I saw him get a brilliant run out last year in the T20 at Gloucester.
Yeah.
So for a big man, he does get down very quickly. There we are. Paul Farbrace is chatting to James Coles. I suspect there's a message to be conveyed by Mr. Coles at the end of the over.
So Carson to continue up the hill, over the wicket into bowl, and that's boxed away again very patiently from Libby for a dot ball. And I think both teams would be happy right now. Obviously Sussex are a couple of wickets away, but the pressure that's building for those watching or listening, Sussex has been so patient for the last probably half an hour, 45 minutes. And Worcestershire have been very patient back, but not really scored any runs recently, and it's just blocked away again. And that's the way to go. That's the way to build pressure in county cricket, and that's how you start getting some loose shots and wickets.
Yes, I thought it was interesting. Into the over, 76 for 1, Nichols 31, Libby 33. I just thought it was interesting there how Henry Nichols took a single to mid-off just to keep that scoreboard ticking along. But these two will know, won't they? I mean, Bradders was, they're experienced campaigners, and they'll be thinking, come on, let's get through these 14 overs. Let's get to the close. Maybe 250 to win tomorrow. It's still a tall order, but for much of the game, Worcestershire have looked out of it.
Yeah.
You were right. You ought to do the lottery, Liam, because...
well, it shows why I get asked to come back, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, James Hayes is coming on from the Cromwell Road, and the cloud is building around the ground. There's probably more, about 50-50 cloud and blue sky. I don't think we're going to get any rain, but we've been used to lovely sunshine for the whole match. But the sun is behind the clouds as young James Hayes on his debut for Sussex didn't get a wicket in the first innings. Willie in the second. He's in and bowls, and Nichols is forward and plays into the covers. There is no run. There are two slips, a wideish third man, almost a deep backward point really. It's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. James Coles is having a chat to some people down there in the players' cover. They're your mates over there.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
But James clearly knows one. One of them just offered sort of him a pint, and I don't know if James was tempted, but he suddenly saw Sergeant Major Farbrace coming around the boundary and thought he ought to concentrate on the cricket.
Yeah, they'll start hiding away.
Yeah. In comes Hayes, bowls, Nichols defends. Good delivery from James Hayes. He's got a very busy action. On loan from Nottinghamshire, an emergency loan. Ball in Haywards Heath. Do you know him at all, Ian?
I have never heard or seen him bowl before, so that's the first two balls I've seen of Hayes, and he looks like he's got a very strong action.
Well, he got the call, I think, late on Wednesday when Jayden Seals got this ankle problem. His mum lives down in Taunton. She drove up on Friday to see him make his debut.
Amazing.
So it's been all go. In comes his bowl short, that's down the leg side. That was a bit wild, and Simpson takes that down the leg side. There is no run. Paul Farbrace. Oh, someone's coming to have a chat to Paul Farbrace. Oh, someone's bought Paul Farbrace a drink. But just because he's the head coach, that's all right, isn't it?
I'd love if that was a pint.
I think he's just collecting the empty glasses from the bar. Cutbacks, at Sussex. Just because you're the head coach, he's got to do the washing up in a minute.
That would be brilliant if that was a pint right now, a little Moretti or something.
No, I don't think it is. In comes Hayes, bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson. Again, there is no run. He's coming round. Is he going to give a drink to Jack Carson? Oh, he is. Well, perhaps he asked for a glass of water for Jack. Paul Farbrace comes down, has a little natter to his off spinner.
He's bowling very well at the moment, Carson, as well, so it'd be interesting to see what the feedback was, maybe to get some spin on from the top end with James Coles as well.
Well, I've got a word with him. He's going to settle and watch. He's doing some kneeling down there, is Paul Farbrace. Here comes in bowls, clipped away by Nichols through the leg side. They've taken one. There'll certainly be two here as Carvelos chases towards the long on boundary. Two more to Nichols. His experience absolutely vital here for Worcestershire, but he's gone on to 33, as indeed is Jake Libby. They came together when the score was 7-1, so the partnership was 71 between this pair.
And Coles was just signalling that he wanted to come off, so I doubt it's going to be him on next to bowl.
The biggest partnership of the match. Just break off for a moment as Hayes is in, bowls, Nichols defends. To the offside, there is no run, so a tidy enough over from James Hayes, just 2 runs coming off it. It's 78 for 1, so this partnership worth 71. The highest partnership of the match was 80, which was the opening partnership of the match between Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes. Now, Jack Carson just gone out with a message from Paul Farbrace. It wasn't a very long conversation with John Simpson, maybe something more about how he's going to bowl. And Paul Farbrace is now standing right down below us, the Sussex coach, in his blue trainers. Just making sure he doesn't get behind the bowler's arm. He's going to actually sit in the little dugout, I think, just down below us. The T20 dugout.
It's going to be Carson to continue.
It is.
He's got a short leg, Allsop in at short leg. First slip, and kind of almost like a catching mid-wicket. So looking to bowl very straight line here. So Carson into bowl. That's blocked away nicely, and I think there's been a lot of interest in this game, isn't there? It's interesting, just Sussex getting promoted to Division 1, the amount of interest that they've got as a team, and viewers online, the crowd. I think there's a lot of buy-in from the Sussex supporters this year, wanting them to do well.
Yeah, and I think that comes with a bit of success, doesn't it? There's been enough fallow years down here.
Carson into bowl over the wicket, and that's flicked into the onside for a dot ball. The 2020 nights get busy, they sell out all the time, don't they, Adrian? So there's a good buzz around the club.
There is, and there's a lot of interest around this young man as well, Carson.
Absolutely, very nice guy as well, which goes a long way in the cricket community as well, doesn't it? So Carson to continue. Into bowl, and that's flicked towards the short leg Allsop, who palms it towards the bowler for a dot ball. And that's another tight, I mean, Carson's got it less than 2 and over here. He's going at almost at 1.5 and over. So he's very, very patient. It'll be interesting to see if Libby does try to take him on. There's no mid-off at all, so they're trying to tease him into hitting a drive. Carson continues up the hill, and it's exactly what he does. He comes down the track trying to hit it, and Robinson can't get there in time, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's always nice as a commentator when you spot something like that and then it happens next
Well
ball.
done. Yeah, that's why we pay you the big bucks.
But yeah, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Is Carson doesn't have a mid-off, so he's trying to entice Libby to come down and hit it over.
And Jack won't mind that.
Yeah.
You know, you don't mind it when he, you know, from Libby's point of view, he's probably got some pent-up tension out. You know, he's hit a boundary.
Absolutely. And Carson to continue. A little bit of a flatter ball flight, and Libby just drills that through the vacant mid-off for another 4 runs. And that was a little bit flatter from Carson, and that was probably too easy.
I don't think Jack Castle's very happy with the field here. He just turned to John Simpson and said, well, hang on, how come there's no one there? I think he maybe wanted Daniel Hughes a little straighter.
That's probably the easiest 4 Libby's ever needed.
Yeah, let's just see. He just looked at John Simpson as if to say, and I think he's now going to, yeah, he wants Daniel Hughes straighter.
Yeah, that would make more sense with the field as well. And then try and entice him to hit through cover and open the back face a little bit. So Carson, last ball in the over. Looking for a quick single, but Simpson's quick to get there. And that's going to be a dot ball. So 86 for 1. It's going to be 275 for Worcestershire to win this one. And it's very poised for an interesting last 12 overs, Adrian.
Well, and it's a really important match, this, because, you know, clearly Worcestershire haven't won a game so far this season. Sussex have won 1 game. You know, it's 2 sides who you know, I mean, Sussex have only lost the 1 game, but as I say, 2 tricky away games. Having said that, Hampshire have been absolutely slaughtered at Trent Bridge today, so they're not in the best of form. But it's, you know, one of those games that you you could pick up a good haul of points or virtually none.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And especially, so is McAndrew in for the next game? Is that the plan?
Yes, that's the plan. In comes young James Hayes running down the hill, bowls to Nichols, who drives firmly. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a misfield by Tom Haynes. He'll be disappointed about that. Nichols picks up a single. He goes to 34. Worcestershire to 87 for one. So this is now the joint highest partnership of the match between these two.
Wow.
Yes. So a few people thought with Jaden Sills missing out that maybe Nathan McAndrew may play this game, but I think it's all down to workloads and stuff that's way beyond my head. So he didn't play, but you'd think he'd play certainly play next week at Taunton, because Jaden Sills is now off with the West Indians. They've got some matches against Ireland coming up. Hayes in again, bowls. Libby is forward, plays that through point, picks up a single. Libby goes to 42. Now it is officially the biggest partnership of the match.
And so Hayes is from Nottinghamshire at the moment, isn't he?
Yes, he is. So there's this is his first class debut. He's played some limited over cricket up there, some 50 over. But it's not easy getting in bowlers at this time of the season, because there's a few injuries around, and I mean, if it's later on in the season, you need someone to get some overs in their legs. But at the moment, it's not hard picking up players from other counties. Hayes is in, bowls. Nichols plays onto the onside, and there is no run. And Sussex with Sean Hunt out for the long term.
What's happened to Sean Hunt? I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, he injured himself this match against Somerset, where he got 9 wickets. But he's got a nasty injury to some tendons, I think some ligaments in his shoulder or that area, but he's out for 3 months.
Wow. And
he bowled beautifully here in that game, took 9 wickets.
That's the whole cricket season, really, isn't it, Adrian?
Well, it's certainly, you'd think he's probably out until the games in September, which is cruel for Sean, because he was terrific in that game and gives Sussex a point of difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
A left-arm seamer. Hayes around the wicket, bowls. Nichols drives firmly. Tom Haynes this time makes this right behind it and prevents a single. There is no run. Henry Crocombe's had a shoulder problem, which we understand he's had an exploratory operation and doesn't need surgery, but they're hoping he may be fit for Somerset. Whether he will be or not, I don't know. Ollie Robinson has looked okay in this innings, but he certainly seemed to have something going on yesterday. So Sussex resources are stretched. Hayes in again, bowls, nearly falls over as he delivers. Good delivery though, and Nichols plays with due respect to mid-off. There is no run. So this is an important game.
Absolutely, and Hayes has looked really good here, to be honest with you. So I'm not surprised you're not going to want him to come down and gain some experience. And it's almost a bit worrying the strength of depth that Nottinghamshire have with their bowling lineup, to be able just to let Hayes off just to come and play for Sussex. It shows how much depth they have at the moment.
In comes those bowls to Nichols down the leg side, and he's got a wicket, and Henry Nichols has rather given that away. He can't believe it, and it's a first class wicket for young James Hayes. And what a wicket to get! Wicket of the international New Zealand cricketer Henry Nichols, who's on his way for 34, the breakthrough that Sussex have been striving for. And Worcestershire 88 for 2. Always great to get your first class wicket. Well done, James Hayes.
Absolutely, congratulations, and that's a great celebration to go with it. All the boys giving him a hug, happy for him, and Farbrace is just down here giving him a massive round of applause as well. And he's been very impressive coming down the hill here at Sussex, so absolutely deserved that.
He'll be annoyed with himself though, Will. Henry Nichols, it was a delivery down the leg side, wasn't it, that he was looking to pull down towards fine leg. And just as you began to think, Worcestershire may be thinking we get through to the close here. And now a tricky sort of little spell for others coming in.
Absolutely, that's what Sussex needed. They needed the breakthrough, and I say Nichols out of both of them is probably the one you definitely want. And sometimes happens like that. It's just it's the loose balls, the ones that catch the batter off guard, where they just open up and try and hit it too hard, and he's just caught the glove of.
Yeah, I don't know. We might be able to see that again. Actually, I'm sure the lads have shown it, but I don't know whether we can have another look at that. It was down the leg side, and it wasn't a great ball. But look, he's absolutely furious with himself, Henry Nichols, isn't it? Didn't wait for the umpire to decision. Knew he'd gloved it through to John Simpson. So important here for Worcestershire. Kashi Valley, Bradders was saying he's had the best season so far, but Worcestershire don't need to lose any more wickets tonight.
And he's quite a positive batter as well, Kashi Valley, so it'd be interesting to see if he tries to counter-attack Carson here, or if they just try and rotate. Hudson Prentice having a quick conversation here with Farbrace, who's sat down behind the bowler's arm. And the umpire's just having a word with Carson. I don't know what that would be about, but short leg in, slip, Carson into bowl, and that's just hit towards deep cover for a single. And the new batter, Kashi Valley, on strike. So this is a really important spell. We've got just over 10 overs left in the day, and this could really control the result of the game here. A couple of wickets for Sussex, and they're bang in it, especially with an overcast conditions that are due tomorrow. But then likewise, if Worcestershire can just see it out to the end of the day, then they'd probably fancy this. And the team talk going into this evening would be, we can do this, just take it deep and we've got a chance here. So Sussex could really do with some more wickets just to put Worcestershire to bed. Carson into bowl, flighted delivery, and Kashi Valley almost turned his hands there like he was thinking about sweeping, and then Carson bowled a little bit flatter and blocked it away, but that would have been a bold shot first up to hit a little sweep. So Carson to continue into his stride now. Ball is up in the air, flighted, and that's blocked away again by Kashi Valley for a dot ball. And Carson's bowling at a lovely pace here.
Yeah.
Very smooth action. Just trying to build a little bit of pressure and see if Kashi Valley has a get out of jail card. You've got Coles at deep square leg here for the big sweep in case that comes out on a short leg and a slip as the attacking fielders. So Carson into bowl, and that's flicked into the leg side for a dot ball again. Clark just coming to pick that up and throw that back to the bowler Cars. And there's a good bit of chirp with the Sussex boys. They're all making a bit of noise here, just trying to create a bit of pressure. I think they realise how important these next 10 overs are as well. So Carson to continue over the wicket, and that's hit into the offside for a dot ball. Excellent pressure here from Carson, and it helps him rattle through the overs a little bit as well. Sussex builds some pressure, and that wicket of Nichols is their get out of jail card, isn't it? It's the pressure that's been building where they've started looking for a big boundary, and a little loose shot and he's out. Let's see if Kashi Valley has the patience. Imagine Carson will flight this one up, see if he goes for it. Into bowl, looped up, and that's blocked back towards the bowler for a dot ball. That's an excellent over from Carson, just one off it. Carson's 6 overs, 15 without a wicket, and Worcestershire 89 for 2.
You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, Dave Bradley, your commentary team here, and Dave and I will be back tomorrow for the conclusion of this game. Thank you all for your messages today. It's been great to have people listening. We know at the weekend people have got a lot of other things to do, so it's very much appreciated you take the time to drop us a line, and gives us something to natter about as well as our primary jobs. Primary job's here to describe the cricket.
We've got lots of messages coming in. We've got loads online. Even my Gran's messaged me saying she's listening, and she's not a massive
hello, Liam's Gran
listener, so hi Gran.
What's your Gran's name?
We know her as Betty.
Hello Granny Betty. In comes Hayes, bowls to Libby, who turns that down to fine leg, picks up a single, well fielded by Finn Hudson Prentice, gets in the throw, one more to the total, 90 for 2. Bradders will come back in when we've got 8 overs to go, so I'll do this one, Liam will do one more, then Bradders will be back in for the final slot of the day.
And Hayes has looked really impressive. Obviously, I know it's my first look at him, but very solid run up, strong action, and he's got a decent bit of pace about him as well. So he's been a good pickup for Sussex last minute on a Wednesday night trying to find another player. And sorry, very impressive.
Yeah, sorry, something to tell me about. I made a big boo-boo, but you carry on. Sorry, that's me, isn't it? In comes Hayes, bowls. Libby clipped this nicely down to fine leg. There was me saying, it's the biggest partnership of the match between Haynes and Hughes on the first day. Of course it wasn't, I'm talking absolute nonsense. The biggest partnership of the match was between James Coles and Tom Alsop, who came together when Sussex were 18 for 3. and departed with the score 143 for 4. So they put on Wakeoff. In comes Hayes, but also Libby eases that one down to third man, picks up a single. Partnership 125. So Terry, you're quite right, Terry and Arundel.
And to the listeners,
Slap
you
on
don't
the
have
wrist.
my angle, but Adrian has written all these stats down on his notepad, like old school. I've got a laptop here with the stream up on my screen so I can see all the LBWs. We've got a TV here, and Adrian's just going through his notepad.
As has Bradders, yeah. Yeah, write it all out.
Sign of the times.
Yeah, living in the dark ages. I've got my quill. In comes Hayes, bowls, and Libby plays that straight into the covers. There is no run.
Price of parchment these days.
I've got my inkwell. Tell me that. Did you, when you were at school, Lynn, did you have fountain pens when you were at school?
No, I was biros.
Were you?
Yeah, I was biro.
Oh, you weren't allowed
pens.
biros.
And then I'd always ruin my trousers because I'd be playing football and at school lunch, and I forgot to have the pens in my pocket,
So
and
it'd
they'd always leak.
Yeah.
So I'd have the blue pockets, and my phone would be covered blue from all the ink.
Hayes roaring in down the hill, bowls to Libby, who drives, but again, nice looking shot straight to cover, fielded by Tom Haynes. No run. I mean, we had to write at school in fountain pen, in ink. So you had two ways. You either had a cartridge you put in the pen, or you had a bottle of ink and you used to have to fill it up.
Oh wow! Yeah, I remember I got.
It's not that long ago. Well,
I remember it getting
50
gifted
years.
to me before, a fountain pen when I was younger. I just thought, what am I going to do with this?
Yeah.
She was like, oh, you put ink in it, and then I did it, and I'm left-handed, so I got just ink all over my left hand. I thought, yeah, that's not for me. Biro it is.
Comes Hayes, bowls, Libby drives firmly. He's played 3 nice shots here without breaching the field. End of the over. And it is 90, and I'm terribly sorry, I need to concentrate. Come on, Adrian. Kashif Ali, I know it's the end of the day, was facing. End of the over. 92 for 2, 45 to Libby, 1 to Kashif Ali. Now, who's going off the field? Your eyes can probably see better than mine.
Number something 4. 44, 34.
Oh,
Maybe Hudson Prentice?
no, he's 33, is Finn.
Oh no, he's there, I can see him. Oh, it might have been a sub fielder for Robinson who's back on.
Yes, I don't know who that was. Either way, we know it's going to be Jack. I wonder whether we're going to see a little, maybe a little 2 or 3 overs out of Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I'd hope so. Get him a quick spell, get him fired up, and try and nick a few wickets before the end of the day. And so it's going to be casted to continue. There's a short leg again and a first slip into bowl, and that's flicked towards fine leg for a dot ball.
Phil Tibbs has sent us a photograph. He's gone for his dog walk now. The pavements are a bit cooler, but he's listening to us as he makes his way around wherever you live, Phil.
I've never seen a point of view of someone's dog walk before, so thanks for sending that in, Phil. That's Carson into bowl, and that's looped nicely towards mid-on. And that's going to be another dot ball. And so this is going to be the last 4 balls of my stint before Bradders comes in. And then they'll see you out to the close of play. But it's teed up very nicely for an interesting day 4 here. Carson's bowling beautifully at the moment, very economical. And he's into bowl again. And that's hit into the offside for a single to get Kashif Ali on strike.
Well, we've enjoyed your company immensely today, Liam. Not just, I hasten to add, not just because you bought 2 packets of biscuits. I mean, that had nothing to do with it.
I feel like that softens you up.
Well,
I feel like even if I'm bad, you'll tell me I'm good because I'll bring the biscuits next time. I didn't ever have a chance at the chocolate rings because they were all gone by the time lunch came around. It's Carson's into bowl, and there's a big appeal here.
what's all that about?
And there's a lot of shouting. I think Kashif Ali went to hit that quite aggressively, and it just popped off his pad. So there was an appeal for court and LBW, but just watching the replay back, it's definitely it's just not out. It's just one of them loud nothing appeals. But no, I've really enjoyed coming down today, guys, and thank you again for having me. Always enjoy doing this.
Pleasure.
That's Carson's into bowl, and that's blocked into the onside for a dot ball.
When I get home and I can't eat my dinner tonight, I'll say, well, the reason I can't, because this bloke turned up at cricket, bought 2 packets of biscuits, insisted that we ate them all. What's his name? Liam O'Brien, right?
And yeah, make sure you guys all check out our series against India, England Disability Team in June. And hopefully Bradders can come down and see one of the games as well. As Carson's into bowl, that's hit into the offside for a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. So it's 93 for 2, and Worcestershire need another 268 to win.
Liam O'Brien, really good to have Liam on commentary, and I genuinely mean when I say that was a very moving account you gave this morning, Liam, of your journey into disability cricket. There are a couple of people who spoke to me over in the pavilion at lunchtime who commented on it as well. And I'm sure your family, your parents and your granny Betty who's listening are all very proud of you and everything that you've achieved in the game. And we love having you here in the commentary box. So it's been great to see you again.
Yes, good. My granny's not listening today.
Really?
No, even my grandchildren listen to me, though. I'm a granny. Yeah, good. I'll probably
What about your wife?
I may well be working on that game, so yeah. I'll catch up with you there, mate. I'll bring the biscuits.
Yeah, hold him to that.
Yeah, then we won't have Armsy there eating them all.
Well,
right.
Important little session this, Bradders. 8 overs to go in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And it is going to be the first of which bowled by young James Hayes. Down the hill, bowls to Libby, who's right in behind. This plays to mid-off, there is no run. You know this Worcester side clearly far better than we do. If Worcester are to mount a serious challenge, right, and they might well do, where might it come from?
Well, I would have, as Liam said in commentary, obviously Henry Nichols, very experienced batsman. They could have done with him being there tomorrow morning. Jake Libby, again, very experienced and enjoys playing on this ground. They are...
Hayes in bowls, Libby forward, plays to mid-wicket, no run.
They are short of Adam Hose in this game, another experienced batsman, not probably having his best ever season. But then looking down the order, there's everybody can bat, Brett D'Oliveira, Matthew Waite, Ethan Brooks, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison. You would probably class all of those, well, certainly the last four, as all-rounders. So that there's batting. I mean, maybe it's Kashi Valley's game to come into it tomorrow morning if he's still here.
Shot.
Off the back foot.
Short cut away, sorry, I forgot it was my board of commentator.
Right,
And thumped away by Libby. He goes to his half century, and it's a very fine half century as well from Jake Libby. He averages 70 odd against Sussex. 50 and 89 balls in 128 minutes with 7 boundaries. And that's a very nice shot to bring up your half century. A little too wide from James Hayes.
Only his second half century of the season, Jake Libby.
Well, it's a nice shot, and he's got previous against Sussex. Runs required down to 264. He's in again, bowls and clipped away, and that's going to be more runs for Jake Libby. Is it going to be another boundary? Yes, it is. Slightly over pitching and clipped away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 54. 100 up for Worcestershire. 101 for 2. Nice shot. I mean, when you look, just picking up on your point there, Bradders, about the Worcestershire lower order. Let's face it, they were 111 for 8 in the first innings and reached 180. So the last 2 wickets put on 69.
Yeah, it's a trend, I think.
Hayes in again. Bowls. He pulls away, and there's more runs. That's too short. And he said, "Thank you very much." So 3 boundaries in a row, and that wasn't a great delivery by James Hayes.
I think it's a real trend in county cricket these days that the lower order can all bat, and very often the last 5 wickets will score more than the first 5.
Yes.
The ball gets soft, the bowlers get tired, and if you've got any... I mean, it used to be, years ago, 9-10 Jack used to just come in and fling the bat and hope to get a few runs, but now everybody has to bat properly.
Hayes again in and bowls that he defends out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. A rather more expensive over for young James Hayes. I just wonder whether we might get a little burst of Ollie Robinson down the hill here for the last 3 overs of the day.
Yeah.
Hayes has come on. He's got his wicket. Oh, there's someone on the balcony up there, Bradders. Look, on the flats at the far end. I reckon that is.
Where are you, mate? Oh, yes, there he is.
I reckon
he's over there. He's got to be on the end of that block of flats there.
Do you reckon he's watching the cricket? There's the I-360.
Going up and down.
Yeah.
Didn't it go up and not come down one time?
I think
People
it did,
stuck
yeah.
up there.
I wouldn't fancy that being
no,
stuck up there.
You won't get me on there, mate.
No?
Oh, no. I don't like being this tall, to be honest. Thick pile carpet frightens me. Here's Carson in and bowls, and this is Kashi Valley thinking he might get a run there, but to the right of Tom Clark, who moves well to his right to cut that one off. Carson off, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, well, 5 paces probably, of which 3 walks anyway, and driven by Kashif Ali into the covers, no run.
Nice message from, I'm sure you won't mind me reading out, Charles Runcie, who used to be in charge of cricket at the BBC.
Charles. How are you,
Been
Charles?
in touch to say, what a lovely guy Liam sounded. Plus those biscuits clearly went down well, so you've left a good impression today, Liam. Thank you, Charles, lovely to hear from you.
Carson in bowls, pushed away, backward a square on the offside. Charles himself, no stranger to a biscuit, I think.
He's listening.
Oh, it's all right. He wouldn't mind.
He
doesn't work for the BBC anymore. He's not in charge. We call him what we like.
The instigator, though,
He was.
of the ball-by-ball commentary.
He was very much so. Yeah. Nice man.
They should put a statue up at Lord's.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed back down the pitch by Kashif Ali.
True, though.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Well, I think different, Hereford and Worcester were doing commentaries, but it wasn't all combined.
Yes.
And he got it all
together, didn't he?
Working together. He's doing a bit of, Ollie Robinson's doing a bit of, maybe stretching because he doesn't want to get stiff. Maybe he's going to come on and bowl a couple down the slope before the end of play. Oh, they're going for a quick one here, and Tom Clark as well dives across to his left, but by the time he's got the ball into his right hand and got his balance again, although he's still on the ground, to throw at the stumps, Kashif Ali was fairly safely home. He walks away a little gingerly. Why do we say that? Why, if you're limping, are you walking gingerly?
I don't know, should we look it up?
Yeah.
Perhaps someone could let us know.
Perhaps they could. Carson in bowls. Little inside edges there from Jake Libby all along the ground down to backward of square on the leg side. No run comes from it. And at the end of the over, Worcestershire 106 for 2. They've been set 361 for victory. Jake Libby has 58. Kashif Ali has 2. And we have remaining in the day 6 overs. Why? There's a severe danger of us finishing not too far after the... well, it'd be 6:15, I suppose, but in terms of finishing times recently in county cricket matches, that's almost half a day.
Liam's going to take his leave of absence. Lovely to see Liam. Take care. Come and see us again, Liam. And good luck with all the cricket this season.
He's going to pay the bar bill for all his mates.
Oh yeah. They're just saying over there. In fact, they seem to go on your credit card, Liam. They're just waving it in the air. Ta-da, Liam. Cheers, guys. Cheers, Liam. Is it me or you, Bradders?
Me. It's you, yeah.
Ollie Robinson is back into the attack. A final fling down the hill. Comes in and bowls to Kashif Ali, whose job here is to be there tomorrow morning. It's not easier said than done against Robinson, who will have 3 overs, I suspect, here. John Simpson just come and had a word with Jack Carlson at backward point. I don't know, maybe they're going to go with seam at both ends. I don't know.
Maybe a bit of alternative spin at this end. Yeah.
Maybe James Cole's in I don't know.
Somebody's just...
Robinson. And bowls. Kashif is forward. Plays him to the covers. No run. Interesting because the crowd has pretty much stayed Bradders, today.
Who's at mid-wicket doing some very expansive...
That might be Hudson Prentice.
Maybe he's going to come in.
He's
doing the C end. He looks as if he's going to bowl.
I think that is Hudson Prentice. Yeah. So maybe he's going to bowl up the hill. We've still got Sussex as favourites here, but
yes.
If Worcestershire can get through to the close, only 2 down, it could be a good day tomorrow. Robinson in again, bowls. Kashif is right in line and plays this to mid-on. There is no run. Good game of county championship cricket.
I really enjoyed this session this afternoon. Robinson bowling really well, and although he's now gone, Henry Nichols and Jake Libby having to work really hard just to stay there. It's been good stuff. It's the sort of stuff that old fools like me really enjoy.
Robinson in, bowls. Kashif lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Phil's been in touch. He says, reference all the bowlers being able to bat. I miss the demise of the genuine clueless number 11. It was always entertaining seeing the likes of Tuffers with Willow in hand. I was looking up actually. Mark Robinson was at the quiz the other night, and I don't think Robbo was known for his batting prowess.
No, that's true.
And I had a quick look. I think Robbo averaged 4.
Right.
I think I might have averaged more than 4. I didn't quite play this level of cricket. In comes Robinson, bowls. Kashif. Well, the appeal was. Did they think the ball was drifting back towards the stumps then? Either way, there is no run. This is going to be a pretty torrid 20 minutes or so for Worcestershire. They'll just feel if they can just see this out. Go back to the hotel tonight, have a little think and.
Yeah. On about, I think I mentioned this the other day, Bob Carter played for Worcestershire in the 60s and played a leading role in that championship winning team when Flavel and Caldwell weren't around. He always says he took 100 wickets before he scored 100 runs in first class cricket. How true that is, I'm not sure.
Robinson in, bowls to Kashif, who plays in the covers. Maiden over from Robinson, very impressive figures, Ollie Robinson. 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket, 4-15. Charles has been back in touch and he says, Bradders, you're fond of the odd custard cream too.
Mate, they're never. Well, Charles might not be the same age. We're post-war kids, Charles, aren't we? I always say when I was born there was rationing on, and you don't waste food when there's rationing on, mate. Rationing ended in 1953. Never refuse a meal. It is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice to bowl from the C end, as predicted by both myself and my very good friend, Mr. Adrian Hart, pictured here.
I think the crowd have stayed on though, Bradders, haven't they?
Well, it's been good cricket.
It has been good cricket.
If you are a cricket fan, or a fan of county cricket, you've enjoyed your day today.
Definitely.
If you watch the 100 or the Blast, you probably, you'd probably be bored halfway through the afternoon. But those of us who like to see a good battle out in the middle have enjoyed it.
Yeah, totally.
But as you say, if these two are still together in the morning, that's very important from a Worcestershire point of view. It might be a night watchman padded up. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Oh, that's a nice shot. Jake Libby taking advantage of a wide-ish half volume, pings it away to the cover boundary. Ben Gibbon, I suspect, as he was in the first innings, might be padding up.
Yes.
How many overs we got left in the day?
You'd think you would have.
Yes, you would. Yeah.
But he's not been afraid, Jake Libby, has he? He's, if there's a bad ball there, and in the previous over that he faced from Hayes, he hit 3 boundaries. So if it's there to be hit, he's not going to miss out.
Yeah. A bad ball's a bad ball, and this time Libby covers up and plays to a very flung that one back in. Who's that there? That's
Jack
Carson.
Carson. He's a very very aggressive cricketer, is Jack. I like him enormously, but he's a real competitor.
He was very quickly out onto that one and hurled it back at the wicketkeeper Simpson.
Just to say, Bradders, Hampshire all out for 116, so thumped by 366 runs at Trent Bridge.
And Lancashire looks as if they're about to lose to Northants.
Yeah.
Here's the next ball from Hudson-Prentice, flicked away by Libby, once again straight to Carson. I say that with somewhat, because they lost at home to Leicestershire, didn't they, Lancashire? And I think it's the first time Leicestershire had won there since before the First World War. That's off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But they kind of lost to Northamptonshire very often.
No, and they lost to Northamptonshire by 70 runs, and by my calculations, Lancashire, the great county, are bottom of the county championship.
There you go.
I was talking to Paul Edwards.
Yeah?
Well-respected cricket journalist, and he said, I'm not surprised.
Hudson-Prentice in, bowls at Libby, once again, straight to Carson at mid-wicket.
All not well at the county of the Red Rose. Paul was also talking about these plans, quite advanced plans, that Lancashire have to play a lot of their county championship matches away from Old Trafford.
Farrington?
Yes. Yeah. Apparently a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and
there's two. I think there's actually 2 grounds.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Exactly right, Bradders. And Paul was saying, I think the plan is, everything permitting, maybe from 2027.
Yeah. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Libby pulls us. Oh, that's a good stop. That saved 4 runs. Carson diving away to his right, cuts that one off. Because Libby really caught hold of that one.
He did.
And a really good stop. Saved his. So we got that on the replay. Well done, lads. Worcestershire 110 for 2, Kashif Ali 2, Libby on 62. Target, of course, is 300. I say, of course, but the target is 361. If you just joined us, it was 361 before you joined us. Hudson Prentice in this time will pick up a single to the right of Robinson at mid-on, who flings at the stumps. It misses a plethora of fielders, but then goes out to the boundary where Hayes is alert to it and makes sure that he is backing up, as he should be, being a professional cricketer. That is there's umpire at each end, which confused me a little bit there. That is the end of the over, and at the end of it, 111 for 2. There's that young lady with that big boom camera again on our
yes,
on our screens.
Where is she now?
She's up the top end there somewhere.
Yeah, with the
there you go. She can
Cromwell Road end.
She's looking out to the sea. She can see the coast of France from there with that lens.
Might well be able to today.
She can see them eating their frogs' legs in Normandy.
Essex in all sorts of trouble at Chelmsford against Yorkshire. Yorkshire declaring on 426 for 6. Essex needing 478 to win, of 42 for 3. Charlie Allison, Ben's brother, out for 20. So Essex in danger of going down to defeat at Chelmsford. In comes Robinson down the hill, bowls to Jake Libby, who nudges that onto the onside through mid-wicket and picks up a single. He goes to 64, 112 for 2. So some of the bigger counties not having it all their own way in this round of matches. I mean, Notts and Hampshire are both, in inverted commas, big counties. I guess Yorkshire are as well, but they hadn't had a great start, Yorkshire. So the table's going to look very interesting at the end of this round of matches.
It is indeed. And if explain my theory.
Robinson in bowls. Kashif is solidly forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run.
No disrespect to Sussex or Worcestershire, but they would be considered by some in cricket not to be big counties in that they're not test match grounds. They don't have 100 franchises and all that.
Yeah.
If they stayed up, then two of the so-called big teams
for sure
would be going down.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Be interesting to see.
It's the first time in almost 3 days that we played cricket and the sun's not shining.
Robinson in bowls to Kashif, who turns that back to the square on the leg side, picks up a single, does Kashif. He goes to 3, 113 for 2.
Can I correct that?
Yes.
The sun is shining, but there's a cloud between the sun and the earth.
There is
indeed.
indeed.
The sun is always shining.
Yes.
It doesn't sort of go off for the night, does it? Say, well, lads, yeah,
That's it.
half past 6, switch it off.
In fact, it's quite strange to be watching with the clouds covering the sun. And it always looks quite gloomy, actually. Robinson, 2 slips go down. Holding to Jake Libby. He's in on bowls, and Libby right in behind that. He's faced 100 balls for his, now 101 balls for his 64, and he will be wandering away to square leg, probably thinking to himself, come on, another 20 balls to survive tonight. Going to tomorrow needing 240 to win, 8 wickets in hand. It's still a tall order, but you never know.
It's a funny old game.
It is a funny old game, Saint. 2 slips on a gully in place now. Robinson, no sign of that injury today, comes running in, bowls, and Libby punches into the covers. Oh, Tom Haynes, never run on a misfield is the old adage. That wasn't a great bit of fielding, but it doesn't cost Sussex a run. Tom Haynes will be very pleased about that. After the 13 for 2, the breeze has pretty much disappeared now. The flags, the Union Jack and the Sussex flag, are linked to the flagpoles, or flagpoles, because there are 2 of them on the way to our right hand side, and the crowd is building up here at Hove as a seagull swoops down just in front of us. And Robinson motors in down the hill, bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Jake Libby. At the end of the over, 113 for 2. Ollie Robinson, 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 17. Kashif Ali on 3. Jake Libby, 64. Runs required, 248. More runs needed, 8 wickets in hand. It's still a tall order for Worcestershire, but at 7 for 1. I think they'd have probably taken 113 for 2 at the close. The other game in Division 1, Surrey 354 for 9 against Warwickshire, so it looks like they might be asked to follow on. They're still trailing by 311 at Edgbaston.
Here's the start of the next over. Hodgson Prentice bowls, Gashifali pushes. Out on the offside. 17 balls remain for Worcestershire to survive this evening.
And that was me saying it's a flat track and that's an awful game, but you'd imagine Warwickshire's only chance of really winning that game is to enforce the follow on. And
yeah, as one of my old friends used to say, they'll be running up the middle of the pitch there. One of my old friends, because I've got quite a lot of old friends. Hodgson Prentice in bowls. Gashifali solidly behind that one. Into the covers. No run. 1 or 2, as you might expect. Sunday night, picking up their eskies and their bags on the way home. Get home for Songs of Praise or Antiques Roadshow. I presume that's still on a Sunday.
yeah, I think so, Brad. The ones I like with that where someone sort of brings on, and although they make out as a fairly aim loop, they're quite keen to know how much it's worth, aren't they?
I think most of them know how much it's worth. Hodgson Prentice in and bowls, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. I quite like it when they come in and they think this is worth a lot of money, and they say, well, actually, about 50 quid. I quite like that.
Yes, and then they go, oh, right, oh, that's
Yeah,
okay,
that's
then
okay.
I'll keep it then,
Yeah. And I love the bit where they say, well, yeah, you probably get £1,000 for that. Well, no, I'm not going to sell it because, my granny gave it to me. And
Yes.
all, yes, you are. Who you kidding? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been going for a long time.
It has,
Antiques
absolutely.
Roadshows.
It has, yeah.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. Well, back to the bowler, actually, there's a run. The great Henry Sandon, who, of course, was on Antiques Roadshow for many years, was a Worcester man, and had many a happy chat with Henry. He used to come in and
Oh, I don't
have
know
a
that
chat on the
name.
radio. Henry Sandon, yeah,
No.
a lovely man, knew everything he knew about porcelain. And he used to bring with him an owl. It was actually a replica of an owl that somebody bought him on. It might have been in Stafford, but he valued it at about £1,000. I think it went for 10 grand at auction. So, lovely man, Henry. Next ball is tucked away on the leg side. They're going to pick up a single here. One more to the total. Carson on the chase. Total goes to 114 for 2. I often used to say to him, "So, well, what's this?" And he said, "If you like it, you keep it. If it's worth 50 grand, you're going to sell it." I actually watched the episode the other day, Only Fools and Horses, when they actually find the watch. This time next year, Rodney will be millionaires, and they both faint at the auction. Hilarious. Hey, last ball of the over as Hodgson Prentice is in, and a little in the air, maybe square Jake Libby up a bit, that one, as it went back down the pitch. There was a lone soul out on the balcony away on the flats behind the Union flag, watching the embers of the third day. 2 overs left.
Looks like he's got a tin of beer or something there on his back. Do you reckon, or is it a glass of beer, actually?
He might have a glass with a handle on.
Someone else
There's a friend upon the balcony. He's got his binocs on that.
Yes, he
a friend
has.
upon the balcony up the top there.
He's probably looking, thinking, oh, those two idiots in the commentary box.
114 for 2. As long as you don't go to the press box next door and compare us to them.
2 overs to go, so we are going to finish in reasonable time today.
We are.
We'll probably be finished by about 6:15.
Yeah, home for the Archers.
Yeah. So, Ollie Robinson, can he pull something out the bag? Running down the hill, in and bowls, and forward comes Kashif plays into the offside. There is no run. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Actually, a friend of mine, Bradders, he was chatting away to me, and he said, "Oh, listen to the Archers now." He said it's quite topical. Apparently, they get some
They do,
quite sort
yes.
of spicy. It's not all.
Oh yeah, and they have a cricket team in Ambridge as well.
Right. Yes, I think there was a problem over selection, wasn't there?
There was, yeah.
Someone was left out,
Yeah.
and
I rarely listen to it. Sometimes on the way home from cricket, because it's on at 7 o'clock, it might sort of pop onto my radio and yeah, the Archers, an everyday story of country folk.
Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Kashif lets that go. Good carry through to John Simpson. There is no run. But a good spell this by Ollie Robinson. He's bowled well. I mean, he's 12th over, 3 overs, 0 for 17. But he's posed plenty of questions, and to be fair, Henry Nicholls, Kashif Ali, and particularly Jake Libby have been up to the task.
It's been good.
That's been good.
Tomorrow morning, well, we always say that, though, in the first hour tomorrow.
First hour tomorrow, yeah.
This ball is now 39 over, it'll be 40 overs old by tomorrow morning.
Well, that will come into the Worcestershire's thinking, I would imagine. Robinson. Down the hill bowls. Kashif is forward. Goes into the offside. There is none. Yeah, absolutely big. I mean, from a Worcestershire point of view, they might well be... I mean, obviously, they're not going to... These little things are in your mind, though, aren't they? You might be thinking, well, you don't want to expose the tail too much if the new ball's going to be taken, and all these scenarios will come into play. I mean, who knows? Sussex may take a hatful of wickets in the morning and none of that comes into play. But
yeah, we go through all our theories, but a good ball and a bad shot makes a lot of difference, doesn't it?
But you know, the middle order, the longer this goes on, the middle order, I think, well, if I can do my bit, if I can get 30...
Yeah.
You know, you can get 20 down the other end, and you 247 between 8 of you.
We've got here, leg slip coming in.
Yes, he likes this in this position. Does Ollie Robinson often has a leg slip? Comes in, bowls. Kashif is caught, and the wicket goes down. Well, was that a bit of psychology there from John Simpson? Ollie Robinson gets his reward for a very good spell of bowling down the hill. Kashif is on his way. I think he'll be disappointed. I don't think he really needed to play at that delivery. I wonder if he'd been slightly put off by the change of field. And I think that swings the pendulum very much Sussex's way. It was a good low catch by James Coles. Low down to his left. Kashif is on his way, wanders off. He's bitterly disappointed. He's gone for 4 and Worcestershire 114 for 3.
Yes, he will be, because as we've been saying, he wanted to be there tomorrow morning, didn't he? Let's see, who's this coming out? Well, it's not Ben Gibbon, I don't think. So, who is this coming out? It's a right-hander, so...
I don't know.
Ben Allison?
Well, he's got to survive 2 balls from Robinson, and then 1 more over. But that's a real blow for Worcestershire Bradders, isn't it? You know, just with 8 balls of the day to go. Little boy Sussex, I'm sure.
Yeah, Ben Allison, I think.
Good grab though by James Coles.
Good catch.
He's a good slipper. They've got a couple of good slippers. Well, actually 3 good slippers. Allsop, Clark and Coles are all very good slip fielders.
That was going at a rate, that was.
It was. Yeah. Do you think who knows? Was he unsettled slightly by the change in field? Possibly. Is he expecting he's going to get one down the leg side?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that'd be in his mind, but yeah, it's a very important wicket. So Ben Allison has got 2 balls left of the Robinson over to face.
And here comes Ollie Robinson. Down the hill, bowls. Allison is right forward and punches that into the offside. That's good cricket, actually, because he's going to take the single, which means that Jake Libby's got 1 ball to face, and I'd imagine that Ben Allison will now take whatever happens. He's going to stay at that end and protect Jake Libby. So, good cricket by Allison.
Yeah. Who is no mug with the bat, it has to be said. And how many times have I said this? 1,000,000 times. There's not any rabbits left in county cricket now, but...
You did say that Kashif hadn't had the greatest summer so far.
He's not had the greatest summer.
Bradders, but he would just have felt if he could have hung on now. Robinson, final ball of his spell, probably the final ball that Jake Libby's going to receive tonight. Vital for Worcestershire, he doesn't get out. Here comes Robinson, bowls, and Libby's right in behind that. Good over from Ollie Robinson, and it's been a good spell of bowling, and he gets a well-deserved round of applause, does Ollie Robinson. He's bowled really well here today. No sign of any nagging injury. 12 overs. He's just disappeared off the scoreboard, actually. 1 for 19, I think, are his figures. Hang on, there we go. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18.
Averaging 23 before this game, Kashif Ali with 2 half centuries, and he's not added to his run total of the summer too much in this game. What did he get in the first innings? 13, so 13 and 4. So looks as if Hudson Prentice is going to finish off at the C end. I thought they might have, worked somebody into the attack that doesn't normally bowl, if you see what I mean. And just for this last over, just to. I suppose he's bowling at the night watchman, so maybe if he'd been bowling at Jake League at Liberty, they might have switched somebody in. I know it's only 1 wicket, but starting tomorrow morning, 115 or 114 as it was, but 115 for 2, as it would be now, is significantly different to 115 for 3.
It is, yeah. It's just that psychological, and you've got one of your top 4 out as well. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So, here we go with the final one of the day. Ben Allison with plenty of close company. Drives very pleasantly into the offside. Straight to mid-off. Won't get a run. So we've got 3 slips, a silly mid-on. There's a fielder who is, 3 pitch widths from the bat. So I would say, is he a close catcher? No, he's going back out now. In fact, he's been sent back out midway to the boundary, and the silly mid-on goes to more, not silly mid-wicket, but slightly strange mid-wicket, shall we say, rather than silly. Hudson Prentice bowls. Allison onto the back foot, plays this out.
You said about walking gingerly. Richard up in sunny Scarborough has been in touch. He says historically gingerly referred to a dainty or elegant way of moving like dancing, but today it's more commonly associated with carefulness and caution.
But why?
I don't know.
Why gingerly? Thank you very much for that.
Philip, who got in touch earlier, lives in Newark, he says, by the way. He used to have a celebrity cricket match there arranged by Piers Morgan, apparently.
All right.
I think might live that way.
Next ball is away, possibly for 4 off an outside edge. No, it's going to be cut off. They come back for 2 though, because Ben Allison, as the night watchman, should be facing the bowling.
Apparently they used to have Michael Vaughan, Warney Morkel, Chris Gale, and Blowers doing the commentary, apparently.
All right.
Newark. That's a little nudge for a couple there, wasn't it? We might get a half decent crowd tomorrow. I know Monday's a working day, but there's plenty of interest in this.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, Allison forward, pushes the ball out on the onside. There will be no run.
No.
It's almost, you could say it's almost dull compared to the weather.
Yes.
The cricket's not dull, but the weather is almost dull compared to the
awful summer.
The bright sunny skies we've had for almost 3 days. Deep square's come in 3/4 of the way back, deep square leg. Hudson Prentice bowls. It is short. That was the intention probably of bringing the deep square leg in a bit for a top edge or a mistimed hook, but Allison does his very, very best to get out the way of it, and indeed does get out of the way of it. So last ball of the day. Last ball of another intriguing day.
Just say Essex now 45 for 4, so they're struggling to avoid a defeat at Chelmsford, which is unusual. Bit of a fortress, isn't it, Chelmsford, but not in this game.
Final ball of the day. Hudson Prentice bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the wicket keeper, and the players will troop off, have a nice refreshing drink, and come back tomorrow to finish this game off.
I think that has been a terrific day of County Championship cricket. I've thoroughly enjoyed today, Bradders.
Excellent. Yeah.
I think
Sussex have been on top for most of this game, but Worcestershire have a chance of winning it.
They do. I mean, if you said to me, I think probably it's probably 70-30 Sussex, but if if Worcestershire could get through tomorrow, and a lot depending on Jake Libby, he's still got D'Oliveira to come. You know, someone who can back down the order. It could be a very, very good day tomorrow. So, Badders, I've enjoyed your company enormously today. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you
nice
to
have
Liam.
Liam with us, yeah.
And to Granny Betty, who I know was listening.
We got to bring our own biscuits tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Perhaps Liam could drop some more biscuits by. But thank you all for listening. Thank you for your messages, and thank you for keeping us company. And Dave and I will be back tomorrow morning, bright and breezy, at 11 o'clock, what could be an absorbing day of county championship cricket. Thank you, and good night.